Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Wei Yan's successful foundation establishment was undoubtedly good news, but Wei Tu couldn't help but feel a tinge of concern. Yinner was too reckless with this breakthrough. She didn't notify me beforehand and attempted it on her own. After the initial joy faded, Wei Tu found himself worried about the risk she had taken. Before heading into Cloud's secret realm, he had given both Wei Yin and Wei Xiuan a high-grade demon-taming talisman to aid them in their foundation establishment. However, that was merely a precaution, a contingency plan in case he didn't return from the secret realm. He had never expected Wei Yin to use it so soon. Wei Yin had always been a steady and cautious person, never one to take unnecessary risks. If anything, he had assumed she would wait until her double-jia age arrived 20 years later. If she failed to obtain a foundation establishment pill by then, only then would she attempt a breakthrough. Had she waited just a bit longer, until his return from Cloud's secret realm, this breakthrough wouldn't have been so dangerous. Inside the secret realm, he had not only acquired 7 golden core treasures, but also 3 foundation establishment treasures. Foundation establishment treasures were rare in Cloud's secret realm, and the 3 he obtained were only thanks to killing a rogue cultivator from Taishian sect after parting ways with Qinjinren. With these treasures, he could exchange for a foundation establishment pill. With such a pill protecting her meridians, even if Wei Yin had failed her breakthrough, she wouldn't have died. But now that Yinner has succeeded on her own, that foundation establishment pill can be saved for Xiuan. Wei Tu contemplated. His original plan was to first give the pill to Wei Yin, then search for another foundation establishment treasure to exchange for a second pill for Wei Xiuan. But now, with Wei Yan's successful breakthrough, there was no need to search for another treasure. The one he already had was enough. Xiuan doesn't have any heirs. The 3 foundation establishment treasures, the extra one, is useless to me. Wei Tu mused. Now, he had 2 possible choices for handling the spare foundation establishment treasure. 1. Sell it, along with some of the more questionable treasures he had acquired, through auctions across Zheng Kingdom to obtain more cultivation resources. 2. Sell it at a friendship price to Wei Fei. This isn't even a choice. Wei Tu shook his head, recalling the time Wei Fei had tried to gift him blood food pellets. The 5 yuan spirit body manual that Wei Fei had shared with him might have been out of curiosity, wanting to study cultivation techniques together. But the little eclipse sun technique and blood food pellets, that was true goodwill from a sworn brother. Years ago, he had even extended a helping hand to Ko Liang, whom he wasn't particularly close to. For Wei Fei, how could he not offer assistance when he had the ability to? Selling the foundation establishment treasure at a low price to Wei Fei might cost him some spirit stones, but a few hundred spirit stones didn't mean anything to him anymore. Back then, when Wei Fei had sought spirit stones for his breakthrough, he had refused because Wei Fei had not been diligent enough. It was clear that Wei Fei only started reaching out when it was too late, hoping to rely on him or Ko Hongying. Naturally, Wei Tu wasn't pleased with that attitude. However, that misunderstanding had long been cleared up. Wei Fei never actually intended to borrow a large amount of spirit stones. He had simply fumbled his words, which led both Wei Tu and Ko Hongying to misunderstand. If I sell this treasure to him at a friendship price, then with his own savings he might be able to afford another foundation establishment treasure later. He could try again in this lifetime. Wei Tu pondered. In his priorities, his own family came first. If he had a foundation establishment pill, it would go to Wei Yin and Wei Xiuan first, not Wei Fei. However, he also wished for their brotherhood alliance to stay together. Since he still had the ability to help, and since Wei Fei had helped him in the past, it was only natural for him to return the favor. With that decision made, Wei Tu picked up his brush and wrote a letter to Wei Fei, asking whether he wanted to take this opportunity for one last attempt at foundation establishment or if he preferred to focus on nurturing a successor, like Ko Liang had done. A few months later, Wei Tu had fully recovered from his injuries. His mana was restored, and his cultivation had even improved slightly. At the same time, he received Wei Fei's response. Wei Fei had agreed to buy the Foundation establishment treasure for 2,500 spirit stones and asked Wei Tu to reserve it for him until he could gather the funds. A single Foundation establishment treasure normally sold for 3,000 to 4,000 spirit stones. Wei Fei's offer was lower, but since this was meant as a friendship price, the exact amount wasn't important. The real question is, how long will it take for him to gather 2,500 spirit stones? Wei Tu sighed. Wei Fei had neither a specialized skill nor the recklessness of Fu Zhizhou, who risked his life in the Demon Wolf Mountain range for quick money. For Wei Fei, accumulating that amount would take years. The spiritual inheritance of the Witch Immortal Master had already been exhausted when Wei Fei failed his first attempt at Foundation establishment. Just as Wei Tu was reflecting on this, he stepped out of his courtyard. Immediately, Huang Chengfu hurried over, bowed, and reported, "Granduncle, the clan leader came looking for you a few days ago. Since you were in seclusion, he asked me to tell you to visit him at the clan affairs hall once you emerged." Wei Tu frowned. The clan leader is looking for me? He wasn't sure what Huang Changshan wanted. Could it be that the front lines are in crisis again? Have the three great immortal sects assigned another mission to the Huang clan, demanding Foundation establishment cultivators? His expression darkened. A few months ago, when he returned to Hengshan town, he had learned of the betrayal of second elder Huang Juji. That was when he had already considered leaving the Huang clan and seeking another family to serve as a guest elder. After all, he was a guest cultivator, not a die-hard loyalist. There was no reason for him to stay aboard a sinking ship. However, out of gratitude for the resources the Huang clan had provided, and considering that even if he left, he wouldn't be able to avoid the ongoing war between righteous and demonic cultivators, he had decided to hold off on leaving for now. But if the Huang clan intended to treat him as they did Master Xia, sending him to the battlefield to die in exchange for another clan member's survival, then leaving the Huang clan would no longer be an option, but a necessity. It would have to happen immediately. Half a day later, Wei Tu arrived at the clan affairs hall. Huang Changshan greeted him warmly. "Master Wei, please take a seat at the head table." His enthusiasm caught Wei Tu off guard, but as he swept his gaze across the handful of Foundation establishment cultivators present, he immediately understood why. The losses from Cloud Zay's secret realm had been devastating. 7 Huang clan Foundation establishment cultivators had died. Second elder Huang Juji had betrayed the clan, taking 2 more Foundation establishment cultivators with him. Now, from a once thriving group of 12, only 3 Foundation establishment cultivators remained. The situation was beyond dire. Without Huang Xinglia, their Golden Core patriarch, the Huang clan would have devolved into a mere mid-tier Foundation establishment family. And among the 3 remaining Foundation establishment cultivators, only Huang Changshan was in the late stage. The other 2 were early-stage cultivators. In other words, with his current strength, Wei Tu was already one of the top 3 strongest combatants in the Huang clan. Given that, how could Huang Changshan not be warm and welcoming toward him? Huang Changshan sighed. The losses we suffered in Cloud Zay's secret realm were heavy. Not only did Huang Changkong and the others perish, but Master Yukue also fell. Now, our only guest elders are Master Xia and yourself. He paused, then looked directly at Wei Tuesday. You've seen our clan's current weakness, but great rewards bring great warriors. We're willing to raise your compensation if you can fully support us and help us through this crisis. Hearing this, Wei Tu's tense expression eased slightly. However, he remained wary. The Huang clan's Foundation establishment cultivators were nearly wiped out. Their middle-tier strength had been crippled. There was no way they would sacrifice their own clansmen first while letting a guest elder like him sit back and enjoy the benefits. No such thing as a free lunch. Huang Changshan then shifted the conversation. Huang Changkong once mentioned his desire to arrange a marriage between you and Huang Tsayu. Unfortunately, she also perished in the secret realm. That said, my fifth daughter recently reached foundation establishment. She is still young, under 100 years old, and has yet to be betrothed. Master Wei, would you consider joining our family through marriage? This would also fulfill Huang Changkong's wish. Wei Tu immediately understood Huang Changshun used Huang Changkong's past intentions as a pretext for bringing up marriage. From a practical standpoint, Wei Tu was currently the strongest guest elder in the clan. If they wanted to keep him from leaving, a marriage alliance was the best way to bind him to the Huang family. In the past, Wei Tu had no objection to marriage. If, when he first joined the Huang clan, Huang Changkong had proposed this union, he probably would have agreed on the spot. But now, the Huang clan was on the verge of collapse. If he married into the clan at this critical moment, he would be dragged even deeper into their conflicts. He would have no way out. He didn't need to think too hard to realize that countless people were now eyeing the Huang clan's wealth. As a guest elder, he wouldn't attract too much hostility from outsiders. But as a son-in-law, that would be a different story altogether. Additionally, after his time in Cloud Zay's secret realm, he had accumulated many secrets. This was not the time to take in a stranger as his closest companion. Wei Tu hesitated for a moment before responding tactfully. This is too sudden. I was not prepared for such a proposal. I hope the clan leader can give me some time to consider. Unless the Huang clan could offer him enough benefits, there was no way he was getting involved in this sinking ship. But what could they possibly offer? His golden core opportunity was already secured. Aside from that, the Huang clan had nothing valuable enough to tempt him. The only possible incentive would be a promise not to send him to the front lines. But Wei Tu knew that was impossible. When push came to shove, whether he was a guest elder or a son-in-law wouldn't make much difference. He could already see it. The Huang clan wasn't looking to give him a comfortable life. They wanted to tie him down. By offering him a marriage alliance, they were making sure he couldn't leave, so that when the time came, he would bear the burden of their survival. Seeing that Wei Tu refused, Huang Changshuan's smile quickly faded. His earlier enthusiasm disappeared, replaced by a cold and indifferent demeanor. Wei Tu had technically said he would consider it, but Huang Changshun wasn't fooled. It was clearly just an excuse to refuse without outright rejecting him. Since that was the case, Huang Changshun saw no point in keeping up the act. Right now, what the Huang clan needed was not empty pleasantries. It was reliable people. Master Wei, as a Huang clan's guest elder, I trust you are aware that the front lines are in crisis. Our clan urgently needs a batch of second-grade talismans. During this period, I hope you can produce them as soon as possible. As he spoke, he took out a jade slip and handed it to Wei Tu. The jade slip contained a detailed list of the talismans the Huang clan needed. Wei Tu took the jade slip, glanced at its contents, and his mood immediately soured. Of course, he didn't let his dissatisfaction show on his face. He kept his expression calm, but inside, he was already feeling a surge of irritation. This order was for a whopping 300 talismans, but the price they were offering was just barely above cost. By all rights, as a guest elder, he was indeed expected to help the clan craft talismans during wartime. But that didn't mean he was supposed to work for free. There was a huge difference between a fair price and being exploited. Guest elders and the main clan were not master and servant. Their relationship was closer to an alliance. The clan provided resources and a place to cultivate, while the guest elders produced items or services that strengthened the clan. It was meant to be mutually beneficial. After all, the clan stipend for guest elders was minimal. It barely covered daily expenses. Most guest elders had to rely on their own skills to earn spirit stones for cultivation. In other words, the Huang clan was merely offering a marketplace for guest elders to sell their goods. In exchange, the elders gained access to certain family resources. But now, Huang Changshun was clearly expecting him to work at cost, draining him of every last bit of usefulness before he left. It was not surprising, but it was a lone move. No wonder Huang Tsayu had the nerve to challenge me and Master Xia 20 years ago at the exchange meeting, Wei Tu thought to himself. Her arrogance clearly came from her father. From Wei Tu's perspective, what the Huang clan truly needed right now wasn't money, but combat power. Huang Xinglie, the Golden Core ancestor, handled things differently. When Wei Tu returned from Cloud's secret realm, Huang Xinglie didn't demand a share of his Golden Core grade spiritual items. That was a smart move. It left a positive impression and built goodwill. But Huang Changshan was the exact opposite. After Wei Tu rejected the marriage proposal, not only did Huang Changshan's attitude turn cold, but now he was trying to squeeze as much work out of him as possible. At this moment, Wei Tu had already made up his mind. Once I finish these 300 talismans, I'm leaving the Huang clan. This would be the last thing he did for them. After that, his debt to them would be repaid, and he would walk away free and clear. Wei Tu clasped his hands toward Huang Changshan and spoke calmly. I have been a guest elder of the Huang clan for some time now. I have received the clan's hospitality, yet contributed little in return. Once I finish crafting these talismans, I would like to formally resign and leave Yuna Mountain. I asked the clan leader to grant permission. It was not uncommon for guest elders to resign in Golden Core families, though it was mostly elderly cultivators who retired after decades of service. A young cultivator like Wei Tu resigning early? That was rare. As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire clan affairs hall fell silent. The tension in the air was palpable. The remaining Huang clan cultivators all turned to look at him, their gazes filled with hostility. After all, the Huang clan was in a time of crisis, and Wei Tu's resignation was not just abandoning them, but practically kicking them while they were down. Huang Changshan had already anticipated this outcome. From the moment Wei Tu refused to marry into the clan, Huang Changshan knew this was coming. If Wei Tu had truly intended to stay, he would not have refused the marriage alliance. Marriage was the proof of loyalty that Huang Changshan had offered him. But Wei Tu didn't take the bait. Fine, Huang Changshan nodded. As long as you complete the talismans in this jade slip, the Huang clan will formally send you off. Thank you, clan leader. Wei Tu's tone was noticeably distant. He wasn't worried about the Huang clan causing trouble for him. Back when he left Cloud's secret realm, he had brought back the remains of Huang Changkong and Huang Wenqing, which was a great merit to the Huang clan. Now that he was leaving, if the Huang clan tried to stop him, their reputation in Zheng Kingdom's cultivation world would be ruined. Furthermore, he was not just some ordinary rogue cultivator. His connections were significant. Qinjiren was on the verge of forming her Golden Core. Ko Hongying was a seed disciple of Mirror Water Pavilion. His sworn brother, Fu Zhizhou, was a guest elder of the Qiuezhao clan. With these connections, the Huang clan wouldn't dare move against him openly. And as for secret revenge, Wei Tu didn't believe that the Huang clan would waste resources sending Huang Xinglie, their only Golden Core cultivator, to assassinate him over something so petty. Right now, the Huang clan was already on the brink of collapse. They had bigger problems to worry about. Clan leader, are we really letting Wei Tu leave? As soon as Wei Tu left the clan affairs hall, a Huang clan foundation establishment cultivator couldn't help but speak up as he watched Wei Tu's departing figure. Once Wei Tu was gone, first, the Huang clan would lose another replacement for the battlefield, just like Master Xia before him. Second, his departure would further expose the Huang clan's weakened state to outsiders. Wei Tu is different from Master Xia and the others. If he wants to leave, there's not much we can do to stop him. Huang Changshan shook his head and sighed. When a tree falls, the monkeys scatter. This is unavoidable. But as long as the ancestor is still here, our Huang clan will not fall. His voice was firm and resolute. Hearing this, the Huang clan cultivators present visibly relaxed. Huang Xinglie, their Golden Core ancestor, was the pillar of the Mountain Huang clan. As long as he was still alive, the damaged foundation establishment ranks could be rebuilt in time. Back at Fuxin residence, Wei Tu did not immediately start making talismans. Instead, he picked up a brush and began writing letters to Fu Zhizhou, Ko Hongying, and others, seeking intelligence on the war front in Zheng Kingdom. With the war between righteous and demonic factions, every foundation establishment cultivator in Zheng Kingdom whether rogue cultivator or from a clan, was at risk of being drafted by the three great sects. Gaining military merits from this war could earn rewards from the sects, but for someone like Wei Tu, those rewards weren't worth the risk. He already had more than enough golden core-grade spiritual items. There was no need to gamble his life for more. Right now, he was still officially a guest elder of the Huang clan, meaning the three great sects would have to consult the Huang clan before drafting him. But once he left the Huang clan, he would be treated as a wandering cultivator, which meant the three great sects could summon him directly. At that point, he wouldn't even have the right to refuse. He would be forced on a battlefield. Of course, he could go into hiding deep in the mountains, avoiding cities and cultivation grounds to escape the draft. But running and hiding wasn't in his best interest. It would affect his cultivation and limit his ability to gather resources. That meant he had to carefully time his departure. And that timing depended on how the war front in Zheng Kingdom developed. A month later, Fu Zhizhou sent a reply. Zheng Kingdom's righteous forces are struggling. Just a single detachment from the Blood God cult and Heavenly Maiden sect has been pushing the three great sects back. Reading this part of the letter, Wei Tu's expression turned serious. The Blood God cult and Heavenly Maiden sect were both part of the five great demonic sects. Thinking back, he had encountered the Blood God cult back when he was in the Qi refinement realm. The old demonic cultivator from back then was also a Blood God cult disciple. Could it be that the three great sects are deliberately feigning weakness, allowing the demonic sects to invade deeper, so they can later wipe out rogue cultivators and weaken the Foundation establishment clans? Wei Tu's thoughts darkened. Historically, whenever the demonic sects invaded, the biggest losses were always suffered by Foundation establishment clans and rogue cultivators. Meanwhile, the three great sects rarely suffered truly crippling losses. They would take some casualties, but they would never be severely weakened. At the end of the letter, Fu Zhizhou mentioned one more thing. 2 months ago, the Taishian sect lost control of Danqiu Mountain Marketplace, and it was completely overrun by the demonic sects. Danqiu Mountain is in Luonan Dao, which is located in the northeast of Zheng Kingdom. Meanwhile, He Mountain Huang clan is in the southern region. Wei Tu analyzed the situation and determined that this war had only just begun. It was far from over. After storing away Fu Zhizhou's letter, he continued waiting for Ko Hongying's response. Compared to Fu Zhizhou, who was a Foundation establishment clan cultivator, Ko Hongying was a sect disciple. Information would be far more precise. However, while waiting for Ko Hongying's letter, an unexpected disturbance occurred in Cloud Crane Mountain. 2 uninvited guests had arrived. Wei Tu recognized both of them. One was alchemist Xu, and the other was a Foundation establishment talisman master named Yang Xiang. Wei Tu was very familiar with alchemist Xu. Back when he was a rogue cultivator at Danqiu Mountain Marketplace, alchemist Xu was already famous. Even more importantly, 70 years ago, Wei Tu had personally killed alchemist Xu's disciple, Gengwen. As for Yang Xiang, Wei Tu had less direct contact, but he had looked into his background years ago. Back then, when the Rogue Cultivator Alliance Shuyun Alliance was formed, Wei Tu had never received an invitation to join. The reason? It was because Yang Xiang had blocked him. Yang Xiang was worried that if Wei Tu joined, it would threaten his own business, so he had deliberately kept Wei Tu out. Wei Tu wasn't sure why Alchemist Xu and Yang Xiang had come to Cloud Crane Mountain. Or rather, he had some guesses, but he couldn't be certain. Thus, he sent his nephew, Huang Chengfu, to investigate. After Huang Changkong's death, most of Wei Tu's connections within the Huang family were severed. His previous resignation had also offended several of the family's cultivators. Thus, at this moment, Huang Chengfu was far more useful than him in gathering information within the Huang family. Half a day later, Huang Chengfu returned, panting from exertion. He bowed and reported, "Granduncle, I have found out. Pill Master Xu and Master Yangxiang have come to Cloud Crane Mountain intending to become the new guest elders of the Huang family." After saying this, he cautiously lifted his head to observe Wei Tu's expression, his eyes filled with unease. From what he had heard from the clan and with Yang Xiang now applying to join the Huang family, he could already confirm that his granduncle would be leaving the Huang family and cloud Crane Mountain very soon. Once Wei Tu left, the cultivation resources and spiritual land he currently enjoyed would likely be gone forever. A new guest elder? Wei Tu muttered to himself, his suspicions confirmed. Times were different now. Previously, when Zheng Kingdom's cultivation world was stable, Pill Master Shu could rely on his alchemy skills to earn enough resources for cultivation. But things were different now. Danqiu Mountain had fallen into the hands of the demonic sects. The three great sects were eyeing all Rogue Foundation establishment cultivators like wolves. So, for Pill Master Shu to maintain his previous privileged cultivation environment during this era of turmoil, he needed the protection of a powerful faction. But why, of all places, had Pill Master Shu chosen the declining Huang family? Wei Tu did not believe Pill Master Shu was foolish enough to be unaware of the risks. To have survived this long and secured such a reputation, Pill Master Shu was undoubtedly a shrewd man. Did the Huang family offer him some sort of enticing benefits? With their lack of foundation establishment cultivators now, an alchemist's support would be crucial. Wei Tu thought. As a Grade 2 alchemist, Pill Master Shu had the ability to refine foundation establishment pills and various elixirs that strengthened foundation establishment cultivators. With Pill Master Shu's assistance, if the Huang family could endure for several decades, they could return to their former strength. But Yang Xiang, Wei Tu narrowed his eyes. Now, he finally understood why Huang Changshuan's attitude had changed so suddenly after he refused the marriage proposal. There was an old saying, part ways peacefully. A guest elder was not expected to give his life for the host family. This was common knowledge in the cultivation world. Leaving did not mean he was ungrateful. Thus, even if he resigned from the Huang family, most noble families would not go out of their way to make things difficult for a departing guest elder. Instead, they would part on good terms, keeping the door open for future alliances. However, Huang Changshuan's behavior suggested otherwise. At first, Wei Tu assumed that Huang Changshuan was simply that kind of person. But now, it was clear that it had everything to do with Pill Master Shu and Yang Xiang. During that meeting at the clan hall, when Huang Changshuan had deliberately pressured him, it was likely an attempt to drive him out of Cloud Crane Mountain to make space for Yang Xiang. After all, a single month was not enough time for the Huang family to precisely locate and recruit Pill Master Shu and Yang Xiang after they fled from Danqiu Mountain. Given this, I have no need to inform the Huang family about Pill Master Shu's connections to old Demon Jia. Whether they're welcoming a wolf into their home or inviting a helpful benefactor, that will be up to their own fate. Wei Tu sneered coldly. If the Huang family had chosen to part on good terms with him, he might have still considered offering them a warning out of gratitude. But since they had deliberately driven him away to welcome Pill Master Shu, there was no reason for him to extend any kindness. He would not waste his breath trying to help them, only to be met with resentment. After sorting through his thoughts, Wei Tu's expression returned to calm. He glanced at Huang Qingfu, who looked uneasy. Clearly, his nephew had already guessed that he would be leaving the Huang family. He reassured him, "Qingfu, you have followed me for over 20 years now. During this time, you've learned much about talisman crafting. Once I leave, with your current skills, you'll be able to open a shop and earn a living. You need not worry about resources for cultivation." In Wei Tu's eyes, Huang Qingfu had already acquired a viable trade. As long as he followed a steady path, his current resources were more than sufficient for him to reach the 9th level of Qi refinement. After that, obtaining foundation establishment pills and breaking through to foundation establishment would depend on fate. Even if Huang Qingfu had continued following him, Wei Tu would not have provided him with foundation establishment pills. Thus, whether he stayed or left, the impact on Huang Qingfu's future was negligible. "Yes, granduncle," Huang Qingfu replied, lowering his head, visibly crestfallen. Following Wei Tu had not only granted him knowledge, but, most importantly, allowed him to benefit from Talisman Heart Residence's abundant spiritual energy. The spiritual energy there was equivalent to a mid-grade grade 2 spiritual vein. You may go now. Wei Tu waved him away. If Huang Chengfu conducted himself well in these last days, he might consider leaving him some opportunities before departing the Huang family. At the same time, outside the guest elder hall, a white-haired old man and a middle-aged man in gray robes walked side by side, led by a young woman in a colorful dress toward the hall. If Wei Tu were here, he would instantly recognize the white-haired old man as the well-known Pill Master Shu, while the gray-robed middle-aged man was his peer, the Grade 2 Talisman Master Yang Xiang. Miss Xue, I heard that your father wanted to arrange your marriage with Wei Tu a month ago, but he rejected it? Yang Xiang suddenly stopped, glancing at the young woman leading the way with a meaningful look. Upon hearing his words, Huang Xue's face flushed slightly. Master Yang, you should know that this was just my father's way of testing Wei Tu. He wanted to see if he was willing to share life and death with our Huang family and remain in Cloud Crane Mountain. Whether the arranged marriage was real or not, she wasn't entirely sure. But since the decision had already been made and her father, Huang Changshan, had abandoned Wei Tu in favor of Pill Master Shu and Yang Xiang, she certainly couldn't downplay herself or her family just to give Wei Tu face. Oh, so that's how it is. Yang Xiang sighed, feigning disappointment. I had thought that, with the Huang family's marriage alliances, I might have a chance to bask in some of the glory and be engaged to Miss Xue as well. But it seems that the patriarch never intended to arrange a marriage for you. As soon as these words fell, Huang Xue's face turned even redder. She didn't even dare look at Yang Xiang, fearing that this shameless talisman master might say something even more embarrassing. All right, Taoist Yang, you're quite old already. Don't tease Miss Xue like that, Pill Master Shu said as he stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming. To be fair, Wei Tu, as a prodigious talisman master, would indeed be a more fitting match for Miss Xue. At these words, the previously flustered Huang Xue instantly looked displeased. She shot an angry glance toward Talisman Heart residence, where Wei Tu resided. Even though she hadn't met Wei Tu often and couldn't say she had any real feelings for him, the fact that he had rejected her so easily made her feel extremely insulted. Miss Xue, since we are new here, we would appreciate it if you could introduce us to Master Wei. After all, Master Wei is still a guest elder of the Huang family. Inside the guest elder hall, we will inevitably have to work with him. Pill Master Shu and Yang Xiang exchanged glances, and Yang Xiang immediately understood Pill Master Shu's intentions. He spoke up, snapping Huang Xue out her thoughts. What? Go meet Wei Tu. Huang Xue was momentarily stunned, confused by their request. She could understand Pill Master Shu's intent, but Yang Xiang and Wei Tu were competitors. It's just for a little exchange regarding talismans. Yang Xiang clarified his intentions. Upon hearing this, Huang Xue became intrigued. She wasn't naive. She knew that Yang Xiang's so-called talisman exchange likely wasn't well-intentioned. However, after being provoked by Yang Xiang earlier, she was now more than happy to see Wei Tu suffer. How could she possibly refuse? This way, even if Wei Tu later claims that Shuyun Alliance has ties to Qisong Jia clan, Cloud Crane Mountain's Huang family won't believe him so easily. Pill Master Shu whispered telepathically to Yang Xiang, a satisfied smile on his face. Over a decade ago, after Fu Zhizhou rejected Shuyun Alliance's invitation and joined Qiyue Zhao clan, Shuyun Alliance had suffered repeated setbacks at the hands of the Zhao clan. That experience made Pill Master Shu suspicious. Was it possible that the Alliance's connection with Qisong Jia clan had been leaked? Now that he was joining Cloud Crane Mountain's Huang family as a guest elder, he needed to ensure that the Huang family remained unaware of the Alliance's relationship with Qisong Jia clan. And in doing so, targeting Wei Tu was essential. As long as they antagonized Wei Tu and made him their enemy, then anything he said in the future, whether it was true or not, would be dismissed as slander against them. Bang, bang, bang. The next moment, Talisman Heart Residence's courtyard gate was knocked upon loudly. Fifth Miss, my granduncle is still in closed-door cultivation. If there is anything important, Please allow me to relay the message to him. Huang Qingfu, looking flustered, stepped forward and tried to dissuade Huang Xiuwei. Allowing her to make a scene at Talisman Heart residence would be a major dereliction of his duty as its caretaker. Fifth miss, even if the patriarch himself came, he would still observe proper etiquette and not deliberately disturb a guest elder. Huang Chengfu gritted his teeth when he saw that Huang Xue wouldn't listen and brought up the word etiquette as a final argument. Oh, are you saying I'm being disrespectful? That I'm unreasonable? Huang Xiuwei sneered coldly, and in the next moment, she released her foundation establishment pressure, forcing it toward Huang. Huang Qingfu was only a Qi perception 5th layer. Under the immense pressure, he was forced to retreat several steps and nearly collapsed to the ground. His face turned pale, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Within the Huang family of Cloud Crane Mountain, Huang Xiuwei not only held a higher cultivation than him, but also had an unshakable status. At this moment, even if she were to kill him outright, the most she would receive would be a meaningless reprimand, something done just to appease the family members. Right now, he could still rely on Wei Tu's status to resist, but what about afterward? What would happen once Wei Tu left? Huang Chengfu hesitated. He didn't know if he should continue blocking Huang Xiuwei, a foundation establishment cultivator, and risk bringing disaster upon himself and his family. He feared retaliation. Fifth miss, this is Talisman Heart residence, belonging to Master Wei. Please leave for now, and once Master Wei emerges from seclusion, I will inform him and invite you to visit. Huang Qingfu said after a long internal struggle, deciding to take a gamble for the sake of Wei Tu's past kindness to him. Having spent years by Wei Tu's side, he knew very well that his cousin grandfather was not a cold-hearted man. He wouldn't just watch him offend Huang Xiuwei and leave him to die in Cloud Crane Mountain. How bold! Huang Xiuwei's eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent as she raised her right palm, infused with spiritual energy, preparing to strike him down. Within the Huang family, there was a clear distinction between noble and common bloodlines. She was from the main lineage and a foundation establishment cultivator, while Huang Qingfu was merely a branch family member working as a servant in Talisman Heart residence. With just this level of insubordination, she could kill him outright, and no one in the family would dare challenge her decision. However, just as she struck, she hesitated slightly out of consideration for Wei Tu and decided not to kill him. Instead, she intended only to seriously injure him. Yet, at that moment, a sharp eagle cry pierced the air. From within Talisman Heart residence, a wind-cleaving eagle flew out, its powerful wings flapping as it struck Huang Xiuwei, sending her flying several meters backward. In terms of physical strength, a second-grade spirit beast far surpassed a foundation establishment early-stage cultivator. A second-grade spirit beast. Huang Xiuwei staggered to her feet, staring at the floating wind-cleaving eagle with a hint of fear in her eyes. She had never expected Wei Tu to have such a powerful spirit beast by his side. Fifth miss, forgive me for not welcoming you properly. At that moment, Wei Tu emerged from Talisman Heart residence, wearing a faint smile. He casually handed Huang Chengfu a medicinal pill before clasping his hands and greeting toward Huang Xiuwei. Just moments earlier, after sending Huang Qingfu out, he had gone into his talisman chamber to focus on talisman crafting. With sound isolating formations in place, he had been completely unaware of the commotion outside. It wasn't until the wind-cleaving eagle alerted him that he rushed out. May I ask what brings you to Talisman Heart residence? Fifth miss. Wei Tu narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he was silently relieved that he had rejected Huang Changshuan's offer of marriage with Huang Xiuwei. Given her temperament, if he had agreed, his future life in Cloud Crane Mountain would have been miserable. It is not the fifth miss who seeks you, but rather I do, Master Wei. From behind Huang Xiuwei, a gray-robed man stepped forward from the courtyard previously occupied by Xiqing. He clasped his hands in greeting and spoke with a friendly smile. And you are? Wei Tu studied the man's face closely, pretending not to recognize him. Although he had previously heard about Pill Master Shu and Yang Xiang arriving at Cloud Crane Mountain, he had never officially met them. On the surface, he and these two were complete strangers. Yang Xiang, second grade, intermediate talisman master. Yang Xiang paused for a moment before introducing himself. What a coincidence! Master Wei and I both cultivated in Danqiu Mountain, and we both broke through to foundation establishment there. That makes us fellow cultivators from the same land, doesn't it? Yang Xiang chuckled lightly. A talisman master? Wei Tu raised an eyebrow and turned a glance at Huang Xuewei. Fifth miss, I haven't even left Cloud Crane Mountain, yet the Huang family has already found a new guest elder. Huang Xuewei remained silent. It had only been 1 month since Wei Tu had submitted his resignation, and yet the Huang family had already found a new second-grade talisman master. There was no way anyone would believe that this was purely coincidental. At the end of the day, the Huang family had acted dishonorably, but there wasn't much choice. One of the conditions for Pill Master Shu joining the Huang family was that his friend Yang Xiang, another second-grade talisman master, also be granted a guest elder position. And so, things had played out this way. Seeing that Huang Xuewei refused to speak, Wei Tu turned his gaze back to Yang Xiang. And may I ask why Master Yang had the fifth miss knock on my residence's door? I simply wish to have a little talisman exchange with Master Wei and see who is truly qualified to serve as a guest elder of the Huang family. After all, my appointment here was only possible thanks to Master Shu's recommendation. Yang Xiang chuckled. Hearing these provocative words, Wei Tu frowned. He became suspicious, wondering what Pill Master Shu and Yang Xiang were plotting. Since I will be leaving Cloud Crane Mountain soon, there's no need for any talisman exchange. I will take my leave now. Forgive me for not seeing you off. Wei Tu declined outright, not agreeing to Yang Xiang's challenge. After speaking, he gestured to Huang Chengfu to follow him back into Talisman Heart residence, not lingering at the gate. Yang Xiang watched Wei Tu leave and did not provoke him further. Just now, he could justify his challenge as simple dissatisfaction, a desire to compare their skills in talisman crafting. But if he kept pushing, it would turn into a deadly grudge, something unnecessary. This means Wei Tu is afraid. It seems that Master Yang's talisman skills are indeed superior. Beside him, Huang Xuewei took the opportunity to flatter Yang Xiang. He is still young, after all. Yang Xiang shook his head. Young, Huang Xuewei mused. She realized that Yang Xiang's words were skillfully chosen, not offending anyone. Back at Talisman Heart residence, Wei Tu rewarded Huang Chengfu, assuring him that if he wished to leave Cloud Crane Mountain with him, he would make arrangements for his family. Hearing this, Huang Chengfu immediately agreed. After all, within Cloud Crane Mountain, he was no different from a wandering cultivator. The family's benefits never reached someone like him, a distant branch family descendant. After waving Huang Chengfu off, Wei Tu returned to talisman crafting, determined to finish his final task for the Huang family. These 300 talismans varied in grade. Most were second-grade low-tier, with only a few second-grade mid-tier. Fortunately, there were talismans he was already familiar with, so he did not need to learn new ones from scratch. Although it would take away time from his cultivation, with effort, he could finish within 2 years. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, half a year had gone by. On this day, a letter from Ko Hongying finally arrived at Talisman Heart residence. She's being sent to the battlefield as well. Wei Tu read through Ko Hongying's letter, a little surprised. After the Secret Realm expedition, as Qin Jinren's disciple, Ko Hongying should have been receiving priority training in Mirror Water Pavilion, especially with Qin Jinren on the verge of forming a golden core. Usually, those sent to the front lines were Foundation establishment cultivators with no prospects or backing, sacrificial pawns. There was no reason for Ko Hongying to be included. Could it be sect politics? Wei Tu pondered, suspecting internal faction struggles within Mirror Water Pavilion. Only sect rivalries could force someone like Ko Hongying, with a promising future, into the front lines. Although she hadn't mentioned it directly in her letter, Wei Tu could deduce it with a bit of thought. Wei Tu continued reading. Although Ko Hongying being sent to war was unfortunate for her, it benefited him in a way. At the very least, she could provide first-hand intelligence on the war. Compared to Fu Zhizhou's letter, Ko Hongying's report was far more detailed. She even outlined the strategic deployment of the three great sects. Additionally, she subtly mentioned Wei Yin, saying, Wei Yin is clever. She built her foundation outside the marketplaces, using the Mei family's spiritual land. Thus, when Mirror Water Pavilion recruited foundation establishment cultivators from Baishur Lake, she was not summoned. At the end of the letter, Ko Hongying wrote, Next September, I will be stationed at Hongyan Mountain Marketplace. I will pass by Cloud Crane Mountain on my way. If possible, prepare a batch of talismans for trade. Next September, Wei Tu stroked his chin. That was 1 year and 7 months away. If he focused on talisman crafting, it would be enough time to complete his task for the Huang family. When Ko Hongying arrives at Cloud Crane Mountain, I will immediately submit my resignation. Wei Tu made up his mind. With Ko Hongying bringing Mirror Water Pavilion's influence, the Huang family would not dare to go back on their word or refuse his departure. Furthermore, the cost of these 300 talismans wasn't a small amount. If the Huang family delayed payment, there would be little he could do. At this point, his relationship with them was already strained. With Mirror Water Pavilion's protection, even if someone planned to ambush him on the way, they would have to think twice before offending the sect. As for the Huang family, it no longer concerns me. Wei Tu cast a glance at the courtyard next door, his expression unreadable. His instincts told him that Pill Master Shu and Yang Xiang's arrival at Cloud Crane Mountain was far from innocent. The mountain had become a swirling vortex, attracting attention from all sides. Everyone was waiting for this golden core family to collapse. When a great whale falls, countless lives are born from its remains. For centuries, Zheng Kingdom's cultivation clans had risen and fallen. Unless a miracle happened, the Huang family was likely to meet its downfall within the next century. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was now September of the following year. As promised, Ko Hongying arrived at Cloud Crane Mountain to trade talismans with Wei Tu. By then, Wei Tu had also finalized his plan and shared it with Ko Hongying. The situation is no longer the same as before. The current Hashan Huang clan, the clan leader lacks integrity, and his descendants are foolish. Even with the Golden Core ancestor, they won't be able to hold on much longer. This place has become dangerous. Even if Uncle Wei wasn't planning to leave, I would have advised you to do so, Ko Hongying said in a low voice. Back when they had emerged from the secret realm, she had still believed Huang Xinglie to be a decent person and that the Huang clan shouldn't suffer such a calamity. But now, even if their Golden Core ancestor had accumulated good fortune, incompetent descendants would still squander it all. There was no need to look far for proof. Just a few years ago, Huang Ju, the second ancestor of the Huang family, had defected to the demonic sections. That was bad enough. But how had he managed to escape with 2 foundation establishment clansmen? This alone revealed the deep-seated issues within the Hashan Huang clan. I've already packed my things. The sooner we act, the better. I'll have to trouble you, Hongying. Wei Tu cupped his hands in thanks. Why so formal between us, uncle? Ko Hongying smiled as she stroked the wind-cleaving eagle perched on Wei Tu's shoulder. With that, the two of them walked out of Talisman Heart residence and headed for the clan affairs hall. By the time Ko Hongying visited Cloud Crane Mountain, the foundation establishment cultivators of the Huang clan had already begun secretly heightening their guard. Thus, when Wei Tu and Ko Hongying arrived at the clan affairs hall, clan leader Huang Changshun was already waiting for them. Huang clan leader, here are the talismans you commissioned from me, Wei Tu said, wasting no words. From his storage pouch, he pulled out a talisman box and handed it to Huang Changshun. As per our agreement, now that I have completed these talismans, I am free to leave the Hashan Huang clan. Wei Tu added firmly, Master Wei, why the rush? You have been in Cloud Crane Mountain for decades. Huang Changshun opened the talisman box and found that the quality of the talismans was excellent. A glimmer of satisfaction flashed across his brows, and he softened his tone toward Wei Tu. Finishing so many talismans in 2 years showed just how skilled Wei Tu was in the Tao of talismans. Even a fool could tell that, in terms of talisman craftsmanship, Wei Tu far surpassed Yang Xiang. A drawn bow cannot be turned back. Wei Tu shook his head, offering only this single sentence. Hearing this, Huang Changshan knew Wei Tu's mind was made up. He sighed. In that case, the Huang clan wishes Master Wei a prosperous journey, and that your path in the Tao of Talismans continues to flourish. With that, Huang Changshan took out a storage pouch from his chest and handed it to Wei Tu. Inside were the spirit stones, Wei Tu's payment for the 300 talismans. Farewell, clan leader Huang. After confirming the contents of the storage pouch, Wei Tu exchanged a glance with Ko Hongying, then cupped his hands in a departing salute and strode away. He left cleanly, without hesitation. Gone. Huang Changshan watched as Wei Tu's silhouette faded into the sky, his face filled with mixed emotions. A strange feeling lingered in his heart, telling him that he had mishandled the situation with Wei Tu. Just a mid-stage foundation establishment rogue cultivator. Nothing worth mentioning. He'll never form a golden core in his lifetime. Huang Changshan shook his head, suppressing his discomfort. He refused to believe that a mere wandering cultivator could attain golden core realm. After all, in the Zheng Kingdom's cultivation world, golden core rogue cultivators were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. 1 in 10,000, if even that. Leaving the clan affairs hall, Wei Tu and Ko Hongying made their way to Huang Qingfu's home. Once you leave, you may never return to Cloud Crane Mountain again. Wei Tu looked to Huang Qingfu, speaking solemnly. Unlike his father Huang Peng, who had left Cloud Crane Mountain years ago, Huang Qingfu and his sister Huang Fang had been born, raised, and built their lives here. For them, Cloud Crane Mountain was their homeland. Huang Qingfu remained silent. He pulled his younger sister Huang Fang beside him and bowed 3 times to Wei Tu. Good. Since you have made your decision, I will help you one last time. Wei Tu nodded, taking out his Huangyan boat, allowing Huang Qingfu and Huang Fang to board. Uncle, I won't go. I don't want to be a burden to them. Huang Peng sat on a stone at the doorway, taking a few slow puffs of his pipe as he watched. He had long since let go of his attachments to Cloud Crane Mountain. After the ruckus caused by Huang Xiuwei at the Talisman Heart residence, Wei Tu undoubtedly developed a bit more trust in Huang Qingfu. Though he hadn't elevated him to the status of a true confidant, for less critical matters like delivering letters, he was still comfortable leaving it to Huang Qingfu. Not long after the letters were sent, replies from both Fu Zhizhou and Zhao Qingluo arrived. From their combined responses, Wei Tu learned that the Zhaos of Xie had a total of 4 second-tier body refining techniques. Among them, one called the Elephant Bone Art had even reached 3rd-tier level. However, this body refining art required the bloodline of a demonic beast known as the Rockhide Elephant or a similar close relative to be successfully cultivated, which was a major limitation. The other 3 body refining techniques each had their own advantages and flaws. Fu Zhizhou recommended that Wei Tu cultivate the same technique he was currently practicing, 100 Veins blood tempering art. This technique's refining effects might not necessarily be stronger than the others, but it had one particular benefit that made it stand out. The 100 Veins blood tempering art had a total of 3 layers, and with each breakthrough, a blood pellet could be condensed within the body. These blood pellets not only replenished a cultivator's vitality, but also provided a notable boost to the core formation process. If all 3 blood pellets were successfully formed, the odds of forming a core could be increased by 10%. Furthermore, the 100 Veins blood tempering art followed the path of nourishing vitality and strengthening the body. This meant the technique didn't carry the same kinds of irreversible risks to the Tao body that many other body refining arts did. A good number of body refining arts, while enhancing physical strength, also brought side effects such as shortened lifespan, body rigidity, or hidden internal injuries in specific areas. The effects of 100 Veins blood tempering art might seem modest, but it came with no harmful consequences and left room for long-term potential. With this in mind, Wei Tu added the 100 Veins blood tempering art to his list of potential choices for cultivation. As the saying goes, compare before you buy. He would wait to see what body refining techniques Gong Shuzhen could offer through a network before deciding whether or not to cultivate this one. That said, In addition to listing the pros and cons of each technique, Zhao Qingluo's letter also included some miscellaneous updates. For example, the outcome of how the three grand sects dealt with the Qisong Jia clan after the Secret Realm incident. After it was exposed that the Jia clan had colluded with the Blood God cult, Qingzhou Mountain quickly dispatched multiple golden core cultivators to eradicate this threat, but by then, the main branch of the Qisong Jia clan had already vanished without a trace. All that remained at their ancestral grounds were a few unimportant branch lineages. As for why the Jia clan betrayed the orthodox path and turned to demonic cultivation, Zhao Qingluo speculated it might have something to do with the Qisong Jia clan patriarch approaching the end of his natural lifespan. Compared to orthodox cultivators, those who walked the demonic path certainly had more options for life extension. Between life and death lies great terror, Wei Tu mused, remembering how during his first visit to the Baibao Pavilion auction on Danqiu Mountain, a crowd of Foundation establishment cultivators had scrambled over themselves to bid on longevity pills. Back then, Fu Zhizhou had been shaken by the scene and began to question his path to immortality, because at the time, the Foundation establishment realm was something they had only dared to dream of. Now, many years later, Fu Zhizhou had steadied his Dao heart and successfully reached Foundation establishment. In Wei Tu's eyes, the patriarch of the Jia clan, who had defected to survive, was probably just like Fu Zhizhou decades or centuries ago, once a man of unshakable conviction. But sadly, the fear of death had eventually crushed his Dao heart, pushing him to surrender and take the path of demonic cultivation. I have the late bloomer destiny and a complete core formation opportunity in hand, so I need not worry, Wei Tu reminded himself. The late bloomer destiny ensured his lower limit would remain secure, and everything he'd gained from the secret realm significantly raised his ceiling. A Foundation establishment cultivator's natural lifespan was 400 years. Within orthodox sects, cultivators usually attempted core formation between the ages of 200 and 300. In contrast, those from family clans or loose cultivators typically broke through at even later ages, often beyond 300. As with the Foundation establishment realm, the younger one formed a core, the greater their potential. Wei Tu estimated that if he didn't rely on pills and just cultivated diligently, he'd reach the peak of Foundation establishment in at most 100 years. And once there, unlike Qin Jinren, who had to search painstakingly for a core formation opportunity, Wei Tu already had everything in hand. Therefore, he was confident he would reach core formation somewhere between the ages of 200 and 300. With that timeline, his prospects would be on par with those of sect disciples. He'd be considered a core cultivator with high potential. This kind of cultivator had a real chance of reaching nascent soul in the future, unlike those old golden core ancestors from family clans who had little hope of advancing and could only wait out their remaining years while preparing successors for the next generation. After finishing the letter, Wei Tu thought for a while and drafted a reply to Zhao Qingluo. In it, he inquired about the Xie Zhao clan's opinion on their ally, the Huang clan of Ashan. The moment Huang Tseyu cried out for help atop the altar during the Secret Realm expedition, she called out to him, her supposed enemy, with a blood feud, before turning to Zhao Qingluo and the other Zhao clan cultivators for aid. That detail alone made one thing very clear. The alliance between the Zhaos of Xie and the Huangs of Ashan was already cracked and teetering on the edge of collapse. At the very least, in the few years right after he joined the Hashan Huang clan, the relations between the cultivators of the Zhao and Huang clans weren't this distant. Otherwise, Zhao Qingluo never would have recommended he take up the position of retainer within the Huang clan. As for how this rift came about, Wei Tu had some guesses of his own. Any ally whose loyalty isn't absolute isn't a real ally. For years, the Jia and Zhao clans had been enemies in open conflict. But the Hashan Huang clan avoided taking sides could still be understood. But for Huang Xinglie to later uphold a promise made with true monarch Wanhai and allow Jia clan cultivators into the secret realm of Yunze, that act, without question, had thoroughly offended the Zhao clan of Xie. Later, the three-clan pact formed between the Huangs, Zhaos, and jias became the final blunder. According to the pact, the Huang clan treated both the jias and zhaos equally, giving them the same number of slots and cultivation level limits for entering the Yunza's secret realm. But this so-called equal treatment between an ally and the enemy of that ally, in the eyes of a true ally, such behavior was anything but just. How could the Zhaos still treat the Hashan Huangs as brothers in arms? All for a little short-term gain, they tossed aside long-standing loyalty. It was no different than how Huang Changshan forced Wei Tu to leave the clan, cut from the same cloth. The events that played out during the secret realm further confirmed all of this. The Zhao clan cultivators only cared about their own gains inside the stone hall, showing no intention of helping the Huang clan disciples in distress. Now, when Wei Tu wrote this letter to Zhao Qingluo, it was to ask a very specific question. Would the Zhao clan still uphold its duties as an ally to the Hashan Huang clan by exposing the connection between the Shuyun alliance and the Qisongjia clan? He wasn't asking because he intended to make a move against Master Pill Master Shu or the Huang clan. Cultivator robbery was no easy business. A single misstep could get you killed. He was simply trying to gather intel and prepare for whatever might come. After all, the Hashan Huang clan was one of the 7 great golden core clans of the Zheng Kingdom. Even a small ripple could cascade outward, stirring the waters of the entire cultivation world across Zheng, perhaps even impacting the 3 grand sects. Just as Huang Chengfu left to deliver the letter, Gong Shuzhen, the Foundation establishment cultivator from Mirror Water Pavilion, arrived at Wei residence. She brought with her 2 ice crystal pills and 1 golden yuan pill. After settling the spirit stone exchange, with surplus refunded or additional collected as needed, Gong Shuzhen gave a satisfied nod. With a flip of her hand, a jade slip appeared in her palm. These are the body refining techniques I managed to gather from several friendly senior fellow disciples of mine, she said. You can take a look, fellow Taoist Wei. If there's one that suits you, I'll go negotiate with those seniors to arrange a proper exchange. As she spoke, Gong Shuzhen handed over the jade slip. Much appreciated, Fairy Gong, Wei Tu said, thanking her as he accepted the item. Just from scanning the contents, Wei Tu could already feel that Mirror Water Pavilion's foundation far surpassed that of the Zhaos of Xie. This time, Gong Shuzhen had only contacted around 20 fellow disciples. Yet even so, the variety and grade of the techniques listed already outclassed what the Xie Zhao clan had offered. One was the accumulation of intersect disciples. The other was the legacy of a 1,000-year-old golden core family clan. The gap between the two was plain to see. Among the techniques listed in the Jade Slip, there were 5 at the 2nd tier and 2 more at the 3rd tier. Wei Tu skipped over the ones with serious flaws or steep entry barriers and focused his attention on a 3rd-tier technique called True Demonic Refinement Art. This technique, I assume your sect obtained it after slaying some demonic cultivators. Wei Tu asked, setting the jade slip down and tapping the tea table lightly. Despite being a demonic path technique for body refinement, the True Demonic Refinement Art had surprisingly few defects, fewer than most 2nd-tier techniques he'd seen. Not all demonic techniques were reckless, short-sighted power grabs. Some of them, in terms of cultivation timeline and foundation building stability, were actually superior to their orthodox counterparts. I was surprised, too, when I came across this True Demonic Refinement Art, Gong Shuzhen admitted with a light smile. But according to the senior who gave it to me, so long as your main cultivation path isn't built on demonic techniques, mixing in a few side path divine abilities isn't a big deal within the sect. This technique is top tier even among body refining arts, with very few flaws. That's why I included it in this list for you to consider. Mirror Water Pavilion, being a righteous sect, certainly possessed its own 3rd-tier body refinement techniques that could rival the True Demon Refinement Art. However, no one in their right mind would dare trade those to a rogue cultivator like Wei Tu. True Demon Refinement Art. Wei Tu murmured to himself several times, his expression showing a trace of hesitation. Among all the body refinement techniques listed in the Jade Slip, this was the only 3rd-tier one that caught his eye. The others each had their merits, but none surpassed the 100 Veins blood-tempering art from the Zhao clan by any meaningful margin. Besides, he already held the inheritance of profound netherine fire, a demonic divine ability that required cold and eam-based energy to fully unleash its power. Other types of energy could work, yes, but the result would be significantly weaker. In that case, the true demon refinement art wasn't some useless technique. It could be extremely useful for him. This true demon refinement art, I heard from that senior fellow disciple, comes from the demonic sect known as the Desolate Mountain Sect. While the sect isn't one of the 5 major demonic sects, it's still a fairly renowned powerhouse among demonic cultivators. The Desolate Mountain Sect is the only sect among both the righteous and demonic paths that has a body refinement cultivator who reached the nascent soul realm. Gong Shuzhen explained upon seeing Wei Tu's growing interest. The only sect with a nascent soul body cultivator? Wei Tu's mind stirred at her words. To have a nascent soul body cultivator, that meant the Desolate Mountain sect's refinement path had a clear future, a road that could truly be followed all the way. Unlike other body refinement techniques that often hit a dead end halfway through, that fact alone made purchasing the true demon refinement art a must. How much is your sect's senior asking for this body refinement art? Wei Tu asked, feigning a troubled look. If it's too expensive, I'm afraid I'll have to pass. After all, despite being a third-tier technique, it's still a demonic art. Seeing his attitude, Gong Shuzhen knew better than to play hardball. Wei Tu had wide connections, and body refinement arts weren't exactly rare either, so she quoted a reasonable price. The two haggled back and forth for a while. In the end, Wei Tu purchased the true demon refinement art for 1,300 spirit stones, a price slightly higher than most second-tier techniques. 3 days from now, I'll deliver the complete text of the true demon refinement art to you, Gong Shuzhen said, rising to take her leave. 2 months later, at the cave dwelling of the Mei clan in Xiaya Ridge, Wei Tu sat cross-legged, pulling out 2 jade slips from his storage pouch. One was pale red, 100 Veins blood-tempering art. The other was pitch black, true demon refinement art. After Gong Shuzhen's departure, Wei Tu had sent a second letter to Zhao Qingluo, expressing interest in purchasing the 100 Veins blood-tempering art. But surprisingly, Zhao Qingluo refused to take a single spirit stone from him. She gifted him the art outright, claiming it was a gesture of thanks for the talismans he'd given her when she boarded the teleportation array at the Stone Hall. Wei Tu didn't turn her down. He accepted the gift without pretense. After all, besides that talisman gift, he had saved Zhao Qingluo's life once within the Stone Hall, or at the very least, lent a crucial hand when she was in danger. Given those 2 favors, accepting the cultivation method from Zhao Qingluo was more than justified. She didn't ask for spirit stones. Looks like her standing in the Zhao clan has improved quite a bit, Wei Tu thought. I wonder if they're grooming her as the next Golden Core candidate. Ever since the Secret Realm expedition, the Zhao clan had lost 5 Foundation establishment cultivators. Just like the Hashan Huang clan, they had suffered serious losses. Before that, Zhao Qingluo didn't have enough seniority to stand out among her clan's juniors. But now, she had become one of the few remaining notable Foundation establishment cultivators within the Zhao clan of Xie. Her only real competition for forming a Golden Core was her father, Zhao Tinghai. And so long as the Zhao clan's Golden Core patriarch, Zhao Jingwu, wasn't completely senile, he would definitely pass the clan's next Golden Core opportunity to Zhao Qingluo, not to Zhao Tinghai, an old Foundation establishment cultivator whose potential had already run dry. In truth, the Yunza Secret Realm expedition had been a kind of trial for the disciples of every major faction. Those who made it out were bound to receive special attention and resources going forward. Zhao Qingluo, having survived, surely owed part of that survival to Wei Tu's assistance. But that didn't take away from her own strength and good fortune. After all, connections were a form of strength too. One final factor: Zhao Qingluo had simply caught the right timing. The conflict between the righteous and demonic sects for cultivators from family clans, was both a crisis and an opportunity. Clans like the Xie Zhao clan, despite being golden core clans, didn't lack the heritage or means to cultivate more foundation establishment cultivators, or even to raise another golden core patriarch. But in ordinary times, for the sake of sustainable long-term development, these clans wouldn't exhaust their reserves just to boost their current strength. Now that righteous and demonic sects were at war, one wrong move could mean the fall of the entire clan. In such a volatile situation, it was only natural to dip into their reserves and raise more foundation establishment cultivators, and perhaps even new golden core cultivators. That would be the most logical path forward. And Zhao Qingluo was very likely one of the Zhao clan's internal picks for that golden core candidate role. Realizing that he had unknowingly grown close to a future golden core cultivator, Wei Tu couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. He knew better than anyone how important connections were. This time, he had been able to safely leave the Hashan Huang clan and then stay hidden in the mundane world of Nanhang City to carry out his trades with Gong Shuzhen, all thanks to those connections. As for hiding and cultivating in the Mei clan's estate on Xiaya Ridge, that was thanks to his son Wei Xiuan's connections. Earth Dragon flesh boosts a cultivator's blood and qi. It's a body-refining treasure. This natural treasure is especially effective when cultivating the 100 Veins blood-tempering art. But for the true demon refinement art, I doubt the effect would be all that noticeable. After pondering briefly, Wei Tu opened the jade box containing the Earth Dragon flesh, then began cultivating the body refinement art according to the meridian circulation described in the 100 Veins blood-tempering art. He planned to fully cultivate the 100 Veins blood-tempering art first, before moving on to study the true demon refinement art. The order in which one practiced body refinement arts was important. While the 100 Veins blood-tempering art might seem average, it was steady and safe, and even boosted the chances of forming a golden core. Once his decision was made, Wei Tu swept his sleeve and drew out a chunk of Earth Dragon flesh from the jade box. He swallowed it, wrapping it in his qi, and began refining the medicinal power slowly. Not long after, his skin turned a deep red, like a prawn just boiled in hot water. At the same time, his blood and qi surged like roaring rivers, producing a thunderous crash-crash sound inside his body. That sound was a sign that his blood and qi had reached the boiling point. As Wei Tu turned his senses inward and examined his body, he saw that with the flow of blood through his meridians, a faint glow of red light had appeared across his limbs and bones. Although the 100 Veins blood-tempering art focused mainly on forging one's qi and blood like a body cultivator, it also brought a proportional enhancement to physical strength. This pain is hard to endure, sure, but compared to the agony of training the marrow refining sutra back in my martial days, it's still not quite as bad. Wei Tu murmured as he pulled out a tranquility talisman and stuck it to his chest. Having come from a martial arts background, he had endured brutal torment during his early training. The pain he felt now, while refining his body, was no worse than what he'd endured back then. 3 days later, Wei Tu's skin finally returned to normal. He exhaled deeply, beads of sweat rolling in waves across his forehead. I'll continue training after some rest. Just like qi cultivation, body refinement also requires consistent, day-by-day accumulation. You can't expect overnight results. Recalling the training insights Fu Zhizhou had once given him, Wei Tu halted his practice of the 100 Veins blood-tempering art. I've already started cultivating this art. I wonder if it's been recorded in the Golden Purple Destiny seal yet. Wei Tu sank his consciousness into his spiritual sea and examined the characters imprinted on his destiny. Soon enough, among the many lines of script, he found the 5 characters for 100 Veins blood-tempering art. 100 Veins blood-tempering art, 2 out of 100 train once every 5 days, reach mastery in 150 years. Once every 5 days? So that's the optimal training frequency based on my current body? Wei Tu mused. The Golden Purple Destiny could assess his body constitution and spiritual root aptitude, then display on the golden seal how long it would take to reach full mastery of each technique. along with the best frequency of training. Of course, the timing didn't account for external factors. If I fully master the 100 Veins blood tempering art, I'll be as physically strong as a Foundation establishment peak cultivator. To think I'd only need 150 years to reach that. Looks like my spiritual root aptitude has improved a bit again lately. Wei Tu quietly analyzed this. Progress in body refinement was closely tied to spiritual root quality. Despite having no background in body cultivation, if he could reach the peak of Foundation establishment body cultivation in just 150 years, then reaching the peak of Foundation establishment in Qi cultivation would probably take even less time. Next, Wei Tu didn't waste any more time. He pulled out one of the ice crystal pills he'd gotten from his trade with Gong Shuzhen and swallowed it, beginning to refine its medicinal power. 3 years passed in a flash. After refining 2 boxes of earth dragon flesh, Wei Tu's 100 Veins blood tempering art quickly reached minor accomplishment in a short span of time, and he successfully condensed the first blood pellet. With that blood pellet, his body cultivation realm officially stepped into early second rank, equivalent to early Foundation establishment. There's still 2 boxes of earth dragon flesh left, but with just these, I might only be able to push my body cultivation to the peak of second rank early stage. Condensing a second blood pellet will still be a stretch. Wei Tu stared at the dwindling supply of earth dragon flesh in his hand, his expression gradually turning serious. The earth dragon flesh turned out to be even more effective than he had anticipated. However, his progress in body cultivation had relied entirely on the earth dragon flesh. Bitter cultivation only played a minimal role. Because of that, even with 4 boxes of earth dragon flesh, he could at most push his cultivation to the peak of second rank early stage. Of course, if given enough time, another 20 to 30 years, Wei Tu figured he could definitely break through to mid-second rank in body cultivation. But what I lack now is time, he sighed, shaking his head. The reason he chose to dual cultivate with body refinement was to quickly increase his combat strength in the shortest time possible, strengthen his means of survival, to prepare for the chaotic state of Zheng Kingdom's current situation. But body cultivation at early second rank would hardly offer much help in a real battle. After all, his current realm was already mid-Foundation establishment. Still, earth dragon flesh isn't the only kind of natural treasure that helps boost body cultivation. Wei Tu rubbed his chin and thought of the Jiao Yun merchant guild he had come across during his time at Danxiu Mountain. If he remembered correctly, in another year or two, it would be time for the underground auction the Jiao Yun merchant guild held once every 20 years. The last time he had attended the auction, he had gained quite a lot. He'd obtained the forging method of the ice Jiao sword and information about the iron magnetic spirit wood. Both of those things had greatly helped him on his cultivation path. This time, by participating in the underground auction, he could not only sell off some of the loot he'd acquired during his kill and loot spree in the Cloud's secret realm, but also perhaps gain access to natural treasures similar to earth dragon flesh, or at least information about them. However, just as he was pondering what loot to sell that wouldn't draw attention from the Jiao merchant guild, a message talisman suddenly landed in front of him. Xiaowen reached Foundation establishment. Wei Tu picked up the talisman. After reading the contents, a smile spread across his face. 3 years ago, when he was temporarily residing in the spiritual land of the Mei clan at Xiaya Ridge, Wei Xiaowen had also chosen to enter closed-door cultivation in that same spiritual land to attempt breaking through to Foundation establishment. Now, after 3 full years, Wei Xiaowen had succeeded in his cultivation and smoothly broken through. Finishing the message, Wei Tu flicked his sleeve, opened the door of his cultivation chamber, and stepped out. Senior Wei. 2 Mei clan cultivators who were stationed outside to guard the door bowed with respect when they saw Wei Tu exit his closed-door cultivation. Times had changed. Things were no longer like they were decades ago. Back then, when Wei Xiaowen had married Mei Zhen and become a son-in-law of the Mei clan, he was constantly humiliated by the Mei clan's direct descendants. There was no end to the slights. But now, everything had changed. The Wei clan now boasted 3 foundation establishment cultivators under one roof. Their reputation was so grand, it didn't pale in comparison to the Mei clan even in its most glorious days. 3 years ago, when Wei Tu came to reside at the Mei clan head Mei Yuanfeng had treated him with such deference it was almost comical, more like a supplicant than a fellow-in-law. Seeing all this, Wei Tu merely nodded slightly and stepped onto a ray of flying light, heading toward the Mei clan's ancestral hall. My good in-law, Mei Yuanfeng hurried out to greet him the moment Wei Tu landed outside the hall. Now that Xiaowen has successfully reached foundation establishment, both your son and daughter have become foundation establishment cultivators. Such a scene is rare, even among golden core clans and great sects. With a bright smile, Mei Yuanfeng led Wei Tu to sit inside the hall, personally pouring him a cup of spiritual tea. It's all just good luck. When I heard about Yinner's breakthrough after returning from the secret realm, I was just as stunned. I didn't believe it at first. Wei Tu waved it off with modesty. 3 foundation establishments in one family. It might be uncommon in Zheng Kingdom's cultivation world, but it wasn't unheard of either. There were quite a few cases if you counted carefully. For example, Huang Changshun of the Hashan Huang clan. He and his 2 daughters were also considered a family of 3 foundation establishment cultivators. After all, for powerful clans or sects, foundation establishment pills weren't exactly rare or hard to obtain. Yinner might have been lucky, sure, but for you and Xiaowen to both reach foundation establishment, that's not just luck. A glimmer of envy flickered in Mei Yuanfeng's eyes as he sighed emotionally. His words weren't suggesting that Wei Tu and Wei Xiaowen had relied on some kind of mysterious fortune to achieve foundation establishment. Rather, it was an acknowledgement of Wei Tu's strength. Of the 3 foundation establishment cultivators in the Wei family, aside from Wei Yin, whose breakthrough involved some luck, both Wei Tu and Wei Xiaowen had clear paths leading up to their breakthroughs. Wei Tu reached foundation establishment thanks to his investment in Ko Hongying, that foundation establishment cultivator from the sect, and the returns that brought. Wei Xiaowen, on the other hand, broke through because of the benefits his father Wei Tu had gained from the Cloud Zhe secret realm. These 2 reasons, even if others wanted to be envious, they'd have no grounds to be. The 2 chatted idly for a while. A short while later, Wei Xiaowen and Mei Zhen walked in through the main hall doors. Both bowed to Wei Tu and Mei Yuanfeng, then stood respectfully in the hall. There's something I'd like to ask Father to approve. After standing quietly for a moment, Wei Xiaowen hesitated, then finally plucked up his courage and looked at Wei Tu, voicing his request. From the moment Wei Xiaowen entered, Wei Tu had already sensed he had something on his mind, so he wasn't surprised in the slightest by this development. My breakthrough to foundation establishment may have relied on the foundation establishment pill you gave me, Father, but over these past years, the Mei clan has also supported my cultivation heavily. That's why I've decided I'm willing to remain here in the Mei clan to protect them. Please forgive your unfilial son. Wei Xiaowen gritted his teeth as he said this. After all, Wei Tu only had one son, him. Back when he was still at Qi refinement stage, the path of cultivation was rough, and it was understandable that he chose to marry into the Xia Mei clan. But now, Wei Tu had gained quite a reputation in Zheng Kingdom's cultivation world. How could he still allow his only son to remain as a live-in son-in-law of the Mei clan? It wasn't that his father was ungrateful. Rather, the Mei clan's kindness could easily be repaid with spirit stones. There was no need for him to remain their son-in-law forever. This matter, I agree. Wei Tu's answer came quickly, unexpectedly catching both Wei Xiaowen and the Mei clan cultivators off guard. He didn't hesitate, and what he said didn't match what they had imagined at all. You agree? Mei Yuanfeng was surprised. If he were in Wei Tu's shoes, he definitely wouldn't have let his only son stay on as a son-in-law. Back then, when you married Mei Zhen of the Mei clan, I thought you were just seizing a chance to turn your life around. Now it seems I was wrong. Wei Tu slowly shook his head. People change and grow. Decades ago, when Wei Xiaowen had married Mei Zhen, he had believed his son's motives weren't pure. But because Wei Xuan was his son, and the marriage was beneficial to his cultivation path, Wei Tu hadn't said much. He had only warned him with a single line. Life isn't a gamble. Once might be acceptable, but never twice. Time flew by. 70 or 80 years had passed. Now, Wei Xuan had learned what it meant to take responsibility. He was willing to bear the consequences of the impulsive decision he had made all those years ago. That's why, after reaching foundation establishment today, he had the courage to admit his choice to stay and protect the Mei clan. To Wei Tu, this was something to celebrate. At least his son wasn't like Li Xingye in the past, someone who refused to take responsibility and ultimately brought disaster to his entire clan. After all, being a son-in-law was not a favorable title for a foundation establishment cultivator. It invited mockery from fellow cultivators. I helped you because you are your mother's son and mine. That's all. Wei Tu spoke again. To him, helping his child because he expected something in return wasn't real family love. That would make the relationship one of investor and recipient. And based on that understanding, Wei Tu chose to respect Wei Xuan's decision. Just like he had respected Wei Xuan's choice to marry into the Mei clan for the sake of cultivation all those years ago. The motives could be impure, but one's actions must never be base or disgraceful. Thank you for understanding, Father. Tears filled Wei Xuan's eyes as he knelt down, bowing deeply to Wei Tu. He knew how incredibly fortunate he was to have Wei Tu as a father. At the start of his cultivation journey, his father had helped him avoid ending up like Fu Lin. After helping him reach foundation establishment, he didn't interfere with his life. Instead, he respected his decisions. Father, your daughter-in-law, before long, will try for a child. The first one will carry the Wei surname. The second can take the Mei name. Seeing Wei Xuan kneel down, Mei Jin also followed suit, kneeling beside him and making a solemn promise. She knew that Wei Xuan had held a grudge for many years because she had refused to bear children. Back when Wei Xuan's mother passed away, her greatest wish had been to see her son's children and live to see 3 generations under one roof. You two can decide that yourselves. I won't interfere. Wei Tu shook his head. He helped Wei Xuan because he was his son. That connection was enough. But when it came to the descendants of the Wei clan, he no longer had the energy or obligation to help them, since he didn't plan to help his future descendants. Then whether they carried the Wei surname or not had nothing to do with him. After all, he wasn't an ordinary man. He was someone with a lifespan reaching several centuries, a long-lived cultivator. A late-stage foundation establishment cultivator could casually cast a spell with power equivalent to a second-rank lower-grade talisman. So, second-rank lower-grade talismans weren't in high demand among cultivators at the foundation establishment realm. Compared to actual spellcasting, their only real advantage was being instantly activated. Hearing this, Wei Tu didn't feel particularly disappointed. He was already a second-rank mid-grade talisman master, and most of the talismans he crafted were mid-grade. He had no concern over selling off lower-grade talismans anyway. Besides talismans, Wei Tu continued, I also have a few magical tools I came across in the clouds, a secret realm. I wonder if the Jiuyun Merchant Guild would be willing to purchase them. Having finished discussing talisman business, Wei Tu smoothly shifted the topic to the ill-gotten goods in his possession. He had 2 reasons for coming to the Jiuyun Merchant Guild this time. First, to gain entry to the underground auction, buy treasures, and increase his own strength. Second, to offload the loot he had obtained through killing and taking treasure during the Clouds, a secret realm expedition. Back then, when Chai Ping invited him to attend the underground auction, she had mentioned that some items sold there didn't exactly have clean origins. Magical tools found in the secret realm? Manager Fan raised her eyebrows slightly upon hearing that. As a seasoned figure in the trade, how could she not understand the deeper implication behind Wei Tu's words? So, it's as expected. Wei Tu surviving the cloud, a secret realm, wasn't all just luck, she thought silently. The Jiuyun Merchant Guild has its own special channels for handling magical tools. Even if the item came from the 3 great sects, we're able to take them all, though the price will be lower, she said cautiously. She wasn't lying. Magical tools originating from within the three great sects were marked differently than those sold openly in regular markets. They bore special insignias that required either a weapon crafting master or a golden core cultivator to erase before resale. Because of that, tools taken from the three major sects always fetched lower prices. Fair enough. Wei Tu nodded and took out the magical tools he had seized from the two cultivators of Green Bamboo Mountain. There were 7 tools in total, 5 of second-rank mid-grade, and 2 of second-rank lower grade. As for the magical tools he had taken from Si Qing, Wei Tu didn't plan to sell them. He intended to keep them for himself. Every single tool he'd taken from Si Qing was top tier. The tortoise-shell shield and the blood-color short sword were both second-rank high-grade magical tools, with impressive power. More importantly, he worried that Si Qing's items might also carry the unique insignias of the Heavenly Maiden sect. If sold, they might attract unwanted attention or even bring serious trouble. After all, while killing inside the Cloud's secret realm was permitted by all factions, openly selling magical tools marked by the Heavenly Maiden sect could pose a greater risk. On the other hand, the magical tools from the Green Bamboo Mountain cultivators had already been accounted for publicly when they exited the secret realm. There was a trail for those. A short while later, the transaction was complete. Wei Tu's storage pouch now held 3,800 spirit stones. After leaving the market town, Wei Tu returned to the Xia Yimei clan's estate at Mist Cliff, awaiting the upcoming underground auction next year. However, a single letter completely disrupted his mental state. The letter. It was the second one he had received from Fu Lin, following the previous warning about the demonic invasion. The Supreme Elder of the Jing Kingdom's Beastmaster sect, a powerful nascent soul cultivator named Hu Yanpeng, has fallen in battle. Both the Beastmaster sect and Sky Dome City plan to withdraw and take refuge in the Zheng Kingdom. Soon, the Zheng Kingdom will become the next Jing Kingdom. Just a few short lines sent Wei Tu's thoughts into chaos. The Jing Kingdom wasn't like the Zheng Kingdom. It only had 2 major sects, the Beastmaster sect and Sky Dome City. Yet in terms of strength, those 2 sects together were slightly more powerful than the Zheng Kingdom's 3 great sects. Now, with the Beastmaster sect and Sky Dome City defeated and preparing to retreat to the Zheng Kingdom, what this meant, Wei Tu understood all too well. Originally, the Jing Kingdom was the main battlefield of the demonic invasion. But now, with the retreat of both the Beastmaster sect and Sky Dome City, it was only a matter of time before the Zheng Kingdom became the next major war zone. And once the Zheng Kingdom became the main battlefield, the intensity of war there would be on a whole different level than anything it had faced before. I must leave the Zheng Kingdom before it's completely swallowed by the war and head to one of the safer kingdoms in the rear. Wei Tu made up his mind, but he knew very well this was going to be hard. After all, even before the situation turned critical, the 3 great sects had already shut down all external routes out of the Zheng Kingdom. Now, with the news that the Jing Kingdom front had fallen and that the Zheng Kingdom would become the next battleground, the 3 great sects would only tighten their control of every checkpoint and strictly prevent cultivators from fleeing. Wanling cult. Wei Tu muttered softly, his gaze falling on a black rib-shaped symbol on the letter. That black rib was none other than the symbol of the Wanling cult, one of the 5 demonic sections. In the cultivation world of Great Song, it was an infamous and feared mark. At this moment, Fu Lin using letterhead stamped with a Wanling cult symbol was a clear message. It meant that Fu Lin was now a disciple of the Wanling cult. If escaping through the gates controlled by the 3 great sects is impossible, then what if I detour through territory occupied by the demonic sects? Wei Tu began to evaluate the feasibility of this plan. After all, he already had the demonic Soul Foundation establishment method in his hands. If he disguised himself as a demonic cultivator, escaping the Zheng Kingdom wasn't entirely impossible. Not so fast. Wei Tu shook his head and suppressed the wild thought for now. Just because the righteous sect's exits were hard to pass didn't mean the demon-occupied regions would be easy to move through. If he truly entered demonic territory, there would be no safety net, no one he could rely on. I'll wait for Fu Lin's next letter. Wei Tu made up his mind. In the letter, Fu Lin had mentioned he would write again or possibly meet with them within 3 years. 1 year later, Wei Tu emerged from seclusion and followed the directions on his invitation to attend the next underground auction. This time, the auction wasn't held near Songlong Mountain, but near Xiaoyao Mountain instead. Xiaoyao Mountain was a branch range of the Demon Wolf Mountains. Back before he had formed his foundation, the manager Shun from the Baibao Pavilion at Danqiu Mountain had tried to lure him to Xiaoyao Mountain to act as a decoy for a group of robbers, hoping to kill him and steal his possessions. But Wei Tu had seen through the ploy in advance and rejected the invitation. Now, thinking back on it, he recalled Manager Shun's face clearly. If the opportunity ever came up, he planned to settle that old score. Same as before. After arriving near Xiaoyao Mountain, Wei Tu didn't rush in to join the underground auction. Instead, he planned to wait until the last few days before entering. 2 days later, he spotted a few familiar faces who were also here for the underground auction. Cultivators from the Shuyun Alliance. Cultivators from the Hengshan Huang clan. Cultivators from the Chiyue Zhao clan. Cultivators from the Xiefeng Zheng clan. All of them had sent people to attend this time. Pill Master Shu didn't even bother to disguise himself. Is he really that confident? When Wei Tu saw Pill Master Shu openly striding past him, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. As a second-rank talisman master, he himself had always been cautious, afraid someone might covet his wealth and ambush him. But Pill Master Shu was a full-fledged second-rank alchemist, someone far richer than he was. And yet, he seemed completely unbothered. I'll have to be careful around him. Wei Tu silently added a note of caution about Pill Master Shu in his heart. Half a day later, Wei Tu finally saw Ko Hongying again. After exchanging divine sense messages with her, he intentionally delayed his entrance by a day before stepping into the underground auction venue. This time, the layout of the underground auction was quite different from the previous one held near Songlong Mountain. It was clearly on a higher level. At the end of the tunnel inside the hollowed-out space underground, it wasn't the main venue of the auction that greeted them, but rather a stone gate. When the guards pushed open the gate, what was revealed behind it was actually a third-rank teleportation array. The structure of this array was different from those Wei Tu had seen in the teleportation halls of Secret Realms. This one was a dark black platform, with a bluish-green light curtain hovering above it. Within the flickering light, one could vaguely make out glimpses of another distant space. The Jiuyun Merchant Guild actually has a third-rank array master. No wonder last time, when old Freak Jia caused such a stir at the auction, the Jiuyun Merchant Guild was able to kick him out without facing any resistance. Wei Tu thought to himself. He figured, this time, the guild's deployment of a third-rank teleportation array for the underground auction was meant primarily as a deterrent. A clear signal to all the Rogue Foundation establishment cultivators that the Jiuyun Merchant Guild had the backing of a golden core cultivator. After all, in the current state of the Zheng Kingdom's cultivation world, rogue cultivators had become increasingly bold and unpredictable. In the cultivation world, the hierarchy of individual status within the same cultivation realm generally ranks sect cultivators the highest, followed by family cultivators, and, at the bottom, rogue cultivators with no background. However, times had changed. Being a rogue now meant being unburdened. No attachments, no responsibilities. One person fed, the whole clan full. Once order broke down, it was these rogue cultivators who often became the root cause of chaos. They didn't dare oppose the sects openly, but killing sect disciples or family cultivators in secret. That they certainly had the guts to do. When Wei Tu stepped out of the teleportation array, a middle-aged scholar standing nearby immediately approached him and greeted him politely. Daoist friend Hong, it's an honor for our Jiuyun Merchant Guild to have you attend this underground auction. Wei Tu responded with the same polite tone. You're too kind. Hong won. That was the alias Wei Tu had adopted for this auction. He wasn't trying to fool the Jiuyun Merchant Guild, just the other cultivators who were attending the auction. The middle-aged scholar's smile faded slightly, and he waved a hand behind him. A beautiful young female cultivator in the Qi refinement stage stepped forward. Miss Qi, this is Senior Hong. You'll be attending to him during the auction. Be sure not to offend him. If you do, your Qi clan. The scholar's tone grew cold at the end, clearly issuing a veiled threat. Qi clan. Wei Tu raised an eyebrow and casually asked, would that be the Xianhou Qi clan? For rogue cultivators, managing to support themselves was already hard enough. If this Miss Qi were a rogue cultivator, the scholar wouldn't be threatening her using the clan name. He'd simply threaten her directly. But within the Zheng Kingdom, among all the Foundation establishment families bearing the surname Qi, only the Xianhou Qi clan matched the description. Unlike the Hongshan Huang clan, who named themselves after a mountain, the term Xianhou referred not to a location, but to the second stage late phase Xian Frost Monkey the clan had raised for generations. The Xian Frost Monkey was a powerful spiritual beast with a nearly 1,000-year lifespan. It was the Qi clan's guardian beast. Daoist friend Hong's eyes are sharp indeed. Miss Qi is indeed from the Xianhou Qi clan. And what's more, she is the youngest daughter of the current clan leader. Only a few years back, the Qi clan's Xian Frost Monkey and its Foundation establishment cultivators all perished on the righteous versus demonic battlefield. As he spoke, the middle-aged scholar let a faint smile rise on his lips. Clearly, he was subtly reminding Wei Tu that this Miss Qi once had high status and was a premium selection. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu's face revealed a look of realization. In these past years of warfare between righteous and demonic forces, clans like the Xianhou Qi clan, who had fallen due to the deaths of their Foundation establishment cultivators, were far from rare. Without the protection of a Foundation establishment cultivator, many family cultivators now lived even more pitiful lives than rogue cultivators of the same realm. Feigning indifference, Wei Tu casually reached out and wrapped his arm around the slender waist of the beautiful young cultivator, then guided her over to a purple sandalwood seat in the corner. Just earlier, during his chat with the scholar, Wei Tu had already noticed that most male cultivators in a room had a beautiful female cultivator like Miss Qi seated by their side. If he tried to play the upright gentleman now and rejected the companionship of this Qi refinement female cultivator, it would only make him stand out even more in this underground auction. Besides, though Wei Tu hadn't been one to frequent brothels in his mortal days like his second brother Wei Fei, as a military officer, he had attended similar gatherings more than a few times. This kind of scene didn't throw him off. This humble woman is Qi Feng. Qi Feng's body stiffened slightly as she slowly settled herself on Wei Tu's lap. After hesitating for a moment, she softly parted her lips and stated her name. Though being forced to serve someone like this was a deep humiliation for her, she knew that if she played her cards right, this might be her chance to rise again. With that thought, a faint flush rose to her cheeks. Recalling some explicit postures from an old secret manual, she gently guided Wei Tu's hand into her clothes. A soft, full warmth filled his palm. Wei Tu, who was scanning the surrounding cultivators, froze slightly. Reflexively, he gave a couple of light squeezes. A moment later, realizing what he had just done, Wei Tu's expression stiffened. He looked toward where Ko Hongying was seated, casting a few quick glances her way. Seeing that she hadn't noticed anything, he let out a silent sigh of relief. To behave like this in front of his niece was still a bit embarrassing. If Ko Hongying hadn't been present, though, this little thing would have been nothing worth mentioning. Luckily, at that very moment, the appearance of Chai Ping on the auction platform caught everyone's attention, pulling the focus of all the cultivators in the hall and easing Wei Tu's awkwardness. Sensing that Wei Tu's hand, which had been a bit cold, had quickly withdrawn from her clothes, Qi Feng, who was still trying to please him, suddenly grew uneasy. She couldn't tell why Wei Tu had such a strong reaction. Could it be that this Senior Hong doesn't like women? Qi Feng grew anxious. For her, this underground auction was the only opportunity to come into contact with unfamiliar Foundation establishment cultivators. If she missed this chance, any hope of rising back up in status would be slim. As for Qi Feng's concerns, Wei Tu paid no mind. At this moment, his gaze, just like everyone else's, was fixed on the items being displayed on the auction stage. Chai Ping was poised and graceful. With just a few simple words, she stirred the mood in the venue and quickly sold the first auction item at a high price. Every item that followed was alluring. But Wei Tu was no longer who he used to be. Common spiritual items hardly interested him anymore. After all, his foundation establishment combat system was already well formed. He didn't need to seek extra tools or methods. Each item was hotly contested by the cultivators in the audience. The next item up for auction is a treasure from heaven and earth that enhances body cultivation, earth dragon flesh. This item is a specialty spiritual material from the Dragon Bone Forest in the Cloud Zay secret realm. It greatly boosts a cultivator's blood and vitality. As Chai Ping lifted the red cloth, she revealed a jade box filled with chunks of blood-colored meat. The moment her voice fell, Wei Tu's eyes lit up. He immediately raised his sign, entering into fierce bidding with the other cultivators over this rare treasure from the Cloud Zay secret realm. Originally, he came to the underground auction hoping to find other rare body-cultivating treasures. But he hadn't expected that this time, the auction would actually feature earth dragon flesh, a resource he had previously consumed. Taking it again wouldn't be as effective, of course, but he figured it would still be enough to push his body cultivation to the second stage mid-phase. The bidding for this box of earth dragon flesh escalated quickly, soon reaching 1,600 spirit stones. 2,100 spirit stones. Wei Tu gritted his teeth and raised the bid by 500 spirit stones in one go, showing that he was absolutely determined to win it. A single box of earth dragon flesh had limited potency. He didn't believe that the cultivators competing with him had also reached the bottleneck in their physical cultivation like he had. Most of the competitors were powerful foundation establishment cultivators. Their interest in the earth dragon flesh was likely due to their preparations for breaking through to the golden core stage. If one's blood vitality was insufficient or failing during the golden core formation process, taking earth dragon flesh could help alleviate the issue. However, treasures that replenished vitality weren't limited to earth dragon flesh. There were substitutes. So when those cultivators saw Wei Tu raise the bid so aggressively, after some hesitation, they chose to put down their signs and stay silent. Congratulations to this Taoist friend for winning the earth dragon flesh. Chai Ping smiled and brought the gavel down. The final price of this earth dragon flesh had far exceeded her expectations. As for Wei Tu, he didn't mind at all. As a second-ranked mid-grade talisman master, he had plenty of ways to make money. A few hundred spirit stones weren't enough to make him feel any regret. It was still within a range he could afford. Using spirit stones to exchange for a real increase in strength. To him, that was well worth it. After that, Chai Ping brought out several other rare auction items from her storage pouch. However, none of them caught Wei Tu's eye. He gave them only a brief glance, then withdrew his gaze, waiting patiently for the final highlight of the underground auction. Half a day later, all the listed items had been sold. None were left unsold. The highlight item was about to appear. Surely all the Taoist friends here have noticed that the quality of the items at this auction far exceeds those of the previous event. Some items that would have been considered the grand finale in earlier auctions have now become just regular auction lots. Chai Ping smiled slightly. Hearing this, the cultivators in the hall silently nodded in agreement with her words. Judging by what they'd seen, the quality of this underground auction was indeed a notch higher than those in previous years. The 200 spirit stones they spent on invitation tickets felt worth it. I won't keep you in suspense any longer. The first highlight of this auction is a damaged magical treasure once belonging to true Lord Cold Wind of the Blood God cult, the Blood Slaughter Banner. This banner was damaged by true Lord Crescent Moon and is now a broken magical treasure. But as you all surely know, even a broken magical treasure is far more powerful than talisman treasures and the like. Some golden core cultivators might not gather enough spiritual materials in their entire lives to forge even one magical treasure. As Chai Ping explained, An elderly man with snow-white hair stepped onto the platform, holding a dark lacquered tray. His expression was wary as he glanced at the red cloth covering the item. When the cloth was lifted, a wave of blood-soaked, murderous energy swept through the entire hall. All the Foundation establishment cultivators fell silent. A few whose mental state wasn't strong enough had a faint red glint in their eyes, their spiritual power fluctuating wildly. That included Chief Feng in Wei Tu's arms. Wei Tu pondered briefly, then pressed his palm against her smooth back, helping her withstand the pressure from the golden core-level magical treasure. A moment later, the red tint in Chi Feng's eyes faded. She took a few short breaths, gently pressing a pale hand to her still-rising chest to steady her breathing before returning to normal. "Thank you, Senior Hong," Chi Feng said, her cheeks slightly flushed with gratitude. Just now, she had noticed that many Foundation establishment cultivators in the hall ignored the female attendants in their arms, letting them suffer injuries from the oppressive aura of the blood-butchering banner. Cultivators like Wei Tu, who showed such thoughtful consideration, were extremely rare. Maybe a bold thought surfaced in Chi Feng's heart. However, before she could put this idea into action, the cold indifference on Wei Tu's face immediately made her withdraw and feel uneasy. Right now, Wei Tu's attention, like that of the others present, was entirely focused on the blood-butchering banner resting on the silver-haired elder's tray. My demonic Buddha bell is also a damaged magical artifact. I wonder which of the two is stronger. Wei Tu silently compared the two. He quickly came to a conclusion. In terms of raw power, the two damaged artifacts were evenly matched. Both served as trump cards for Foundation establishment cultivators. But when it came to control, the demonic Buddha bell was far less ferocious than the blood-butchering banner and was therefore much easier to refine. It's possible the demonic Buddha bell was intentionally downgraded by the Heavenly Maiden sect, weakened, and passed to Si Qing to use as a hidden card in the secret realm, Wei Tu speculated. The blood-butchering banner had originally belonged to True Lord Keiyue of Mirror Water Pavilion, taken from True Lord Lingfeng after killing him. One was intentionally degraded. The other was forcibly reduced in rank. Naturally, the former was easier to refine, while the latter remained dangerous and difficult to control. Each time I use the demonic Buddha bell, it drains more than half of my spiritual power. The blood-butchering banner, it'll probably consume even more, Wei Tu thought to himself. To him, the blood-butchering banner was a chicken rib kind of item, too costly to use effectively. To wield it in battle would require spiritual power on par with a peak Foundation establishment cultivator. Yet such cultivators rarely encountered enemies they couldn't handle. Their focus was already shifting to forming a golden core, not bolstering combat techniques at the Foundation stage. The cost of a damaged magical artifact alone was enough to discourage most Foundation establishment cultivators. If you truly faced an unbeatable enemy, relying on a single blood-butchering banner wouldn't be enough to reverse your fate. That was precisely why True Lord Keiyue had sold it to the Jiuyun Merchant Guild and placed it in a private underground auction. For a cultivator of that level, valuable items would first be offered internally among fellow sect members. Only afterward would they be sold publicly. As Wei Tu had predicted, the blood-butchering banner, despite being the final auction item, failed to stir any bidding frenzy among the cultivators present. When the opening price of 12,000 spirit stones was announced, not a single Foundation establishment cultivator followed up. All chose silence. Yet Chai Ping seemed unsurprised by this outcome. She didn't show the slightest disappointment, still smiling graciously. The Jiuyun Merchant Guild had already made a guaranteed profit from acquiring the damaged artifact. After all, it had been exchanged for a favor from True Lord Keiyue. Once the news of today's auction spread, every cultivator in Zheng Kingdom's immortal world would recognize that the Jiuyun Merchant Guild had the power to handle golden core-level business. That recognition alone was worth more than any treasure. Unfortunately, the blood-butchering banner has become the first item in this auction to go unsold, Chai Ping said with a touch of regret. Then she clapped lightly, signaling the silver-haired elder to remove the blood-butchering banner from the auction stage. Immediately afterward, Chai Ping announced the second highlight item. The second feature treasure was a top-grade second-tier magical weapon, the Swarming Cloud Sword set. Although it didn't match the blood-butchering banner in sheer destructive force, it had the advantage of being far more manageable in terms of spiritual power consumption, staying within normal limits for a magical weapon. This meant cultivators could use it as a regular combat tool. The third highlight item was the monster core of a third-tier demonic beast, a Thunderhorn Tiger. The moment Chai Ping uttered the words third-tier monster core, every cultivator in the hall turned their attention to her. Some senior Foundation establishment cultivators even looked like they could hardly wait, wanting her to skip the formal introduction and jump straight to the bidding. No one was surprised by this reaction. It was common knowledge that the mortal shedding pill could improve a cultivator's chances of forming a golden core. It was essentially the Foundation establishment pill of the Foundation establishment stage, an item many dreamed of obtaining. And the Azure Flame pill, refined from a third-tier monster core, was considered the best substitute for the mortal shedding pill. Although the Azure Flame pill only offered half the effectiveness of a mortal shedding pill and wasn't exactly cheap, it had one clear advantage: accessibility. All you needed was a third-tier monster core and some spirit herbs to refine it. After a short while, Chai Ping finished explaining the uses of the third-tier monster core and announced a starting price of 5,000 spirit stones. 11,000 spirit stones. From the crowd, Alchemist Shu's voice rang out, immediately raising the bid by 6,000. No one was surprised by the offer. Alchemist Shu was elderly and desperately needed a breakthrough to the Golden Core realm to extend his lifespan. This third-tier monster core was his lifeline. There was no way he'd let it go lightly. Within the time it took to finish a cup of tea, the price of the third-tier monster core had already climbed to 19,000 spirit stones. "I'm getting old," Alchemist Shu said with a sigh, not placing another bid. "I don't have many years left. Fellow Taoists, please go easy on me just this once. Consider it a favor I'll owe each of you." Normally, if any cultivator said such a thing, they'd be ridiculed. After all, opportunities to form a golden core don't come by often. Miss it once, and it might never come again. But Alchemist Shu was different. As a second-tier high-grade alchemist, he held considerable reputation among rogue cultivators. Many had benefited from his alchemy over the years. An elderly alchemist, deeply respected and esteemed, now pleading with everyone for a chance to walk his Tao. His words, while not exactly reasonable, still stirred sympathy. Some cultivators who heard it felt no displeasure at all. On the contrary, a hint of compassion welled up in their hearts. 19,000 spirit stones. That price was already within the normal range for a third-tier monster core. Because of that, the Jiuyun Merchant Guild did not stop Alchemist Shu's behavior. Cultivation wasn't just about fighting and killing. It also involved human sentiment and social ties. Even the Jiuyun Merchant Guild dared not look down on the network of a second-tier high-grade alchemist. With those words, 2 or 3 Foundation establishment cultivators who had been bidding against him dropped out, leaving only a dark-skinned elder whose face was hidden and a middle-aged female cultivator in red robes still competing. "If fellow Taoist Shu lacks spirit stones, my Huang clan is willing to lend you some," said Huang Changshan, seated next to Alchemist Shu, seizing the opportunity. He saw this as a perfect chance to win Alchemist Shu's favor. And if Alchemist Shu managed to refine the Azure Flame pill from the monster core, there was a chance the Hashan Huang clan might get a share of the rewards. If the alchemy succeeded, there might even be more than one pill produced. "Many thanks, clan leader." Alchemist Shu nodded gratefully and accepted a spirit stone pouch from Huang Changshan. Then came another round of bidding. In the end, Alchemist Shu successfully won the third-tier Thunderhorn Tiger's monster core. With the auction over, the event shifted into the free trade portion, where cultivators could conduct personal transactions. After Alchemist Shu and the others finished trading, Wei Tu stepped onto the auction platform and declared his intention to buy body-tempering elixirs. Body-tempering elixirs. Many cultivators below the stage shook their heads secretly, thinking Wei Tu was being unrealistic. If those elixirs were easy to obtain, who among them wouldn't want to learn some physical cultivation techniques to increase survivability and raise their chances of forming a golden core? Since ancient times, cultivators who succeeded in body refinement either had deep fortune and access to rare tempering elixirs or were heaven-defying talents whose day of training outpaced others' months and years. Body tempering elixirs. I don't have any. To Wei Tu's surprise, it was alchemist Shu who responded. He was sitting below the stage, still wearing a faint smile after winning the third-tier monster core. His demeanor was clearly more uplifted than before. But I did hear a rumor once, he said through voice transmission to Wei Tuesday 10,000 years ago, in the territory of Zheng Kingdom, there was once a sect called the Hongri sect. They had many body cultivators. Although they never produced a nascent soul stage physical cultivator like Desolate Mountain sect, they still managed to cultivate quite a few golden core body refiners. Within the sect, there might be legacy techniques that accelerate physical cultivation. You could follow that lead and look into it. Maybe you'll find something. Alchemist Shu had no idea that the fellow Taoist Hong before him was actually Wei Tu, someone with whom he'd once had a grudge. Now that his own path looked promising, his mood was good. He simply wanted to help out a younger cultivator. To him, sharing an old rumor wasn't a big deal at all. Hongri sect. Wei Tu raised an eyebrow, surprised to hear those 3 words again after so many years. Back when he was still in the Qi refinement realm, he'd obtained the One Qi pouch crafting method from Wei Fei, which had also originated from Hongri sect. That's right. Wei Tu's eyes lit up. The One Qi pouch is a flesh-type artifact. If Hongri sect could develop such items, then their cultivation methods might really include physical refinement techniques. He had been cultivating his body using crude methods all along. His current early second-tier level in physical cultivation was mostly brute force through treasures like earth dragon flesh. A proper body cultivation sect would be completely different. They would have specialized techniques for each stage, greatly reducing the time stuck at bottlenecks. Thank you, Senior Shu. I'll remember this kindness. If I ever get the chance, I'll surely repay it. Wei Tu said sincerely, gathering his thoughts and bowing in gratitude. He truly hadn't expected Alchemist Shu to offer him such helpful information. But after a moment's thought, it made sense. Alchemist Shu wasn't necessarily a vile man. Otherwise, he wouldn't have earned such a strong reputation among rogue cultivators. Wei Tu realized his view of Alchemist Shu as a villain stemmed from differing stances and long-held biases. Still, when it comes to the Huang clan, both Alchemist Shu and Yang Xiang's motives can't be that simple. There's no way they go to Yuna Mountain just to be honorary elders. Wei Tu's eyes narrowed. No need to be so formal. Alchemist Shu replied with a warm smile, stroking his beard. His eyes rested kindly on Wei Tu, who had shown such gratitude. After stepping down from the platform, Wei Tu returned to his seat and gently pulled Qi Feng back into his arms. Senior Hong. Actually, when it comes to body tempering elixirs, my Qi family also has, Qi Feng suddenly said from his embrace. Qi family also has some. Hearing those words, Wei Tu's first reaction was disbelief. Body tempering elixirs weren't the kind of thing you could easily come by. With the strength of the Xianhou Qi clan, it would be nearly impossible for them to obtain something like that. Qi Feng was likely just saying this to climb the social ladder and flatter him. Judging by how the Jiuyin Merchant Guild treated her, it was clear they held something over Qi Feng and the Qi clan. Compared to the Merchant Guild, he, a rogue foundation establishment cultivator, would definitely be easier to handle and manipulate. Still, Wei Tu didn't dismiss the possibility entirely. There was always a chance Qi Feng really did have access to a body-tempering elixir. Prejudice was like a mountain, hard to overcome. Who knew? Maybe she actually did have something valuable. What body-tempering elixir is it? Just tell me plainly. If it's worth something, I could consider helping you with the troubles involving your clan and yourself. Wei Tu replied through voice transmission. Hearing this, Qi Feng was delighted. She quickly said, Senior Hong, The body-tempering elixir that the Qi clan has is called cold crystal flower. This spirit herb used to grow alongside our ancestral spirit beast, the frost veil monkey. Later, the Xian frost monkey was subdued by one of my clan's ancestors, and the cold crystal flower fell into our possession along with it. But a trace of hesitation appeared on Qi Feng's face. But this cold crystal flower was harvested more than 400 years ago. Its medicinal power likely has faded a lot. Nothing in this world could escape the erosion of time. Under the weight of years, all things would wither and decay. Spirit herbs were no exception, unless preserved with some special method. Once enough time passed, their medicinal properties would begin to leak away and lose potency. The cold crystal flower from the Xianhou Qi clan had been stored for over 400 years. Wei Tu didn't even need to ask further to know. It had already lost most of its medicinal essence. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu didn't hide the disappointment on his face. He gave a short hum of contemplation and replied, "This cold crystal flower. I'll assess its value and give you appropriate compensation. You don't need to worry about that, Miss Qi." Right now, he couldn't afford to miss any chance, even if the opportunity was slim. Even if the cold crystal flower had lost much of its effectiveness, it was still likely more efficient than relying on years of hard cultivation. "Senior Hong, I don't want spirit stones. I just want to stay by your side, as your servant or maid," Qi Feng quickly said in a panicked tone. She clearly understood the difference between a single full meal and a lifetime of security. In the Qi clan and under the Jiuyun Merchant Guild, her future was uncertain. Right now, she was still serving a foundation establishment cultivator like him, but in a few years, she might be sold off to the Luanga Pavilion under the guild to entertain guests. This senior, Hong Wan, even if his skin was dark and his appearance plain, had enough cultivation to give her the protection she desperately needed in these chaotic times. A servant or a maid? Wei Tu's expression turned slightly cold, but he didn't reject her outright. Instead, he said seriously, "If this cold crystal flower can provide me with real value, then I don't mind helping you this time. But if it can't," he didn't finish the sentence, but his meaning was clear. Everything would depend on whether Qi Feng could offer something truly useful to him. The Xianhou Qi clan had existed for nearly 1,000 years as a foundation establishment family. The cold crystal flower might only be one piece of their heritage. There could be more treasures like it, and Qi Feng might just be holding back. Right now, he was offering her a way to safely turn those things into value. If she trusted him, he was willing to give her fair compensation and help solve her problems. Providing Qi Feng with a secure place to cultivate wasn't difficult for him at all. But if she didn't trust him or had nothing more to offer, then this deal would just be for that one cold crystal flower and nothing more. Qi Feng clearly picked up on the unspoken meaning behind Wei Tu's words. Her expression shifted repeatedly, and a hint of hesitation surfaced in her eyes. A full stick of incense passed, yet Qi Feng still couldn't make up her mind. She was afraid that after driving away the fierce tiger that was the Jiuyun Merchant Guild, she might fall into the hands of another predator, Wei Tu. But then, she remembered just how terrifying the Luanga Pavilion was. Steeling herself, Qi Feng suddenly said with determination, "Senior Hong, what I'm about to tell you may not help you form a golden core, but it can absolutely let you take another step forward in your cultivation. This item, it's tied to the very foundation of the Qi clan's legacy. If our old ancestor hadn't died, and if the clan hadn't declined to this point, I would never have revealed this to anyone. As for what I'm asking in return, it's not much. 1. I humbly ask that you take me in as a concubine. This is my first time serving anyone. I'm still clean. I won't shame you. 2. I beg that once you've obtained the item, you give me a single condensed foundation pill." As she reached this part, Qi Feng also tactfully voiced her request. Her demand was clearly higher than before. No longer a servant or maid, but a concubine with official status. "Of course, if Senior doesn't care for women, I won't pester you. I only wish to become your concubine because I want a peaceful environment to cultivate without interference." Qi Feng remembered Wei Tu's previous indifference and, after thinking for a moment, added this sentence. She understood that many male cultivators in the cultivation world pursued purity, aiming for immortality and rejecting romantic entanglements altogether. Taking a concubine to those types was a burdensome matter. Concubine. Wei Tu's expression turned contemplative upon hearing the word. He had to seriously consider what kind of consequences taking Qi Feng as a concubine might bring. After all, he wasn't some nameless rogue cultivator anymore. Even so, what Qi Feng said about the foundation of her clan's legacy was definitely stirring his curiosity. If that treasure was truly as useful as she claimed, capable of helping him push his cultivation forward, then giving her a condensed foundation pill and the title of concubine wasn't much at all. Qi Feng, having finished her bold proposal, quietly studied Wei Tu's face. She was afraid he'd accept too easily, but also terrified he'd reject her outright. Among all the foundation establishment rogue cultivators she'd come across, Wei Tu's character stood out. In her eyes, he wasn't bad at all, but one can know a person's face and not their heart. She couldn't tell if he was a true gentleman or a hidden villain. All she could do now was hope this gamble would turn out well. In that restless silence, Qi Feng anxiously awaited his reply. On the auction platform, several groups of cultivators had already taken their turns, but Wei Tu hadn't spoken. Her heart slowly sank. Did he reject me? A flash of disappointment welled up in her chest. But just as that thought surfaced, and she cautiously glanced up to see Wei Tu's expression, a single word entered her ears, rekindling her hope. All right, Wei Tu finally opened his mouth, perfectly seizing Qi Feng's vulnerability and hesitation. Compared to him, a seasoned cultivator in the world of cultivation, Qi Feng was far too naive. Her age didn't even come close to his. As long as your offer is worthwhile, then a concubine status and a condensed foundation pill are nothing to me, Wei Tu added, reassuring her. Half a day later, the underground auction ended and the guests dispersed. Wei Tu brought Qi Feng to the backstage area of the auction to finalize the spirit stone payments. Once the earth dragon flesh was secured, Wei Tu turned his gaze to manager Yao, the scholarly middle-aged man he had seen near the teleportation array earlier. During the auction, Miss Qi served me quite well, Wei Tu said as he wrapped his arm around Qi Feng's waist, wearing the expression of a man infatuated with beauty. Manager Yao, I wonder if I could take her back with me for a bit of enjoyment. Taking her with you isn't impossible, Manager Yao replied with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. But Miss Qi's status isn't low, so the price naturally won't be cheap. Manager Yao inwardly chuckled. Another one who couldn't control his lower half. This whole event with female attendants serving foundation establishment cultivators was part of a strategy. It wasn't just about boosting goodwill toward the Jiuyin Merchant Guild. It was also a chance to sell these women and make a fortune. After all, no amount of groping in the VIP seats could compare to the real thing back home. My purse is a bit tight, Wei Tu laughed casually. If your price is too high, I may have to pass and look elsewhere. Hearing this, Manager Yao nodded slightly and silently lowered the price he had in mind. May I ask, he said smoothly, does fellow Taoist Hong only want a night's pleasure, or are you planning to redeem her fully? To redeem her, Wei Tu replied flatly. And with that, the two of them began negotiating. 700 spirit stones. Not a single coin less, Manager Yao insisted. Miss Qi is still young and an excellent cauldron candidate. You'll definitely get your money's worth. Fine, Wei Tu said with a reluctant sigh, nodding in agreement. But just as it came time to hand over the spirit stone pouch, Wei Tu didn't immediately pass it to Manager Yao. Instead, he asked, Miss Qi is from a reputable clan, the Xinho Qi clan. How did she end up in the hands of the Jiuyin Merchant Guild? If I don't know the reason, then taking her away might mean taking on a major headache. Seeing this, Manager Yao didn't grow suspicious. He simply assumed that Wei Tu's impulsive phase had passed, and now he was in the cooling-off period. Cultivators in the cooling-off period tended to think more rationally. He smiled faintly and explained, the Xinho Qi clan once had substantial dealings with our Jiuyin Merchant Guild. They owed us quite a large debt. After the death of the clan's foundation establishment cultivator, we pressed them for repayment, and in response, they mortgaged Miss Chi and 3 other clan women to our guild. Manager Yao's tone was light and casual, as though he were talking about some everyday matter, nothing more than routine business. I see. Wei Tu nodded and didn't probe further into the details. Selling women to settle debts had existed since ancient times. It wasn't rare. Chi Feng was not the first. She wouldn't be the last either. All he needed to confirm was that her troubles were limited to the Jiu Yun Merchant Guild. There was no need to dig deeper. Most of the female attendants present today likely had similar stories to Chi Feng. It's just that they hadn't met someone like him, or, more accurately, didn't carry any other added value the foundation establishment cultivator might deem worthy. After paying the spirit stones, Wei Tu and Chi Feng left the auction hall one after the other. Once they had walked some distance, Wei Tu withdrew the hand he had placed on Chi Feng's slender waist. A flash of yellow light burst forth, and by the time Chi Feng realized what was happening, she was already standing atop Wei Tu's Huangyan boat. Before entering the underground auction, Wei Tu had arranged to meet Ko Hongying afterward at Changzhou City, near Xiaoyao Mountain. A quarter hour later, Wei Tu and Chi Feng landed and stepped into an inn within the city. What a stunning woman! Chi Feng, following half a step behind Wei Tu, was instantly struck by the sight of Ko Hongying sitting near the window the moment she stepped inside. Whether it was her temperament or her beauty, Ko Hongying far surpassed her in every aspect. Next to Ko Hongying, she felt dull and dim, as if all her light had been stolen. I can't sense her cultivation. Could she be a foundation establishment senior? Chi Feng wondered, thinking that the way she looked at Ko Hongying gained a subtle hint of awe. Uncle Wei, why did you bring this junior along? Ko Hongying slightly furrowed her willow-shaped brows, visibly puzzled. At the underground auction, she had seen Wei Tu with Chi Feng in his arms, but she hadn't thought much of it then, assuming he was merely playing along with the event's ambience. In a world of cultivation, such things were almost inevitable. What she hadn't expected was for Wei Tu to bring this female attendant with him even after leaving the auction. Uncle Wei even rejected Zhao Qingluo. For him to redeem this woman, there must be another reason. Ko Hongying mused inwardly. She had known Wei Tu for over 100 years and was well aware that he was a devoted cultivator who pursued the Tao with all his heart. There is no way he would redeem Chi Feng purely for lust. Hearing Ko Hongying's question, Wei Tu immediately laid bare the reason he had redeemed Chi Feng. For something that didn't touch upon golden core-level opportunities, he had no reason to keep it secret. I see. Ko Hongying let out a quiet sigh of relief, and her smile returned. Miss Chi. Ko Hongying greeted her gently. With her perception, she could tell that Chi Feng did have some potential. Even though she'd received the title of concubine and was promised a condensed foundation pill, in all likelihood, she wouldn't live to reach foundation establishment. She would most likely die still in the Qi refinement realm, becoming nothing more than a passing memory in Wei Tu's long cultivation journey. Senior Ko. Chi Feng lowered her head respectfully in reply. The Xianhou Qi clan isn't far from the Hongyan Mountain Marketplace. This time, I'll accompany Uncle Wei on this trip, Ko Hongying said, after accepting Chi Feng's respectful gesture, turning her gaze to Wei Tu as she spoke in a calm but firm tone. Unlike Wei Tu, who was a rogue foundation establishment cultivator, Ko Hongying was a foundation establishment cultivator from an immortal sect. Her presence would help avoid many unnecessary complications when visiting a minor local power. This time, Wei Tu and Chi Feng would be traveling to the Xianhou Qi clan to retrieve the cold crystal flower. With her joining them, everything would go much more smoothly. Thank you, Hongying. Wei Tu accepted her kindness and expressed his gratitude. This is a wood thunder talisman I've recently drawn. It's a second-tier high-grade talisman, Wei Tu said as he returned the favor, selling Ko Hongying 2 wood thunder talismans at a discounted price for use as life-saving items. After the transaction, Wei Tu took the opportunity to inform Ko Hongying of the contents of Fu Lin's second letter. Zheng Kingdom is about to become the main battlefield. Ko Hongying's expression turned noticeably grim upon hearing that. Although she was also part of one of the three great immortal sects, her status in Mirror Water Pavilion was that of an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator. Worse yet, due to sect politics, she had been forced to head to the front lines this time. Because of that, she had no idea about the news of Jing Kingdom's collapse. After Zheng Kingdom became the main battlefield, Ko Hongying was well aware that her chances of staying alive in Hongyan Mountain Marketplace would drop drastically. In the face of the upcoming intensity of war, hoping a lone Foundation establishment cultivator could remain untouched was unrealistic. Let's hope Master succeeds in forming a golden core soon. A trace of hope flickered in Ko Hongying's eyes. As long as Qin Jinren succeeded in reaching the golden core realm, the perilous situation she now faced would be quietly resolved. A golden core true lord, no matter how humble their background or how lacking in influence, would be considered high-ranking within Mirror Water Pavilion. They had the right to influence sect affairs. Qin Jinren, hearing this, Wei Tu also sighed softly, silently hoping for Qin Jinren's rise. In the muddy waters of Zheng Kingdom, if he could find shelter under a golden core cultivator, his safety would be greatly enhanced. His movements, too, would be far less restricted. After discussing official matters, Wei Tu led Qi Feng out of the room and into another private suite to rest. Just like before, after attending the underground auction, it was hard to say whether any rogue cultivators would lie in wait to rob travelers on their way out. Staying for a few days in Changzhou City would significantly reduce that risk. Inside the room, Qi Feng curled up in a corner, shivering slightly. From time to time, she peeked toward Wei Tu, who was washing up and changing in the inner room, her eyes filled with nervous anticipation. She knew well the difference between being a concubine in name only and having actually shared a bed. However, this was her first time facing something like this. She no longer had the courage she displayed at the auction. Now, she just waited quietly for Wei Tu to come to her, unable to muster the courage to go to him. Only a thin curtain separated the inner and outer chambers. So, for Qi Feng, who was sitting on a small stool in the outer room, it wasn't difficult to see what Wei Tu was doing inside. He's just changing clothes? After waiting a while and bracing herself mentally, Qi Feng saw that Wei Tu was simply changing into clean robes. Her anticipation quickly turned into disappointment. Maybe it's because Senior Ko is here, and he's trying to maintain his image, Qi Feng thought to herself. Earlier, she had already realized that Hongwen was merely an alias. She'd figured it out when she heard Ko Hongying call him Uncle Wei. Not bad looking at all. Just then, Wei Tu lifted the curtain and walked toward her. When Qi Feng saw his real appearance, a brief flash of joy surged in her chest. She almost let it show on her face. To be honest, Wei Tu's looks weren't exceptional among cultivators. He was pretty ordinary, even a bit unremarkable. But compared to the dark-skinned, rough-faced Hongwen, his true face was far more pleasing to the eye. So now that he appeared far better than she had expected, as someone who had already accepted the identity of concubine, how could she not feel pleasantly surprised? Miss Qi, let me introduce myself properly. Wei Tu came to stand beside her and gave her a full introduction, revealing his true identity. Making things clear was the foundation of building trust. If his identity remained uncertain, Qi Feng would never fully open up to him. The talented talisman master, who reached Foundation establishment before 100 years old, Qi Feng was visibly shocked. Back when the Xianhou Qi clan had yet to decline, she had already heard of Wei Tu's name from within her own family. A Foundation establishment cultivator under 100 years old. This was something typically only found in the three great immortal sects or among the 7 major golden core families. That alone made him someone all Foundation establishment families would know about, let alone the fact that he had later shown remarkable talent in the art of talismans, even making a name for himself at the Golden Moon Cliff Exchange Conference hosted by the Heshan Huang clan. The Xianhou Qi clan had once been friendly with a vassal clan of the Heshan Huang clan. It was through them she had heard about Wei Tu's rising fame in the world of talisman masters. Qi Feng thought for a moment and couldn't recall any negative rumors or scandals about Wei Tu in her memory. She understood clearly why Wei Tu chose to reveal his identity at this moment. So after hesitating briefly, she continued the part of the Qi clan's secret that she had left unsaid at the auction. At the auction, this one had already told Senior Hong, no, Senior Wei, that 5 years ago my father and great-grandfather were conscripted to the righteous demonic battlefield. Before leaving, my father told me that there was a secret treasure hidden in the clan's forbidden grounds. That treasure was the foundation of our Qi clan's rise. If he died in battle, I was to immediately enter the forbidden grounds and take it away. But my father miscalculated one thing. By the time I received news of his death, my second uncle had already taken over the clan's authority. I never got the chance to even approach the clan's forbidden area. Qi Feng's expression filled with sorrow. That's all you know. Wei Tu's tone turned cold. After all, back at the auction, Qi Feng had confidently assured him that the secret treasure of the Qi clan could help him improve his cultivation. And now, Qi Feng couldn't even say what that treasure was. Of course, Wei Tu didn't think she was lying. She probably just didn't know what the treasure actually did. Please don't be angry, Senior Wei. This junior truly doesn't know what the item is. My father didn't expect he would fall in battle together with our great-grandfather. Qi Feng explained sincerely. But I do know that the treasure can indeed improve one's cultivation. Every time my great-grandfather entered the forbidden grounds and came back out, his cultivation would always rise significantly. Qi Feng thought a moment, then added that detail. Each time he came out, his cultivation would improve. Wei Tu raised an eyebrow, now faintly interested in this so-called clan treasure of the Qi clan. I'll still honor what I promised you at the auction. After thinking a bit, Wei Tu glanced at the uneasy Qi Feng and said something to put her at ease. Just now, what Qi Feng said reminded him of the moment he parted with his daughter Wei Yin before heading to the Cloud's secret realm. A loving parent always plans for their child's future. But the difference was, he had walked out of the Cloud's secret realm alive. While Qi Feng's father and great-grandfather had both perished in the righteous demonic battlefield. So Wei Tu had no intention of being harsh with Qi Feng. It's late. I'm willing to serve Senior Wei. Qi Feng blew out the candlelight, then knelt at Wei Tu's knees, helping him untie his robe. To this, Wei Tu didn't resist. He always acted in a methodical and steady manner, never pursuing things beyond his reach. Likewise, when it came to the beauty along the immortal path, he preferred to experience it step by step, rather than fixating on the distant goal of immortality. Of course, along the way, Wei Tu wouldn't linger too long either. He wasn't looking to create unnecessary complications for himself. Apart from Wei Yin and her younger brother, he didn't want to have any more children that would tie up his attention. The night was misty, the moon bright. Drizzling rain fell from the sky. Cold wind rustled the treetops, creating sounds like a flute or shao drifting through the air. At that moment, in the room next door, Ko Hongying cast a soundproofing formation on her room. More than 10 days later, after taking time in Changzhou City to rest and recover, Wei Tu set out with Ko Hongying and Qi Feng, heading toward the Tianshuang Ridge where the Xianhou Qi clan resided. Only, compared to their usual harmonious travels, the atmosphere this time was a little awkward between the three. When Ko Hongying noticed that Qi Feng's hair was now coiled in a married woman's bun, different from the style worn by young girls, she instantly understood everything that had happened that night. She had expected this outcome. What made her uncomfortable was, she didn't know how to address Qi Feng now. Before, she had called Qi Feng Jr. Now it seemed awkward to continue calling her that. But calling her aunt felt even more inappropriate, so she simply pretended not to notice anything. After all, Qi Feng was just a concubine of Wei Tu. The journey was uneventful. After several days of travel, the three, Wei Tu, Ko Hongying, and Qi Feng, arrived at Tianshuang Ridge, the home of the Xianhou Qi clan. Tianshuang Ridge spanned several hundred li. The vegetation here was lush and vibrant. the mountain paths cloaked in thick greenery. From time to time, the calls of apes echoed between the cliffs. A long time ago, there weren't any ape-type spirit beasts in Tianshuang Ridge. But after our ancestors subdued the Xian frost monkey, more and more types of apes began living here. Qifeng followed behind Wei Tu, her face softening with nostalgia upon seeing her family's homeland. 2 years ago, when she had been sold to the Jiu Yun Merchant Guild by her second uncle Qi Changdao to repay a debt, she had lost all hope, thinking she'd never get the chance to return home in this life. She believed she'd never set foot on this land again. Yet now, she had been taken in by Wei Tu as a concubine. Relying on the power and status of this foundation establishment cultivator, she finally saw a chance to exact her revenge. While Qifeng was wrapped in her emotions, Wei Tu had already, without a word, set up several hidden traps along the former mountain pass of Tianshuang Ridge. After that battle with Si Qing, he had reflected on what led to his success. From then on, before entering any dangerous place, he would always quietly lay traps. These traps weren't just for use against enemies. They were also his backup plan. If he ever encountered someone too powerful to fight, the traps could slow them down and buy him time to escape. Let's go. With me here, they won't dare make things difficult for you. After placing the talisman box back into his storage pouch, Wei Tu looked at the hesitant Qifeng and spoke in a calm voice. Thank you, Senior Wei. Hearing that, Qifeng felt a great sense of relief. A slight blush even appeared on her cheeks. Afterward, Wei Tu confirmed once more with Qifeng the topography of the Xianhou Qi clan's ancestral grounds and the details of the protective formation guarding the clan. Only then did he begin moving toward the main entrance of the territory. Most foundation establishment families had their own protective formations. These varied in strength, but the most powerful could even slay multiple foundation establishment cultivators. The protective formation of a Xianhou Qi clan was called the Three-Mountain Golden Blade Array. It combined offensive, illusion, and defensive effects into one and was classified as a mid-grade Tier 2 formation. If not for Qifeng, the daughter of a former clan leader who knew the weaknesses of the formation, Wei Tu wouldn't have dared charge, and even with Ko Hongying by his side. Clan formations were like iron walls. Without overwhelming strength, breaking through them from the outside was nearly impossible. That's why 99% of foundation establishment clans, even if all their foundation establishment elders had died, still wouldn't collapse immediately. Their downfalls were usually due to internal strife, scattered hearts, unfilial descendants, gradually letting a once strong foundation fall into someone else's hands. Qifeng's act of offering up the clan treasure to Wei Tu, though she had her reasons, was technically just another example of that. Of course, seeking revenge for herself wasn't something anyone could blame her for. A short while later, the three of them arrived at the main entrance of the Qi clan territory. When they were still a few hundred steps away, Wei Tu came to a halt. After a moment of thought, he pulled out a talisman token from his sleeve and sent it flying into the earthy yellow light barrier covering the Qi clan's territory. With his eyesight, he could easily tell this yellow barrier was the very Three-Mountain Golden Blade Array that Qifeng had mentioned. After the talisman was sent out, roughly the time it took to drink a cup of tea later, a gray-robed, middle-aged man with a knife scar on his face arrived at the clan's front gate, flanked by a number of cultivators. Senior Wei's visit to our Qi clan. May I ask what the purpose is? The gray-robed man scanned Wei Tu a few times, and when his eyes landed on the woman dressed in a married woman's attire behind Wei Tu, Qifeng, his expression first showed surprise, then turned full of caution. That scar-faced man is my second uncle, Qi Changdao. Qifeng whispered in Wei Tu's ear. Wei Tu gave a slight nod. His gaze shifted toward Qi Changdao, and he cupped his hands as he spoke. Clan leader Qi, I've come to your esteemed clan in hopes of purchasing your clan's cold crystal flower. I hope clan leader Qi will be kind enough to sell this spirit herb to me. Cold crystal flower? When Qi Changdao heard those three words, he cast a dark glare at Qifeng. Of course, he now understood that Qifeng must have told Wei Tu about the cold crystal flower being in the clan's possession. He cursed inwardly, A traitor in the house is the hardest to guard against. Then, after a brief moment of thought, he replied, "So Senior Wei is interested in buying the cold crystal flower. Naturally, our Qi clan is willing to sell. However, what price does Senior Wei offer for this item?" To Qi Changdao, Wei Tu was clearly a troublesome guest. If he could send him away with just one cold crystal flower, it would be a good outcome. Although the cold crystal flower was a rare body refinement medicine with considerable value, it had been stored for several centuries, and its medicinal power had already significantly declined. So to the Qi clan, the flower wasn't actually that precious anymore. Still, in front of the clan members, Qi Changdao couldn't appear too submissive. If he disregarded his authority as clan leader, he'd be looked down upon. What price does clan leader Qi think is fair? Wei Tu smiled faintly, throwing the question back at Qi Changdao to let him name the price himself. Without a foundation establishment cultivator to lead them, the current Xianhou Qi clan, even with their turtle shell protective formation, was already filled with internal panic. At a time like this, the Qi clan wouldn't dare provoke two foundation establishment cultivators. If Qi Changdao set the price too high, he'd offend Wei Tuesday too low, and his clansmen would resent him and lose respect for him. It was a dilemma, a calculated trap, and in this tense moment, Ko Hongying added even more pressure on Qi Changdao. Ko Hongying revealed her sect identity token, her face cold as she said, "Clan leader Qi, since this is a business matter, isn't it a bit rude not to invite me and Talisman Master Wei inside to sit down first?" As soon as her sect token appeared, the Qi clan cultivators all exchanged looks, unsure what to do. The three great immortal sects were the overlords of Zheng Kingdom's cultivation world. They held real authority over the local clans and rogue cultivators alike. Rogue cultivators still had some freedom. If they didn't like the big sects, they could simply retreat into the deep mountains and forests and disappear. But clan cultivators were different. Clan cultivators had elders above and children below. With too many ties and burdens, it was difficult for them to act recklessly without consequences. Ko Hongying, though merely a foundation establishment cultivator of the Mirror Water Pavilion, wasn't enough to represent the sect. But to the Xianhou Qi clan, who lacked a foundation establishment cultivator of their own, they could only tremble before her, not daring to act rashly. Without a foundation establishment presence, the Qi clan had no way to engage with the upper echelon of the Mirror Water Pavilion. They were at her mercy. Being cut off from direct contact with the sect higher-ups, Ko Hongying's authority, in theory, became limitless in the eyes of a minor clan like the Qi clan. This was no different from how petty officials in a mortal world bullied commoners. Petty officials held no true office, yet common folk feared them even more than they feared actual officials. This was precisely why Ko Hongying had volunteered to accompany Wei Tu on this trip to the Xianhou Qi clan. In terms of combat strength, Ko Hongying wasn't as strong as Wei Tuesday. But in status within the cultivation world, Wei Tu, as a rogue foundation establishment cultivator, was far below her, a sect cultivator of one of the three great immortal sects. For ordinary powers, especially those without foundation establishment cultivators, facing sect cultivators was like confronting a fierce beast. They feared and yielded instinctively. That's why even though Qi Changdao and the others from the Qi clan clearly sensed that Wei Tu and Ko Hongying might not be here with good intentions, they still had a way whether or not to open the protective formation and let the two into the ancestral grounds. Refusing today was easy. But afterward, if these two foundation establishment cultivators wanted revenge, the Qi clan's current strength wouldn't be able to withstand it. Clan leader Qi, have you decided what price you're asking for that cold crystal flower? Wei Tu didn't give Qi Changdao any room to breathe, pressing him for an answer. After a few moments passed, and Qi Changdao still said nothing, Wei Tu smiled lightly and added, "No need to be so nervous, clan leader Qi. Now that Qi Feng is my concubine, you and I are family. I won't make a fuss over a small matter like this." The moment these words were spoken, Qi Changdao, who had been wearing a tight frown, abruptly looked up. His eyes widened in shock as he glanced at Wei Tuesday. Then he immediately stepped back a few paces, casting a guarded look around at the surrounding Qi clan cultivators. Even if he had been a fool, he would have understood by now. That whole performance earlier by Wei Tu and Ko Hongying was nothing but a setup, designed to stir internal strife within the Qi clan and incite the other clan members to open the protective formation for them. The cold crystal flower was just a cover. If he hesitated even a little, he would fall right into Wei Tu's trap. In this way, Wei Tu had successfully shaken the foundation of his authority among the Qi clan members. After that, Ko Hongying had revealed her identity as a sect cultivator, shifting the pressure onto the shoulders of the clan members. The final move, Wei Tu publicly acknowledged Qi Feng as his concubine. This was the killing blow to Qi Changdao's hold over the clan. Now that Wei Tu could be seen as extended family, Qi Changdao, whose rise to power had been questionable to begin with, no longer had the people's support. Moreover, Ko Hongying's identity as a sect cultivator gave the clan members a safe path to side with. Though the great sects were domineering, they were still considered righteous and held themselves to some basic standards. Clan leader, please open the formation and welcome Talisman Master Wei and Fairy Ko into the clan. Our Xianhou Qi clan welcomes both of them to trade within our grounds. At this point, an elder with a horse-like face who had been standing beside Qi Changdao suddenly turned serious. He fixed his gaze on Qi Changdao and spoke in a heavy tone. Elder Third, you. Qi Changdao's face went pale with disbelief upon hearing the elder speak out. In the Qi clan, he had always seen this elder as one of his most trusted aides. Clan leader, now that Qi Feng has brought 2 foundation establishment cultivators here, even if we avoid opening the formation today, we can't avoid them forever. The horse-faced elder sighed as he tried to persuade him. Qi Changdao wavered at these words, but his fear of Qi Feng's revenge kept him from acting. Seeing this, the horse-faced elder continued. The former clan leader had a deep foundation. But you've only been in charge for 2 years. Your position isn't solid yet. Back then, the clan members let you become the leader because you were a 9th-layer Qi cultivation cultivator and the brother of the former clan head. But now, Qi Feng has become the concubine of Wei Tu, a foundation establishment cultivator. If this continues, your seat as clan leader will be hard to hold on to. Then the horse-faced elder paused before adding, as for giving Qi Feng away to repay the clan's debt, yes, you had your own selfish reasons. But if not for that opportunity, how else could she have managed to cling to someone like Wei Tu? She should be thanking you. This reasoning finally eased Qi Changdao's suspicions. He looked at the clan members who clearly held hostility toward him, sighed, and made up his mind. He reached into his robes and pulled out a pale green formation plate. After injecting 3 waves of mana into it, a thick green beam of light shot from the plate, striking the yellow protective barrier around the Qi clan's ancestral grounds. The yellow shield trembled a few times before splitting open, revealing a wide path leading into the territory. Please, Senior Wei and Fairy Ko, come inside. My Xianhou Qi clan welcomes the 2 of you to conduct business within our land. Qi Changdao put on a smile and adopted a humble attitude. After speaking, Qi Changdao turned to Qi Feng, who stood behind Wei Tuesday. His face showed a fawning smile as he stepped forward and said, Little Feng, you've suffered. Now that you're following Senior Wei, good days are ahead for you. However, before he could finish the sentence, a splash of blood appeared right before his eyes. The next thing he knew, he felt his head spin a few times in the air. When he finally hit the ground, he saw his own headless body. What how? Qi Changdao froze, unable to comprehend why he had met such an end after opening the formation. Before he could figure out, darkness swallowed his vision, and he was no more. 3-mountain golden blade array. Wei Tu flicked his sleeve, using his mana to pull the pale green formation plate from Qi Changdao's hand. After glancing at it briefly, he placed it into his storage pouch. The 3-mountain golden blade array was an integrated offense-defense formation. Just because he was now inside didn't mean he was completely safe. On the contrary, once inside the formation, he would be even more at risk than he had been outside. So for the sake of his own safety, Wei Tu could never let Qi Changdao live and continue controlling the protective formation of the Xianhou clan. As for honor and credibility, when dealing with someone like Qi Changdao, such things were meaningless. Moreover, Wei Tu had never made any promises or guarantees to him before the formation was opened. Forcing Qi Changdao to open the formation had always been part of his premeditated strategy. Qi Changdao, eating from the clan, yet betraying the clan, falsely forged debts with the Jiao Yun Merchant Guild to gain cultivation resources for himself, and even sold female cultivators from the Qi clan. Today I, Wei Tu, execute him here. I ask that fellow Taoists understand. After beheading Qi Changdao, Wei Tu turned to the other Qi clan cultivators and expressed goodwill. He wasn't entirely sure whether the clan's debt was real or fake, but he did know that no matter how desperate a family was, they shouldn't have to sell off their own daughters to repay debts, let alone the daughter of a clan head. That alone was enough for Wei Tu to deem him guilty and deserving of death. Eliminating the main culprit during clan struggles for power was not uncommon. And with this action, Wei Tu had also righted the injustice for Qi Feng, the daughter of the previous clan head. So, after hearing Wei Tu's explanation, the hearts of the Qi clan cultivators finally settled. After all, with Wei Tu's cultivation, wiping out the entire clan would have been an effortless task. He had no need to feign mercy or pretend kindness at this point. Half a day later, Wei Tu and Qi Feng arrived at the Forbidden Zone within the Qi clan territory. This Forbidden Zone was a stone forest spanning several miles, filled with uneven gray stone pillars. Between the pillars grew various low-grade, spiritual herbs. At the center of the stone forest stood an open space where a grand and resplendent palace had been built. That palace is officially the clan's treasure vault. It stores the clan's magical tools, spirit herbs, and other items. Qi Feng explained as she led the way. But in truth, that palace is just a decoy that the old ancestor put up. The true foundation of our clan isn't inside the palace, but hidden within this stone forest. While speaking, Qi Feng walked up to the seventh stone pillar on the left side of the forest. There, she injected several strands of mana into a corner of the pillar. Immediately, a faint white glow lit up, an activation of restriction magic. Then, Qi Feng gently opened her mouth and retrieved a black pearl the size of a longan fruit from her body. She pressed it against the stone pillar. Crack! Crack! The base of the stone pillar split open, revealing a narrow opening only half a foot wide, just enough for one person to slip through. Wei Tu glanced at Ko Hongying and gave her a signal, gesturing for her to watch over Qi Feng. Then he used instant step and slipped into the crevice. Taoist Qi, wait here for now. Once Uncle Wei has finished exploring, you may enter. Ko Hongying understood the cue and temporarily sealed Qi Feng's movement with mana. Once inside the stone crack, Wei Tu was greeted by a long, seemingly endless underground passage. Go, he whispered, tapping his storage pouch and releasing several spider-shaped puppets, each about the size of fist, to scout ahead. These spider puppets were low-grade constructs he had picked up while buying a swordsman puppet from Yu the Puppet Master. They weren't suited for combat, but were perfect for exploration. No signs of danger. Seeing that the spider puppets had made it through unharmed and triggered no traps, Wei Tu let out a soft breath. Following the trail left by the spider puppets, he proceeded to the end of the tunnel. At the end, he saw a neatly built white jade platform several zhang wide. On top of the platform lay a pale yellow jade slip and a gray meditation cushion. So this is the foundation treasure of the Qi clan? Wei Tu frowned, raising his hand to pull the jade slip into his palm and began to examine its contents carefully. A quarter hour passed. Wei Tu set the jade slip down and began probing every inch of the white jade platform using his divine sense and the geomagnetic yuan light, searching for hidden mechanisms. The jade slip itself didn't contain much information. It only recorded the alchemical method for creating a heavenly material called Immortal Spirit Dew. Wei Tu suspected that this dew was the true root of the Qi clan's power. Time passed slowly. Finally, under the meditation cushion, Wei Tu discovered a hidden mechanism. He pressed it lightly. The center of the white jade platform sank inward, revealing a wooden sculpture of a baby about the size of a fist, colored a dark green. It sat cross-legged, its eyes closed, and its hands formed a strange seal. In the baby statue's mouth was a finger-length pill bottle. That bottle could have contained the immortal spirit, Du. Wei Tu's eyes narrowed in suspicion. In all his years in the cultivation world, this was the first time he'd seen such a strange item. After observing it for a long while, Wei Tu finally confirmed that the so-called foundation treasure of the Xianhou clan was indeed the immortal spirit Du secreted from the mouth of this baby statue. However, what puzzled him was that the baby statue was neither wood nor metal. It didn't seem like a natural spiritual object, but more like some kind of flesh and blood artifact created through human means. Something akin to a cheese sack pouch. Lifting the statue aside, Wei Tu found another jade slip beneath it, one inscribed with the same method for producing immortal spirit Du. This one recorded the Qi clan ancestors' generations of study and exploration of the baby statue. From it, Wei Tu learned that this artifact was called the Myriad Spirits Demon Infant, and that it was closely connected to the Wanling cult. One ancestor had even speculated that this demon infant held secrets about how Wanling cult golden core cultivators broke through to the nascent soul realm. How did the Qi clan get their hands on something like the Myriad Spirits Demon Infant? Wei Tu muttered, shaking his head as he read. The Qi clan had founded their lineage over 1,000 years ago, but they were still just a foundation establishment clan. They had never once produced a golden core cultivator. Yet this Myriad Spirits Demon Infant was clearly something beyond the reach of a foundation establishment level cultivator. If the immortal spirit, Du, can enhance a foundation establishment cultivator's power, why has the Qi clan never produced a golden core cultivator? Wei Tu suddenly realized the contradiction and felt a mix of excitement and concern. Judging from the content recorded on the jade slip, the Xianhou clan had possessed the Myriad Spirits Demon Infant for over 600 years. In 600 years, for a clan with foundation establishment cultivators to refine immortal spirit Du and give rise to a golden core cultivator shouldn't have been difficult. Breaking through to the golden core stage, even without the help of a blue flame pill or a mortal shedding pill, was only less probable, not impossible. This immortal spirit Du might have some hidden flaw, one that helps foundation establishment cultivators grow faster in power, but blocks them when they try to reach golden core. Wei Tu mused silently. From its described effects alone, immortal spirit Du could indeed be a true opportunity for someone to reach the golden core. Aside from this explanation, it was hard to make sense of why the Qi clan had yet to produce even a single golden core cultivator. Of course, there was always the chance that the Qi clan's cultivators were simply of poor talent, so poor that even with the Du's assistance, they couldn't break through. But the likelihood of that wasn't very high. I'll just take it first. I'll study the exact effects later, Wei Tu thought. Knowing that Ko Hongying and Qi Feng were still waiting outside, he didn't hesitate any longer. With a sweep of his mana, he swept the Myriad Spirits Demon Infant into his storage pouch and turned to leave. As soon as he stepped back through the stone pillar entrance, Wei Tu glanced at Qi Feng, who was still immobilized by Ko Hongying's mana, and immediately gave his word. The Qi clan's treasure is indeed quite valuable to me. As promised, I will gift you a foundation establishment pill within 3 years. Back at the underground auction, he had made a deal with Qi Feng. If the Qi clan's treasure proved useful to him, she would receive concubine status and a foundation establishment pill. Now, by saying this, Wei Tu was telling Qi Feng he would honor that promise. Even though the Myriad Spirits Demon Infant currently had no practical use for him, Wei Tu firmly believed that its worth far exceeded the 700 spirit stones he paid to redeem Qi Feng, as well as the value of a single foundation establishment pill. Thank you, Senior Wei. Upon hearing this, Qi Feng finally relaxed. Her tense heart finally settled. In the world of cultivation, cultivators who turned their backs on promises after getting what they wanted were too common. Those like Wei Tu, willing to uphold their word, were rare. Standing nearby, Ko Hongying witnessed this exchange. She neither interjected nor asked what Wei Tu had found within the stone pillar. This time, she had only accompanied Wei Tu on the trip. She hadn't come to claim any portion of the Qi clan treasure. Since she wasn't greedy for what the Qi clan had, there was no need to question Wei Tu about it and risk sowing discord. Cultivators all had secrets. Asking too much, even between Dao partners, would eventually strain trust. Besides, Ko Hongying didn't believe that a minor clan like the Qi clan would have any treasure truly worth coveting. Now that Qi Changdao is dead, is Miss Qi planning to stay in the Qi clan or leave with me? Wei Tu glanced at Qi Feng and asked calmly. Qi Feng was the daughter of the previous clan leader. With her status, and with his reputation as backing, living in the Qi clan would be more comfortable than returning with him to the Xia Yimei clan's territory, where she'd live under someone else's roof. In addition, with his power, helping Qi Feng reclaim leadership of the Xianhou Qi clan wouldn't be difficult. I wish to follow Senior Wei, Qi Feng replied after a brief pause, eyes resolute. She might have more freedom within the Qi clan, where she wouldn't have to endure others' cold glares. But she understood well, no matter how pleasant her surroundings, they couldn't compare to cultivating and growing stronger. Staying by Wei Tu's side, even if he didn't care much for her, she could still obtain enough resources through his generosity to further her cultivation. Wei Tu was, in her eyes, a true powerhouse, one destined to accomplish great things in the future. Very well. Wei Tu nodded slightly, accepting her decision. Now that Qi Changdao is dead, and Miss Qi does not wish to stay in the clan. Do you have anyone in mind for the next clan leader? Wei Tu's tone was casual, but the matter behind it wasn't. This time, he had come to the role of the Qi clan's son-in-law, to put down internal strife and execute the usurper Qi Changdao. So, having obtained the myriad spirits demon infant, he couldn't just walk away. He had to tie up loose ends and help the Qi clan choose a new clan leader, a successor to Qi Feng's father. My fifth uncle, Qi Changgu, he's always been upright and sincere. 2 years ago, when I was sold to the Jiu Yun Merchant Guild by Qi Changdao, he secretly slipped me a pouch of spirit stones. Qi Feng didn't hesitate long before recommending Qi Changgu. Good, then let it be clan leader. Wei Tu agreed readily. Half a day later, under Wei Tu's direction, the cultivators of the Qi clan didn't hesitate much before appointing Elder Qi Changgu as the new clan leader. Right after that, Wei Tu openly discussed the matter of purchasing the cold crystal flower, with the new clan leader, Qi Changgu, in front of all present. In the end, Wei Tu bought the cold crystal flower, a second-tier spiritual material, at a slightly lower price than market value. Miss Qi is now my concubine, and the Xianhou Qi clan is her maternal clan. This second-tier high-grade talisman, I'll gift it to the Qi clan, Wei Tu said calmly. Just as the Qi clan cultivators thought everything had concluded and were about to disperse. Wei Tu, seated in the honored position, suddenly reached into his sleeve and pulled out a talisman, passing it to Qi Changgu. As his words fell, the Qi clan cultivators were all visibly stunned, their faces showing disbelief. Previously, although they felt Wei Tu had every reason to kill Qi Changdao, being Qi Feng's husband and all, they were still unhappy that he interfered in their clan's internal affairs. They had stayed silent only out of fear of Wei Tu's strength. But now, seeing him gift a second-tier high-grade talisman, all those hidden complaints vanished into nothing. At this moment, many of them even thought, why hadn't Wei Tu come earlier to set things right? A second-tier high-grade talisman might have been nothing during the Qi clan's heyday, just a precious item at most. But now wasn't then. The Xianhou Qi clan no longer had the resources to buy such talismans to intimidate enemies. More importantly, Wei Tu openly stating that he was gifting such a talisman carried enormous symbolic weight for the Qi clan. It was practically a life-saving grace. This act of gifting, first, It showed Wei Tu's skill in talisman crafting had already reached the level of second-tier high-grade talisman master. In terms of cultivation, this meant he was close to the late stage of foundation establishment, since crafting such a talisman required refined mana comparable to elite foundation establishment cultivators. Second, it demonstrated how much Wei Tu valued Qi Feng as his concubine. Though he didn't openly say he'd protect the Qi clan, this act alone implied he would. The protection of a second-tier high-grade talisman master. Just how valuable was that? Every Qi clan cultivator knew the answer in their hearts. Many thanks, Senior Wei, for your generous gift. Qi Changgu was visibly moved, respectfully receiving the talisman with both hands and a grateful expression on his face. Senior Wei is so generous, but our Qi clan mustn't let him take the loss. Here are 500 spirit stones. I hope Senior Wei will accept them, Qi Changgu said sincerely. He gritted his teeth and took back most of the spirit stones Wei Tu had paid for the cold crystal flower and returned them to him. As for this return, Wei Tu didn't take all of it. He only accepted half of the spirit stones, then passed the pouch back to Qi Changgu. If he'd taken the full amount, it would have looked like he was forcing the Qi clan to buy his talisman, rather than genuinely gifting it. By taking only half, it was just right. This gifting of a talisman was not just about kindness. It was Wei Tu's way of salvaging his own public image. He was defining his killing of Qi Changdao as an act of justice, of helping Qi Feng take revenge and restoring order, not a case of murdering for treasure. Of course, the wider cultivation world would never know that the Qi clan's ancestral forbidden ground had once housed a treasure like the myriad spirits' demon infant. After all, that treasure, regarded as the clan's foundation, had only ever been revealed to Qi Feng, the old clan leader's youngest daughter. Outsiders had no way of knowing. And more importantly, he hadn't robbed them. It was Qi Feng, as the rightful heir, who had offered the treasure to him. In terms of clan hierarchy, the myriad spirits demon infant was indeed a Qi clan treasure, but after both the old ancestor and clan leader had died, it rightfully belonged to Qi Feng. Those from branch lineages were still outsiders compared to the true bloodline. After dealing with the Qi clan's matters, Wei Tu had no more reason to remain in their territory. He exchanged simple farewells with Qi Changgu and the rest of the clan's cultivators before leaving the Tianshuang Ridge. However, Wei Tu and Ko Hongying did not part ways there. Instead, they continued to travel together toward Hongyan Mountain Marketplace. As the saying went, return a peach for a plum. The Hongyan Mountain Marketplace was close to the front line of the war between righteous and demonic cultivators. The journey ahead was risky. Wei Tu felt it would be inappropriate to accept Ko Hongying's help without offering anything in return. So he chose to continue traveling with her, acting as her escort for a while longer. Mutual support. That was the idea. However, just when the two were halfway along the road, the wind-cleaving eagle responsible for scouting suddenly flew back from ahead, letting out sharp cries. The wind-cleaving eagle says there's a demonic cultivator coalition ahead. We need to withdraw immediately, Wei Tu said urgently, as he quickly deciphered the eagle's warning through their spiritual connection. What? A demonic cultivator coalition ahead? Ko Hongying's expression instantly shifted to shock and alarm. Hongyan Mountain Marketplace was where she was stationed. If the marketplace were to fall, she would be held accountable. That said, Ko Hongying understood the gravity of the situation. She didn't foolishly stay behind or rush ahead to scout for information. Instead, she promptly used a tunneling talisman together with Wei Tu and swiftly retreated from the area. Once they reached a safe zone, Wei Tu performed a secret technique to project the wind-cleaving eagle's memories. This technique was called the splitting light projection technique. He had obtained it from the Zhaos of Qiyue. Back when he was investigating Si Qing and the Jia family cultivators in the secret realm, the flame-winged sparrow of the Zhao clan had used this same technique. Very quickly, a hazy illusionary scene was projected from the wind-cleaving eagle's mind. What first appeared in front of Wei Tu and Ko Hongying were several dozen demonic cultivators hovering midair. They were divided into two distinct groups. One group wore blood-red robes and radiated an aggressive, violent aura, while the other consisted of alluring female cultivators, graceful and seductive. These several dozen demonic cultivators were all wielding their respective magic tools, furiously attacking a bluish-white light barrier below them. That light barrier was clearly the defensive formation protecting Hongyan Mount Marketplace. Under the barrage of magic tools, the bluish-white shield flickered violently, with some areas even forming faint cracks. It looked like the shield might collapse at any moment. Seeing this, Ko Hongying, who had been anxious just a moment ago, secretly muttered a "what luck," feeling relieved that she had delayed her return to the marketplace. Had she been a few days earlier, she might have shared the same fate as her fellow sect members stationed there, facing certain death. The Blood God sect's Blood God Son, and the Heavenly Maiden sect's Demoness? At that moment, Ko Hongying caught sight of the two Foundation establishment cultivators leading the attack, and couldn't help but exclaim. The Blood God Son and the Demoness were the two most prominent rising stars in the demonic path over the past decade of the righteous demonic war. In terms of both strength and potential, the two of them were top-tier representatives of their respective sects. Blood God Son and Demoness. Wei Tu's expression grew serious upon hearing the names. Over the past few years, he had gathered considerable intelligence about the righteous demonic war fronts, and naturally, he was well aware of how dangerous those two were. The situation is urgent. I'll take my leave first. Ko Hongying's face turned grim after watching the projection. She bowed respectfully to Wei Tu before transforming into a stream of light and shooting off toward a nearby marketplace to request reinforcements. Let's hope Hongying makes it out of this alive. Watching her departure, Wei Tu sighed inwardly. At that same moment, outside Hongyan Mount Marketplace. Interesting. I didn't expect someone else in Zheng Kingdom to also have a second-tier wind-cleaving eagle, Blood God Son remarked, raising his hand. Instantly, a black speck appeared in the sky. That black dot grew larger and larger, gradually revealing the form of an eagle-type spirit beast. If Wei Tu had been there, he would have recognized it at a glance. This spirit beast looked almost identical to his own wind-cleaving eagle. The only difference was that this one had a crimson vertical slit between its brows. Oh, there's someone else in Zheng Kingdom who also has a wind-cleaving eagle like you, fellow Taoist blood. At that moment, a nearby female cultivator from the Heavenly Maiden sect, Ni Wang, known as the Demoness to Ko Hongying, looked intrigued. She tilted her head slightly in curiosity, gazing at Blood God Son as she waited for his reply. Ni Wang was well aware that Blood God Son's second-tier wind-cleaving eagle had originally come from a beast robbery operation 200 years ago when the Blood God sect ambushed the Beastmaster sect of Jing Kingdom. Back then, the Blood God sect caught the Beastmaster sect off guard and stole a large number of spirit beasts, including 12 wind-cleaving eagles. Among those 12, 7 had mysterious grade bloodlines, while the remaining 5 were earth grade. The wind-cleaving eagle perched on Blood God Son's shoulder was one of the 5 earth grade bloodline eagles. When he heard her question, Blood God Son turned and looked at Ni Wang. There was a faint glimmer of admiration in his eyes as he looked at the Heavenly Maiden sect's famed beauty, but he masked it well. The Heavenly Maiden sect was known for producing beautiful female cultivators, but even among them, Ni Wang stood out like the moon among stars. The others, like mere petals, only served to accentuate her beauty. Floating in the air, Ni Wang wore a pale pink palace gown. Her features were flawless, her lips the shade of cinnabar. Yet this outfit didn't make her look gaudy. Instead, she gave off a cool and aloof elegance. I don't know the details, Blood God Son replied, shaking his head. It's possible his wind-cleaving eagle was obtained from the Beastmaster sect. Aside from the Beastmaster sect, he also recalled that about 100 years ago, a relative of his who had raised wind-cleaving eagles betrayed the Blood God sect and fled with one of the mysterious great eagles. That said, he didn't think the one he just saw was that particular eagle. That would be too much of a coincidence. Some of the Beastmaster sect's disciples have already retreated to the Zheng Kingdom's cultivation territory. So, it's not surprising that a wind-cleaving eagle appeared here. And Aishur Huang said with a light smile, clearly affirming Blood God Sun's explanation. Hearing that the Beastmaster sect had retreated to Zheng Kingdom, Blood God Sun's brow twitched, and his expression instantly darkened. The force attacking Zheng Kingdom was merely a detachment of the joint forces of the Heavenly Maiden sect and Blood God sect. If the main army of the demonic path were to arrive, he would no longer be able to roam so freely here. Especially among the Blood God sect, there was that senior brother who surpassed him in every way. That man, too, would arrive soon. We have to move quickly and seize the nearby marketplaces. Otherwise, when the sect's main army gets here, we won't be able to get our hands on anything. Blood God Sun snorted coldly, summoned a blood-red halberd, and spat a mouthful of blood essence onto it before sending it hurtling toward the pale blue shield surrounding Hongyan Mountain Marketplace. With that strike, the defensive formation protecting the marketplace let out a mournful hum, finally unable to hold any longer. It shattered completely, dissolving into countless points of light that quickly disappeared. The very next instant, wails erupted from within the marketplace. By the following day, the interior of the marketplace was a river of blood, with not a single soul left alive. More than a month later, after parting ways with Ko Hongying, Wei Tu brought Chi Feng back to the Mei family in Xia Cliff. Seeing Wei Tu return with a concubine in tow, everyone in the Mei family was visibly stunned. After all, Wei Tu had always portrayed himself as a reclusive cultivator. He almost never drank, let alone indulged in pleasure. And taking a concubine, that was even more unheard of. As for that, Wei Tu didn't bother explaining anything. He had taken Chi Feng as a concubine purely for the benefits involved. Any rational cultivator would have agreed, after hearing Chi Feng's plea. Meanwhile, Chi Feng herself was left stunned upon arriving at the Mei family residence. She could hardly believe that Wei Tu's children were also proud Foundation establishment cultivators. Chi Feng was both happy and worried. Happy because with 3 Foundation establishment cultivators in the Wei family, her own status would naturally rise. She could now enjoy safety and stability in this chaotic world, without being dragged into other schemes, and focus solely on cultivation. Worried because both Wei Yin and Xiuan were Foundation establishment cultivators. Trying to get close to them would not be easy. If she couldn't get along with Wei Tu's children, she'd end up like a ghost in the house, barely seen or acknowledged. Chi Feng's concerns. Wei Tu noticed them all, but he didn't interfere. He let things develop as they would. After all, taking Chi Feng as a concubine was just a transactional decision. If not for the benefits, he wouldn't have had the slightest inclination towards such arrangements. Besides, right now, the most important thing for him was strengthening his cultivation to face the chaos ahead, not getting caught up in household trifles. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Inside his secluded cultivation chamber. That day, Wei Tu's skin flushed a deep red, and blood mist surged around the crown of his head. A blood-colored core slowly floated out of his mouth, drawing in all the surrounding mist before its radiance faded. It transformed into a simple red pellet and returned to his abdomen. The second blood core finally condensed successfully. Moments later, Wei Tu's complexion returned to normal. His tightly closed eyes slowly opened as he exhaled a deep breath of turbid air. For the past 2 years, he'd secluded himself in the training room, fully focused on cultivating the 100 Veins blood-tempering art. He had already used up all of his cold crystal flower and earth dragon flesh, but in the end, his body-refining cultivation had finally reached the mid-foundation establishment level, now equal to his chi cultivation. Wei Tu was confident. With his dual cultivation in both body and chi, his base strength could already match an average late foundation establishment cultivator. And if he added in his trump cards, then even high-level foundation establishment experts might fall at his hands. Of course, if he ran into someone like Si Qing, a treasure-laden girl, then the outcome would be uncertain. Only a real fight would tell. Qin Jinren has been in seclusion to condense his core for 10 years now. I wonder when he'll finally come out. Wei Tu muttered to himself as he calculated the time in his heart. Compared to Qin Jinren, Gong Sujin was clearly lacking in both cultivation and connections. So, when it came to exchanging pills, Gong Sujin could only help him get a small amount, barely enough to shave off a dozen years of hard cultivation. Under normal circumstances, a cultivator like him with mid-grade spiritual roots would need at least 60 to 70 years of hard work just to advance from mid to late foundation establishment. Yenner's letter? Just then, Wei Tu noticed a sealed envelope had appeared at the door. With a wave of his hand, he used his mana to bring the letter to his palm. 7-colored phantom moth, it succeeded? After reading the contents, Wei Tu's face lit up with joy. What truly moved him wasn't just the 7-colored phantom moth, but rather the effect of the spirit dew. According to the records left behind by the Xianhoqi clan, the spirit dew secreted by the myriad spirits demon infant could not only enhance one's own cultivation, but also act as a powerful catalyst for spirit beasts, drastically accelerating their growth. The clan's guardian spirit beast, the Xian Frost Monkey, had initially only been an ordinary early-stage, second-rank beast. Yet, under the nourishment of spirit dew, it had been forcibly pushed all the way to the late-stage, second rank. After obtaining the spirit dew, Wei Tu had been wary of its effects, so he only intended to use it on spirit beasts as a catalyst, rather than consuming it himself, to avoid any potential side effects that might hinder his cultivation path. The 7-colored phantom moth was the first spirit beast he raised using the spirit dew. Based on the corpse-incubated larva method, nurturing a 7-colored phantom moth usually took at least 20 to 30 years, just for the larva within the corpse to fully mature into a true adult moth. Now, thanks to the spirit dew, it had taken only a few short years to fully cultivate one. How could Wei Tu not be thrilled? With that in mind, he opened the door of his training chamber and eagerly flew out, heading straight to the cave dwelling where Wei Yin resided. "Dad, this is the 7-colored phantom moth," Wei Yin said as she opened the cave dwelling and led Wei Tu into the insect chamber. Inside the insect chamber, several thumb-sized moths flitted through the air. Oddly enough, when they stopped moving, it was as if they had vanished from the space entirely. There was no trace of them to be found. They're slightly weaker compared to the one we saw on that black-faced man from Qingzhou Mountain, but if you keep raising them, they should eventually catch up, Wei Tu said after sweeping the wall, where the 7-colored phantom moth clung with his spiritual sense. After searching for a bit, he barely managed to sense a few of them. It was clear that the current 7-colored phantom moths still lagged behind the one used by the black-faced cultivator from Qingzhou Mountain. "I'll take these few moths with me. The rest are yours. Use them as part of your arsenal." Wei Tu counted the moths in the chamber, took half for himself, and gifted the rest to Wei Yin. "Thank you, Dad," Wei Yin said with joy lighting up her face. After all, raising these moths had cost her several years of hard effort, and quite a bit of spirit stones. "This bottle of snow spirit water, I'll give it to you as well," Wei Tu said after a moment's thought, taking out a jade bottle from his sleeve and handing it to her. The so-called snow spirit water inside was actually diluted spirit dew. But to stay cautious, he didn't call it spirit dew, instead naming it something safer, snow spirit water. Snow spirit water was indeed recorded in ancient texts as a rare material treasure for nurturing spirit beasts. Wei Tu truly did trust his daughter. Still, spirit dew and the myriad spirits demon infant were too valuable. Treasures even a golden core true monarch would crave. Golden core cultivators possessed soul-searching techniques. He had to guard against that. This snow spirit water came from a disciple I killed in the clouds, a secret realm. Besides us, don't mention it to anyone. We don't want to attract trouble, Wei Tu reminded her sternly. Not even Xiuan. After a pause, he added that last warning. A married son and an unmarried daughter were very different matters. Years ago, after Wei Xiuan reached foundation establishment, he had chosen to remain with the Mei family to protect them. Wei Tu hadn't objected, but it had shown one thing. Mei Jun held significant weight in his son's heart, enough to influence his decisions. That's why Wei Tu now told Wei Yin not to reveal the matter of snow spirit water to Wei Xiuan. Of course, that didn't mean he thought Wei Xiuan was untrustworthy or unfilial. But even the fairest judge can't settle family matters. On one side was a father, on the other, a loving wife who had never left his side. Anyone caught in between would feel torn. This moment also subtly shifted Wei Tu's own outlook. When it came to caring for his children, Wei Yin would now take first priority and Wei Xiuan second. Yes, Dad, Wei Yin nodded firmly. I'll be careful and won't tell Xiuan. She understood what Wei Xiuan's decision years ago had meant. He had inevitably grown distant from both her and their father. Today, even though Wei Xiuan was still her younger brother and Wei Tu's son, he also held another identity, husband to Mei Jun, and foundation establishment elder of the Mei family in Xia Cliff. After taking the 7-colored phantom moths, Wei Tu returned to his own cave dwelling and carved out a new insect chamber specifically to raise them. There were 17 moths in total. Wei Tu fed each one a small dose of diluted spirit dew. After that, he exited the insect chamber and called over the wind-cleaving eagle. Drink this drop of spirit liquid, Wei Tu commanded. Unlike the 7-colored phantom moth, the wind-cleaving eagle was a second-rank spirit beast. So the spirit dew given to it by Wei Tu wasn't diluted at all. And giving the spirit dew to the eagle didn't cause Wei Tu the slightest hesitation. After all, the eagle only had a Xian-grade bloodline. The chance of it advancing to 3rd rank and becoming a golden core demon beast was minuscule. Right now, using the spirit dew to boost its strength was perfectly appropriate. When the eagle heard Wei Tu's command, a flash of fear appeared in its eyes. It still remembered vividly the time Wei Tu made it swallow the black finger bone. But the moment it got close to this drop of spirit dew, its expression shifted from fear to joy, as if this spirit dew were the most precious elixir in the world. It rushed to swallow the spirit dew, then activated its demon power and started refining it. After half a day, the wind-cleaving eagle's demonic aura surged significantly. Its cultivation rose from early 2nd rank to the minor accomplishment stage. Bear in mind, it had only been a little over 10 years since it first broke through to the 2nd rank. And in general, spirit beasts, unless they had a special bloodline, tended to advance more slowly than human cultivators. Just one drop of spirit dew had produced this kind of result. Wei Tu couldn't help but feel tempted. A part of him itched to swallow it himself and break through to late foundation establishment. Compared to spirit dew, pills that could help a cultivator break through to the next stage of foundation establishment were extremely rare, and everyone knew that. And right now, with the world in chaos, foundation establishment pills had skyrocketed in price. Besides, his concerns about the drawbacks of spirit dew were still just speculation. He hadn't verified them. No, I can't take it. Wei Tu bit the tip of his tongue, using the pain to force himself to stay clear-headed. Then he looked at the spirit dew in front of him, a trace of fear flashing in his eyes. With his mental fortitude, he normally wouldn't be swayed by temptation, especially not to the point of considering ingesting something that might have harmful side effects. The only explanation was that the scent of the spirit dew, just like it had drawn in the wind-cleaving eagle, had also tempted him. After all, humans were still animals too. Instincts ran deep. Caw-caw. The eagle suddenly flapped its wings and screeched, clearly asking for more of the spiritual liquid. Seeing this, Wei Tu didn't hesitate. He pulled out the jade bottle and flicked 2 more drops of spirit dew toward the eagle. Perhaps the spirit dew might carry hidden dangers, but at this moment, it was undeniably a powerful weapon to increase his combat power. To discard out of fear would be like being afraid of one's own shadow. After swallowing the 2 drops, the eagle's aura soared again, nearly reaching the major accomplishment stage of the early 2nd rank. When you finish refining this batch, I'll give you more, Wei Tu said after using his divine sense to check the eagle's physical condition. In its current state, It could handle another drop or two without a problem. But everything had to follow a gradual progression. Overdoing it could harm the eagle's foundation. If that happened, it might have abundant demonic power, but still struggle to cross into the mid-second rank. In the days that followed, Wei Tu continued training, while also cultivating the wind-cleaving eagle and the seven-colored phantom moths. During this time, he heard that the Mei family of Shaya Cliff had a crafting method for a second-rank artifact, known as the Shadow Thread. So he handed over the innate spider silk he'd acquired from the flying fox demon spider to the Mei family's last surviving Foundation establishment cultivator, Mei Lang, and asked him to forge this artifact. The Shadow Thread wasn't graded by quality. It was a stealth weapon, something cultivators used to assassinate enemies quietly, without a trace. So, crafting the Shadow Thread was a bit easier than crafting a standard second-rank low-grade artifact. The Mei family was a clan of artifact refiners. Although Mei Lang didn't compare to the Foundation establishment expert of their clan who'd perished in battle, he was still a certified second-rank low-grade artifact master. So Wei Tu wasn't too worried about failure when handing the task to him. Half a year passed in a flash. With the aid of the Spirit Dew, the wind-cleaving eagle's strength soared rapidly. In just a short time, it was already on the verge of breaking through to the mid-second rank. And right at that moment, Wei Tu received a long-awaited letter from Ko Hongying, whom he hadn't heard from in a long time. The letter not only shared that she was safe, but also brought him incredible news he had been eagerly awaiting. Qin Jinren, after more than 10 years in seclusion, had finally emerged and successfully formed his Golden Core, becoming a true Golden Core, true monarch. Wei Yan's successful Foundation establishment was undoubtedly good news, but Wei Tu couldn't help but feel a tinge of concern. Yinner was too reckless with this breakthrough. She didn't notify me beforehand and attempted it on her own. After the initial joy faded, Wei Tu found himself worried about the risk she had taken. Before heading into Cloud Zay's secret realm, he had given both Wei Yin and Wei Xuan a high-grade demon-taming talisman to aid them in their Foundation establishment. However, that was merely a precaution, a contingency plan in case he didn't return from the secret realm. He had never expected Wei Yin to use it so soon. Wei Yin had always been a steady and cautious person, never one to take unnecessary risks. If anything, he had assumed she would wait until her double-jia age arrived 20 years later. If she failed to obtain a Foundation establishment pill by then, only then would she attempt a breakthrough. Had she waited just a bit longer, until his return from Cloud Zay's secret realm, this breakthrough wouldn't have been so dangerous. Inside the secret realm, he had not only acquired 7 Golden Core treasures, but also 3 Foundation establishment treasures. Foundation establishment treasures were rare in Cloud Zay's secret realm, and the 3 he obtained were only thanks to killing a rogue cultivator from Taishin sect after parting ways with Qin Jinren. With these treasures, he could exchange for a Foundation establishment pill. With such a pill protecting her meridians, even if Wei Yin had failed her breakthrough, she wouldn't have died. But now that Yinner has succeeded on her own, that Foundation establishment pill can be saved for Xuan. Wei Tu contemplated. His original plan was to first give the pill to Wei Yin, then search for another Foundation establishment treasure to exchange for a second pill for Wei Xuan. But now, with Wei Yan's successful breakthrough, there was no need to search for another treasure. The one he already had was enough. Xuan doesn't have any heirs. The 3 Foundation establishment treasures, the extra one, is useless to me. Wei Tu mused. Now, he had 2 possible choices for handling the spare Foundation establishment treasure. 1. Sell it, along with some of the more questionable treasures he had acquired, through auctions across Zheng Kingdom to obtain more cultivation resources. 2. Sell it at a friendship price to Wei Fei. This isn't even a choice. Wei Tu shook his head, recalling the time Wei Fei had tried to gift him blood food pellets. The 5 yuan spirit body manual that Wei Fei had shared with him might have been out of curiosity, wanting to study cultivation techniques together. But the little eclipse sun technique and blood food pellets, that was true goodwill from a sworn brother. Years ago, he had even extended a helping hand to Ko Liang, whom he wasn't particularly close to. For Wei Fei, how could he not offer assistance when he had the ability to? Selling the Foundation establishment treasure at a low price to Wei Fei might cost him some spirit stones, but a few hundred spirit stones didn't mean anything to him anymore. Back then, when Wei Fei had sought spirit stones for his breakthrough, he had refused because Wei Fei had not been diligent enough. It was clear that Wei Fei only started reaching out when it was too late, hoping to rely on him or Ko Hongying. Naturally, Wei Tu wasn't pleased with that attitude. However, that misunderstanding had long been cleared up. Wei Fei never actually intended to borrow a large amount of spirit stones. He had simply fumbled his words, which led both Wei Tu and Ko Hongying to misunderstand. If I sell this treasure to him at a friendship price, then with his own savings, he might be able to afford another Foundation establishment treasure later. He could try again in this lifetime. Wei Tu pondered. In his priorities, his own family came first. If he had a Foundation establishment pill, it would go to Wei Yin and Wei Shuan first, not Wei Fei. However, he also wished for their Brotherhood alliance to stay together, since he still had the ability to help. And since Wei Fei had helped him in the past, it was only natural for him to return the favor. With that decision made, Wei Tu picked up his brush and wrote a letter to Wei Fei, asking whether he wanted to take this opportunity for one last attempt at Foundation establishment, or if he preferred to focus on nurturing a successor, like Ko Yang had done. A few months later, Wei Tu had fully recovered from his injuries. His mana was restored, and his cultivation had even improved slightly. At the same time, he received Wei Fei's response. Wei Fei had agreed to buy the Foundation establishment treasure for 2,500 spirit stones and asked Wei Tu to reserve it for him until he could gather the funds. A single Foundation establishment treasure normally sold for 3,000 to 4,000 spirit stones. Wei Fei's offer was lower, but since this was meant as a friendship price, the exact amount wasn't important. The real question is, how long will it take for him to gather 2,500 spirit stones? Wei Tu sighed. Wei Fei had neither a specialized skill nor the recklessness of Fu Zhizhou, who risked his life in the Demon Wolf Mountain range for quick money. For Wei Fei, accumulating that amount would take years. The spiritual inheritance of the Witch Immortal Master had already been exhausted when Wei Fei failed his first attempt at Foundation establishment. Just as Wei Tu was reflecting on this, he stepped out of his courtyard. Immediately, Huang Chengfu hurried over, bowed, and reported, "Granduncle, the clan leader came looking for you a few days ago. Since you were in seclusion, he asked me to tell you to visit him at the clan affairs hall once you emerged." Wei Tu frowned. The clan leader is looking for me? He wasn't sure what Huang Changshan wanted. Could it be that the front lines are in crisis again? Have the three great immortal sects assigned another mission to the Huang clan, demanding Foundation establishment cultivators? His expression darkened. A few months ago, when he returned to Hengshan town, he had learned of the betrayal of second elder Huang Juji. That was when he had already considered leaving the Huang clan and seeking another family to serve as a guest elder. After all, he was a guest cultivator, not a die-hard loyalist. There was no reason for him to stay aboard a sinking ship. However, out of gratitude for the resources the Huang clan had provided, and considering that even if he left, he wouldn't be able to avoid the ongoing war between righteous and demonic cultivators, he had decided to hold off on leaving for now. But if the Huang clan intended to treat him as they did Master Xia, sending him to the battlefield to die in exchange for another clan member's survival, then leaving the Huang clan would no longer be an option, but a necessity. It would have to happen immediately. Half a day later, Wei Tu arrived at the clan affairs hall. Huang Changshan greeted him warmly. "Master Wei, please take a seat at the head table." His enthusiasm caught Wei Tu off guard, but as he swept his gaze across the handful of Foundation establishment cultivators present, he immediately understood why. Thanks to his effort, Wei Tu successfully completed 6 finished with Thunder Talismans. With mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivation, drawing this talisman still feels a bit forced. Once I reach late stage, I should be able to make them with ease, Wei Tu said, smiling at the stack of talismans on his desk. He flicked his sleeve and swept the talismans into his storage pouch. Then he made ready to leave Shaya Cliff's May family, heading toward Mirror Water Pavilion to attend the Golden Core celebration. But just as he reached the May family's main gate, he spotted a familiar figure standing several li away, weather-worn and hesitant. Second brother? Wei Tu blinked in surprise and stepped forward. How long have you been here? Why didn't you come in and call for me? Wei Tu quickly asked. Even as he spoke, he had already guessed the reason why Wei Fei was standing outside and hadn't stepped through the gate. After Wei Fei failed to form his foundation, as a Qi refinement cultivator, a natural gap formed between him and the few of them who had already reached foundation establishment. And as time passed, that gap only grew wider. So much so that, after more than 20 years, Wei Fei didn't even dare step into the Shaya Cliff May family's gates. He was afraid of exposing his weakened self to the brother who had once fought beside him. Wei Tu understood. Back in the day, though Wei Fei had always acted easygoing, he'd actually been sensitive and thin-skinned at heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had such a hard time getting along with Fu Zhizhou back in the mortal world. Just got here, not long at all. Wei Fei waved his hand and forced a smile as he explained. But Wei Tu felt a twinge of pain hearing that. Just by sensing the lingering aura where Wei Fei had been standing, he could tell Wei Fei had been here for at least 7 or 8 days. Back then, both of them had been military officers, sharing drinks and meat at Xiyin Tower, talking about everything under the sun. After drinking, they'd even share the same bed. But now, more than 100 years later, that old brother had come to see him, yet didn't even dare knock. He just waited outside the gate. After chatting briefly, Wei Tu invited Wei Fei into his cave residence and had him sit down. A few years ago, you wrote to ask me about Hongri's sect, Wei Fei said after a few drinks of spirit wine. I sorted through some of our master's belongings and found a few clues. My master wasn't always alone. Before taking me in, he once had a Tao companion. Maybe my Shenyang still has some Hongri sect cultivation manuals. Shenyang. Wei Tu blinked in surprise. He had shared a decent friendship with Immortal Master Wu, but never once had he heard the man mention anything about a Tao companion. Clearly, there must have been some hidden pain behind it. He took the jade slip from Wei Fei and scanned it with his divine sense. At once, he understood. It was a final message from Immortal Master Wu, addressed to Wei Fei. Turns out, Immortal Master Wu's former Tao companion was named Yi Hong. In their early years, they had been deeply in love. But later, Yi Hong had fallen for someone else, someone with better prospects. She forced Master Wu to agree to a separation and went on to marry a young foundation establishment cultivator. In the letter, Immortal Master Wu had asked Wei Fei that if he ever became strong enough, he must avenge him, must resolve this bitter grudge. Pretty tragic how Wei Fei sighed. Master even set a restriction on the jade slip. If my cultivation wasn't high enough, I could only read the first part of the letter. But once I reached a certain level, I'd unlock the second part. Master probably never expected that I'd fail to form my foundation, but still somehow reach Qi refinement level 10, just enough to break the restriction. He sounded both bitter and resigned. Qi refinement level 10, neither here nor there. Able to read the second part of the letter, yet powerless to fulfill its wish. Thanks, second brother. Wei Tu nodded and accepted the jade slip. But he didn't promise to kill Yi Hong to avenge Master Wu. After all, he didn't know Master Wu that much. More than 200 years had passed. Back then, that young foundation establishment cultivator, if they hadn't died, was probably now at least a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Wei Tu had accepted a favor from Wei Fei, not Master Wu. There was no need for him to make enemies out of someone of that level. Besides, after 200 years, Yi Hong herself might have already passed away, just like Master Wu. If that were the case, the revenge would be meaningless. Besides the Hongri sect matter, I also came this time to buy that foundation establishment spiritual item you mentioned, with spirit stones, Wei Fei said, pulling a pouch from his storage bag and handing it over. Third brother, please count it. Exactly 2,500 spirit stones. What? You managed to gather that many? Wei Tu was stunned. He didn't say aloud, but he was deeply surprised. Given Wei Fei's abilities, even scraping together 1,000 spirit stones over the past 10 years would have been impressive. But 2,500? Still, he didn't ask. He didn't dig into how Wei Fei had come up with the money. He accepted the spirit stone pouch, then pulled out a jade box and handed it to Wei Fei. This jade box holds the Foundation establishment spiritual item I obtained from the secret realm. Thank you, third brother. Wei Fei's eyes turned red with emotion as he saw the item inside. All his hopes were riding on this. Items like this had a price, but no market. If not for his bond with Wei Tu, he might have never gotten his hands on something like it. Not in this life. And certainly not at this price. Though Wei Tu hadn't asked about where the 2,500 spirit stones came from, he still asked Wei Fei how he planned to use the spiritual item. Because while this was only one spiritual item, getting another would be extremely difficult. And most sects required two to exchange for a single Foundation establishment pill. There's a pill master song in the Wandering Immortal Alliance who's experienced in refining Foundation establishment pills, Wei Fei explained. With one spiritual item and some spirit stones, he can give me one pill. Hearing that, Wei Tu finally understood. No wonder Wei Fei was so overwhelmed with joy. Wei Tu had long been well fed. He couldn't understand what it felt like to go truly hungry. In truth, using two Foundation establishment spiritual items to exchange with a sect for one Foundation establishment pill was considered a luxury among the scattered cultivator community. Most rogue cultivators would instead look for a familiar pill master and pool resources for alchemy. Of course, being extravagant had its perks. First, exchanging with a sect meant there was no need to wait for a pill master to open a furnace. You could get a ready-made Foundation establishment pill right away. Second, pills from sects generally had higher quality than those refined by rogue pill masters. It was a sure win, whereas pooled alchemy could end up with fewer pills than expected, and if you got nothing in the end, it was like drawing water with a bamboo basket. Even if you got refunded in spirit stones afterward, spirit stones could never compare to Foundation establishment spiritual items. I'll congratulate you in advance. Second brother, may your Foundation establishment succeed. Wei Tu smiled. Over the years, he'd learned a bit about the Wandering Immortal Alliance. It was formed by scattered cultivators in response to the three major sects forcing them to enlist in the war. Unlike the Shuyan Alliance, a small underground group, the Wandering Immortal Alliance was a true giant. In terms of cultivator numbers, it was just slightly smaller than the three major sects. At the top, the alliance boasted 17 golden core true lords. The only drawback, it had no nascent soul cultivators, leaving it a step below the three sects. Currently, it maintained a semi-cooperative relationship with them. After one final cup of spirit wine, Wei Fei cupped his fists, bowed deeply to Wei Tu, and took his leave. Wei Tu didn't try to stop him. So many years had passed. There was a growing distance between them. They were no longer the good brothers who once slept side by side and talked about everything. People change. Relationships, whether family, kin, or friendship, shift with time and rarely go back to how they were. Unless, of course, Wei Fei succeeded in forming his foundation this time. If not, then no matter how many heartfelt words he spoke, they would only widen the gap further. After Wei Fei left, Wei Tu set off toward the Baishur Lake Marketplace, where Mirror Water Pavilion was located. The journey passed in silence. With Ko Hongying's guidance, Wei Tu arrived smoothly at Mirror Water Pavilion, heading straight to Jinyan Tower, the same place where he'd attended the previous Foundation establishment celebration. Fellow Taoist Wei. Along the way, several Mirror Water Pavilion cultivators greeted him. Wei Tu wasn't surprised. Although he hadn't visited often and didn't know these people personally, thanks to past pill transactions, many Foundation establishment cultivators in Mirror Water Pavilion had heard of this second-rank high-grade talisman master. What they didn't know, however, was that Wei Tu was no longer a Huang clan retainer. He was now a Foundation establishment row cultivator, avoiding sect conscription. Of course, the Foundation establishment cultivators of Mirror Water Pavilion had no way of knowing this. The conscription lists were in the hands of pavilion high-ups, managed by golden core true lords. Ordinary cultivators had no access. Wei Tu remained cordial, responding with proper courtesy to each who greeted him. Wei Tu, Wei Jinren, here to congratulate Qin Jinren on achieving golden core, presenting 4 second-rank high-grade talismans. His greeting was soon passed from the entrance to the interior of Jinyan Tower. The cultivators inside were visibly surprised. After all, second-rank high-grade talisman masters were extremely rare in Zheng Kingdom, nearly extinct. Please, fellow Taoist Wei, take the honored seat. Qin Jinren stepped out with a smile, personally guiding Wei Tu to the table reserved for close friends and family. To his left sat a familiar face, senior brother Zhu, whom he had met previously. This senior brother Zhu was Qin Jinren's nephew. After waiting for half a day, the banquet began. Attendants brought in spirit wine and a variety of dishes. Wei Shu, greetings. Zhu Renjie raised his cup and toasted Wei Tu. Compared to his rudeness during Ko Hongying's foundation establishment celebration, Zhu Renjie now addressed him warmly as Uncle Wei, showing sincere courtesy. No one slaps a smiling face. Wei Tu didn't hold a grudge. He clinked cups with Zhu Renjie and engaged in light conversation. 3 days later, the Golden Core celebration banquet came to an end. Wei Tu had planned to find an opportunity to discuss pill transactions with Qin Jinren. But unexpectedly, Qin Jinren sent someone to invite him first to her private residence. Senior Qin, you invited me. May I ask what's the matter? Wei Tu was puzzled as he looked at the woman in white palace robes standing with her back to him. He lowered his head and cupped his hands. Thanks to Mirror Water Pavilion's beautifying techniques, Qin Jinren looked even more stunning than she had over a decade ago, like a fairy untouched by worldly dust. Wei Tu, Qin Jinren turned and gave him a once-over, frowning slightly. You look so plain. I don't know how you ended up etched into my mind. I can't forget you. Strange. So strange. She said strange several times. Etched into your mind? Wei Tu was stunned. A certain unsettling rumor about the cultivation world came to mind. When a cultivator closes themselves off to break through to a major realm, they may suffer mental trauma from the life and death experience, resulting in memory loss. And Qin Jinren right now. Her rambling speech was a clear sign of that. Why would Qin Jinren have me etched in her memory, unable to forget? Wei Tu frowned to himself. He knew better than to assume her ambiguous words meant she had any real affection for him. Could it be? A chill ran through Wei Tu's heart as he realized what might be the real reason Qin Jinren had been thinking about him all this time. Although he had known Qin Jinren for quite some time, ever since Ko Hongying became a disciple of Mirror Water Pavilion, Qin Jinren had learned she had an elder named Wei Tu. The time they had truly interacted was only around the period of entering and exiting the Clouds, a secret realm. During that time, the only plausible reason he could think of for why Qin Jinren still remembered him was likely what happened after they parted ways inside the Nanhua sect ruins. Could it be that Qin Jinren already guessed I gained something more inside the stone hall? Wei Tu's thoughts raced, his mind turning to the worst possible scenario. That Qin Jinren's lingering concern wasn't fondness or anything sentimental, but a matter of greed. The fact that he had killed Si Qing was brushed aside with a convincing explanation, which seemed reasonable enough. But in Qin Jinren's eyes, perhaps he had left a single, subtle clue that betrayed him. She probably only suspected and wasn't sure. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let me walk away when we left the stone hall, Wei Tu thought, and that made him breathe a little easier. Now, Qin Jinren had lost her memory, especially that part of it, so whether her motives were rooted in greed or not, for the moment, he was safe. Relying on mountains, and they collapse. Relying on people, they vanish. Only oneself is dependable, Wei Tu reminded himself silently. He had once believed that once Qin Jinren achieved Golden Core, he would gain a strong backer. But now it looked like this so-called backer could just as easily turn on him. Even though he had a personal connection, being Ko Hongying's uncle, in the face of desire, those ties couldn't be relied upon. In a cultivation world, falling out over benefits whether between brothers or even master and disciple, was all too common. Huh, could it be this thing? Qin Jinren suddenly said, and in a flash, she moved right in front of Wei Tu. Her stunning, bare face, glowing lips, delicate nose, and a faint fragrance of orchids. All these beautiful details rushed in close at once. And yet, Wei Tu didn't feel even the slightest bit thrilled. His body tensed, and the two blood pills in his dantian started to tremble, as if they were ready to burst out in the next moment. At this moment, Wei Tu was already mentally prepared to fight Qin Jinren to the death. Human effort has its limits. Wei Tu thought back to what he'd said to Wei Yin just a month ago, and a bitter smile crept across his face. He had come to attend Qin Jinren's Golden Core celebration, never expecting to find himself being interrogated, let alone in a possible life-and-death crisis. But with Qin Jinren's next move, the two blood pills he had activated suddenly dimmed and returned to his dantian. His tense body also relaxed slightly. She hadn't reached for his storage pouch, but rather the jade pendant tied at his waist, twin resonance jade. More than a decade ago, when they parted outside the Cloud Zay secret realm, Qin Jinren hadn't taken back the secondary jade of this pair. Twin resonance jade was a dual cultivation artifact. Wei Tu had brought it specifically this time, intending to return it to her. That's why after arriving at Mirror Water Pavilion, he had kept it close. Was it because of this jade? Wei Tu wondered. Maybe he had been too paranoid and Qin Jinren's actions weren't born of greed. But he quickly rejected that line of thought. You couldn't afford to bet your life on someone's compassion. As a cultivator, you had to always prepare for the worst, not cling to hope. This is a dual cultivation artifact. Qin Jinren backed away and stood a dozen steps away, examining the phoenix peacock jade in her palm with a glimmer of curiosity in her eyes. The mortal shedding pill she had taken had been tampered with, causing her memory loss. But the loss only spanned the last 30-plus years. She still retained everything from before that. If she hadn't, she wouldn't have been able to arrange this celebration or even remember to invite Wei Tu. Next, Qin Jinren took out the primary jade and joined it with the secondary jade, fitting the pair together. This twin resonance jade is a dual cultivation artifact. Why would I have given this to you? Could it be you and I were cultivation partners? Qin Jinren asked with a straight face. Wei Tu's looks were unremarkable. Just at a glance, it was hard to believe someone like Qin Jinren would be attracted to him. When we were about to enter the Cloud Zay secret realm, to stay in contact, you gave me this twin resonance jade, Wei Tu explained promptly. If I gave it to you, then keep it, Qin Jinren said after thinking briefly. She took off the secondary jade, channeled her spiritual energy, and returned it to him. What? Wei Tu was stunned. He couldn't understand why she would do that. By logic, Qin Jinren should want to take it back to sever any rumored ties with a mere foundation establishment cultivator like him. After all, such rumors would only harm her. Come here. After Wei Tu put away the jade, Qin Jinren ordered in a flat, emotionless voice. Wei Tu was slightly stunned, unsure of what trick Qin Jinren was pulling. After a moment's hesitation, he still walked in her direction. Touch my shoulder. Qin Jinren gave another order. She wanted to test why, deep in her memory, she regarded Wei Tu as someone important, whether it was due to genuine feelings or something else entirely. The events that happened in the Cloud Zay secret realm were only known to her and Wei Tu's day. Because of his special relationship with her disciple Ko Hongying, she couldn't bring herself to ask her. Senior Qin, please forgive Wei for refusing. Wei Tu quickly shook his head. Wei is of humble status and dares not show disrespect to Senior Qin. He wasn't stupid. Right now, Qin Jinren merely had doubts. She wasn't certain. If he helped her confirm those doubts or helped her retrieve her memories, then he'd be the one to suffer. Even in the best-case scenario, if Qin Jinren held no greed, and this was all due to the effects of the twin resonance jade, he still couldn't afford the risk. Their statuses were simply too far apart now. Maybe she was willing to speak nicely at the moment and let him touch her, but what if she regretted it later? Then he'd be the one facing disaster. You're right. I'm making things hard for you. Qin Jinren understood his position. She sighed and nodded. But just as Wei Tu thought everything had calmed down, Qin Jinren, standing 10 steps away, suddenly moved and once again appeared before him. This time, though, she didn't snatch the twin resonance jade from him. Instead, she lightly pecked him on the face. "There's a bit of a feeling," she whispered as she returned to her spot, carefully sensing any changes in her body. She still couldn't figure out if her deep memory of Wei Tu was due to the twin resonance jade or something else. Qin Jinren was confused, but she knew this absurd little episode needed to end. She couldn't really go so far as to soul-search a guest and her disciple's uncle just over a vague suspicion. Doing so would ruin her standing in Mirror Water Pavilion. Qin Jinren's expression turned cold. She gently touched the twin resonance jade at her sleeve and looked at Wei Tu. "Fellow Taoist Wei, I hope you'll keep today's events a secret. I don't want a third person to know. Otherwise, I will kill you." She made her threat clear. "I understand." Wei Tu cupped his hands in a respectful bow and nodded. "Telling anyone about this would do me no good. Senior Qin can rest assured. I won't speak a word." He added that sincerely. "Good." Qin Jinren saw him agree so readily and relax a little. Her gaze also softened. She had spent her whole life cultivating within Mirror Water Pavilion, with little experience in matters between men and women. But she wasn't so ruthless that she would truly kill Wei Tu just for that single kiss. The two stood in silence. The atmosphere was slightly awkward. After a tease time, seeing that Qin Jinren no longer appeared aggressive, Wei Tu knew that he had finally weathered this storm. "Senior Qin, there's one more matter I'd like to request of you." Wei Tu hesitated for a moment, then decided to speak up about the pill trade. In her current state, it was unlikely Qin Jinren would help him and his friends avoid the Immortal sect draft. But trading pills, that was beneficial to both of them. He believed she wouldn't refuse. Ice crystal pills and golden yuan pills. Qin Jinren nodded lightly after hearing his request and agreed. After forming her core, she was quite short on resources and badly needed spirit stones. Using contribution points to exchange for spirit stones was quite profitable. This was a deal worth making. Because of this, the memory-impaired Qin Jinren gained a new perspective on Wei Tu's wealth. She recalled the congratulatory gift he'd given at her Golden Core celebration and suddenly realized, aside from his plain looks, Wei Tu's talent and potential were top-tier, even within Mirror Water Pavilion. After all, to draw upper second-ranked talismans, a talisman master had to have spirit power at the level of a top foundation establishment cultivator. From this alone, if fortune favored him, and he obtained a complete Golden Core opportunity, Wei Tu too could form a Golden Core like her. Thinking this, Qin Jinren's attitude toward Wei Tu shifted from cold to friendly. After a short pause, Qin Jinren weighed the spirit stone pouch he handed over and said gently, "Wait here a moment. I'll go to the merit hall and help you exchange for the pills." With that, she turned into a streak of icy blue light and vanished into the sky. Half an hour later, Qin Jinren returned and handed over the ice crystal pills and golden yuan pills. 6 pills total. "Please check," she said. Wei Tu didn't count them in front of her. After thanking her, he took his leave, leaving Qin Jinren's cave residence. Wei Tu saw Ko Hongying waiting for him from afar. "Uncle Wei, what did Master want with you? Was it something important?" Ko Hongying asked curiously. She was puzzled as to why Qin Jinren had asked to speak with Wei Tu alone. That wasn't like her. Even her nephew Zhu Renjia had never been allowed into her cave residence. "There's nothing major," Wei Tu replied casually, gesturing subtly to Ko Hongying not to ask further. The two had known each other for many years. Just a single look from him was enough for Ko Hongying to understand. So, after hearing that, she immediately got the hint and didn't question what happened in Qin Jinren's cave residence. After that, Ko Hongying acted as host and escorted Wei Tu out of Mirror Water Pavilion. When they reached the mountain gate, Ko Hongying pointed to Wei Tu's left cheek and, without waiting for a response, turned and gracefully returned to the sect. "My cheek." Wei Tu froze for a moment, then remembered the testing kiss from Qin Jinren. Since Qin Jinren didn't wear any makeup, the kiss mark was nearly invisible. He hadn't noticed it when leaving. And, of course, he couldn't bring himself to wipe his cheek in front of her. Ko Hongying had been waiting outside the cave from afar, so he hadn't had a chance to deal with it either. So it got exposed. Hongying is clever and steady by nature, not the type to stir up trouble. She won't mention this to her master. Wei Tu first felt a twinge of worry, but then relaxed. After all, it wasn't that he deliberately revealed anything. It was just Ko Hongying's sharp eyes that caught it. Now that I've left Mirror Water Pavilion, I'm like a fish returning to the sea, a bird soaring into the sky, no longer bound by the cage, Wei Tu thought. Within Mirror Water Pavilion, he'd had to be on edge, worried that Qin Jinren might suddenly turn on him. Now the hardest test was behind him. Minor risks didn't matter anymore. After all, until she recovered her memory, Qin Jinren wouldn't chase him across the land just over this incident. Returning to the Mei clan of Xia Cliff, Wei Tu didn't waste time. Back in his cave residence, he immediately took out the ice crystal pills and golden yuan pills from the pill bottle and began refining them to enhance his spiritual power. Unlike when he was at early Foundation establishment and had to carefully refine each pill, now that his body refinement had broken through to mid-second rank, Wei Tu could swallow pills much more boldly. The Qi cultivation path and the body refinement path weren't completely separate. As his body cultivation improved, his meridians and physique were enhanced as well, allowing him to refine pills more efficiently. While refining pills, Wei Tu didn't forget about nurturing the wind-cleaving eagle with the immortal spirit dew. Every month, he'd have a swordsman puppet feed the eagle a single drop. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 more years had gone by. As Fu Lin mentioned in his letter, during those years, the 2 great sects of the Jing Kingdom, Beastmaster Sect and Sky Dome City, retreated into Zheng Kingdom and made it the main battlefield between righteous and demonic paths. The intensity of the Zheng Kingdom battlefield skyrocketed several-fold. Every day, numerous righteous cultivators fell. Fortunately, Beastmaster Sect and Sky Dome City managed to establish footholds and helped Zheng Kingdom withstand the demonic advance, holding the front line within 100 li of Demon Wolf Mountain. They didn't let the demonic sects push any further. That day, a swirl of spiritual energy suddenly appeared above the Mei clan's Xia Cliff estate. It lingered for a long time, nearly half a year, non-stop. Fortunately, the Mei clan had a family protection formation to mask the phenomenon. Otherwise, if outsiders had seen it, they'd know there was another Foundation establishment cultivator hiding within the clan. 144 years old, late Foundation establishment. That day, Wei Tu felt the surging spiritual energy within his dantian finally calm. He opened his eyes, exhaled a long breath, and smiled slightly. He had broken through to mid-Foundation establishment at 117, and after 27 years, he reached late Foundation establishment. In the cultivation world, this was an impressive advancement, comparable to the pinnacle of a mid-grade spiritual route. Of course, this achievement was inseparable from the huge amount of pills he had consumed over the decades. These pills had cost him no less than 10,000 spirit stones. If he hadn't been an upper second-rank talisman master, he wouldn't have been able to afford such a massive expense. With this, aside from a few special treasures, all my gains from the Cloud Zay secret realm have basically been used up. Wei Tu let out a soft sigh. Aside from the core formation spiritual item, his spoils from Cloud Zay included a huge stash of first and second-rank spiritual herbs. Earth Dragon Flesh, Foundation Consolidation Pills, Golden Yuan Pills, Ice Crystal Pills, and even the true demonic refinement art. Each one had burned through massive amounts of spirit stones. If not for the talismans he'd been selling to make up the difference, the gains from the secret realm alone wouldn't have been enough to support his 20-plus years of cultivation. After several days of consolidating his spiritual power, Wei Tu exited seclusion. Scree, the wind-cleaving eagle flapped over and dropped 2 letters into his hand. Wei Tu took them and was about to open them when he suddenly noticed a crimson slit between the eagle's brows. Could it be a bloodline mutation? An evolution? Wei Tu arched a brow and placed his right palm on the eagle's head, inspecting it carefully. But during the inspection, before he could figure out the nature of that crimson mark, The black finger bone embedded in the eagle's belly suddenly caught his attention. Compared to over 20 years ago, that black finger bone had more visible bone growth now, and its fingertip faintly emitted a chilling, ghostly blue flame. Profound nether-een fire? Wei Tu guessed that the icy blue flame was the flame seed of the profound nether-een fire recorded in the black fingerbone's bone scroll. This wasn't just a wild guess without basis. Bone scrolls left behind by high-level demonic cultivators were often created from their own flesh and bones, and it was totally normal for such scrolls to contain the flame seed of a demonic divine ability like profound nether-een fire. I left that black finger bone inside the wind-cleaving eagle for so many years, and only now has the flame seed of profound nether-een fire emerged. Wei Tu rubbed his chin, recalling the immortal spirit dew he had been feeding the eagle all these years. Immortal spirit dew was secreted from the flesh-type artifact known as the Myriad Spirit's demon infant. And that artifact was one of the treasures of the Wanling cult, one of the 5 great demonic sects. In other words, it was likely that this demonic spirit item, immortal spirit dew, nourished the black finger bone inside the wind-cleaving eagle, leading to the birth of the profound nether-een fire's flame seed. Profound nether-een fire is a wicked flame of extreme cold and een among the demonic paths. Even the slightest trace of its flame seed isn't something ordinary cultivators can endure. Wei Tu suddenly thought of this and sent his divine sense into the wind-cleaving eagle again. Once he confirmed that the blue, ghostly flame wasn't harming the eagle, he let out a sigh of relief. At this point, the wind-cleaving eagle had reached mid-stage 2nd rank. It was one of his key combat forces. If anything happened to it, the consequences would be significant. But Wei Tu didn't regret his decision back then. If he hadn't fed the eagle that black finger bone, there was no way he'd have waited long enough to witness the emergence of the profound nether-een fire's flame seed. The eagle shared the same foundation establishment cultivation realm as him. Only by doing it this way could he keep observing the black finger bone's mutation and have enough time to react accordingly. To him, the black finger bone's bone scroll was worth far more than a 2nd-rank spirit beast with limited potential. Afterward, Wei Tu used his divine sense again to examine the red vertical mark that had appeared on the eagle's brow. But this time, he couldn't see anything strange about it. It seemed to just be a change in the eagle's appearance. After finishing his check of the wind-cleaving eagle, Wei Tu picked up the 2 letters it had just brought over. One letter was from Wei Fei, the other from Ko Hongying. Wei Tu opened Wei Fei's letter first. After more than 30 years of struggle, second brother has finally reached foundation establishment. Wei Tu felt a wave of emotion after reading the first line. It had been over 30 years since Wei Fei failed to break through from the 10th layer of qi refinement. Those 30 years passed in a flash, yet also felt like a lifetime. In that time, the stable political landscape of Zheng Kingdom had turned chaotic, and the members of their society had been scattered across different places, each walking their own path. Next, Wei Tu saw words of gratitude from Wei Fei for the talismans he'd given him before parting. Wei Fei wrote, "If it hadn't been for Wei Tu's parting gift, several 2nd-rank talismans hidden in the secret compartment of the jade box, he likely would have died in the attempt." Seeing this, Wei Tu chuckled. He'd known Wei Fei wouldn't accept those talismans directly, so he had hidden them inside the jade box containing the foundation establishment item. Reading further, Wei Fei described the life-and-death situation he had faced during his breakthrough attempt, just like what he told Wei Tu in person. After acquiring a foundation establishment item, he immediately headed to the Red Cloud Mountain Market, where the Rogue Immortal Alliance was based, and pooled resources with others to hire Alchemist Song for pill refinement. Everything went smoothly, but on his way out of the market after receiving the foundation establishment pill, he was ambushed by a group of cultivator bandits. The group included 1 early foundation establishment cultivator and 2 late-stage qi refinement cultivators. Under normal circumstances, this would have been a death sentence for Wei Fei. Fortunately, he used the 2nd-rank talismans Wei Tu had given him to kill all 3 attackers. In a letter, Wei Fei admitted it was sheer luck. the Foundation establishment cultivator had grown complacent. Without that mistake, even talismans wouldn't have saved him. Second brother still lacks experience. Wei Tu shook his head after reading the letter. If it were him, the moment he got the Foundation establishment pill from Alchemist Song, he would have established his foundation right in the market, no matter the cost. Never would he leave and give bandits a chance to strike. But soon, Wei Tu dismissed that thought. This kind of logic wasn't something Wei Fei didn't understand. The issue was, even a penny could bring down a hero. In the Red Cloud Mountain Market, Wei Fei likely had no spirit stones left to rent a cave residence. And the ones near second-rank spirit veins were incredibly expensive. Without extra funds, he had no choice but to leave and find a place elsewhere to break through. And that made him the perfect target for bandits. After writing a reply to Wei Fei, Wei Tu opened Ko Hongying's letter. No wonder. Wei Tu sighed and placed the letter on the table. This wasn't a casual greeting from Ko Hongying. It was her explanation of Qin Jinren's strange behavior 3 years ago. After Qin Jinren lost her memory, although her behavior seemed unchanged to outsiders, to Ko Hongying, her disciple who had lived by her side for years, the difference was stark. At first, Ko Hongying thought the personality shift came from the shock of a major breakthrough. That wasn't uncommon. But after the Golden Core celebration, she changed her mind. In the letter, Ko Hongying put forth a theory. Qin Jinren's strange behavior might have been caused by a Shun Yinqiu's sabotage. He could have tampered with the mortal shedding pill, giving her an inferior one. The evidence was that shortly after Qin Jinren went into closed-door cultivation, one of Shun Yunqiu's juniors also conveniently entered seclusion to attempt breaking through to the Golden Core stage. And that junior's secluded location wasn't within Mirror Water Pavilion, but rather in a third-rank spirit land outside the sect. Shun Yunqiu. Wei Tu's brows lifted slightly when he saw that name. Shun Yunqiu was one of the 12 Golden Core true lords of Mirror Water Pavilion, and already at late-stage Golden Core. He was also the one who had secretly orchestrated Ko Hongying's deployment to the front lines while Qin Jinren was still in closed-door cultivation. Wei Tu had heard this from Ko Hongying before. What he hadn't expected was that Shun Yunqiu would have the audacity to tamper with a mortal shedding pill issued to Qin Jinren by the sect, switching it out right under their noses. If Shun Yunqiu really did this, then Qin Jinren's memory loss makes sense. It also explains why he dared send Ko Hongying to die at the front lines, even when Qin Jinren was on the verge of forming a core. Wei Tu thought silently. The life-or-death tribulation during core formation could indeed result in memory loss, but that probability was extremely low, less than 1 in 100. However, if she had taken a defective mortal shedding pill, then the fact that Qin Jinren managed to succeed at forming her core with only minor memory loss could be considered extremely fortunate. Still, what Shun Yunqiu did helped me a great deal. If Qin Jinren had successfully formed her core without memory loss, she'd definitely have come probing. After leaving Mirror Water Pavilion, Wei Tu had carefully considered why Qin Jinren had fixated on him. Was it due to the twin resonance jade, or was it driven by greed? In the end, he came to a conclusion. 8 or 9 out of 10, it was greed. Otherwise, how could he explain why Qin Jinren hadn't retrieved the secondary jade of the twin resonance jade after leaving the Cloud's secret realm? The twin resonance jade could sense the location of the other piece within 100 li. Clearly, Qin Jinren had planned to wait until she formed her core, then use the jade to locate him and settle accounts. Walking out of the cave residence, Wei Tu saw the side wing of his dwelling tightly shut and couldn't help but chuckle. After bringing his concubine Qi Feng into the Mei clan's territory at Shaya Cliff, she initially tried to engage with him more, hoping to establish a stronger presence. But after witnessing him retreat into closed-door cultivation again and again, fully focused on cultivation, she gradually gave up. Perhaps influenced by him, Qi Feng adopted the same austere attitude. She spent 8 or 9 months a year in seclusion. Wei Tu didn't linger outside the side residence. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned into a stream of light and left the Mei clan. A few days later, in a market near the Mei clan territory, Wei Tu, using the alias Liu Ao and wearing a disguise, entered the Baibao Pavilion managed by the Jiu Merchant Guild. Out of caution, he didn't reveal his true cultivation level. With the Thousand Faces Phantom Art and a concealment talisman, he suppressed his visible aura down to mid-stage foundation establishment. After the previous transaction with Qinjinren, Wei Tu had less than 1,000 spirit stones left. This time, he came to the Baibao Pavilion to follow through on the arrangement he had previously discussed with Manager Fan to sell talismans. After the war between righteous and demonic forces started, high-grade talismans became extremely sought after. However, just as Wei Tu completed his talisman transaction, Manager Fan unexpectedly called out to stop him. "Please wait, Taoist Wei." Manager Fan smiled as she spoke. "I have a business proposition that might interest you. If it goes well, you could gain a golden core opportunity." A golden core opportunity? Wei Tu paused, looking at her with interest, waiting for her explanation. For Foundation establishment cultivators, breaking through to the golden core stage was their lifelong pursuit. Forming a core would bring a significant boost in status, power, and lifespan. Although Wei Tu already possessed a complete golden core opportunity and had no need to chase others, if he walked away too abruptly now, he'd surely arouse Manager Fan's suspicion. "Taoist Wei, you're not with the Hashan Huang clan anymore, right?" Manager Fan said with a smile, as if she had complete confidence in this fact. Wei Tu's expression darkened slightly. How did Manager Fan know this? Did Jiu Merchant Guild investigate me? He wasn't surprised if they had. Being hired as a guest elder, only to be investigated afterward, wasn't unheard of. Still, it was necessary to show the proper attitude. Otherwise, he'd be seen as easy to manipulate. "Don't be angry, Taoist Wei. It was our fault." Manager Fan gave a respectful curtsy and apologized, confirming that the Merchant Guild had indeed looked into his background. Hearing her apology, Wei Tu's expression softened. Still puzzled by her earlier comment, he asked, "Manager Fan, you brought up my current status, then mentioned a golden core opportunity. Are these two matters related? Do you know who the new guest elder the Hashan Huang clan is?" she asked in return. New guest elder? Wei Tu's brows rose. He immediately thought of Alchemist Shu and Yang Xiang. "What does it have to do with the two of them?" he asked, surprised. "It certainly does with Alchemist Shu," Manager Fan smiled. "A few years ago, he won a third-rank demon core at an underground auction. I'm sure you were present as well." She knew that Wei Tu had been at the scene and had watched as Alchemist Shu acquired the core. That demon core was the main ingredient for refining the Azure Flame Pill. After obtaining it, Alchemist Shu immediately returned to Yunhe Mountain and began refining. Once he succeeded, he went into seclusion to attempt core formation. Unfortunately, the Azure Flame Pill isn't as effective as the Mortal Shedding Pill. Its success rate is too low, and Alchemist Shu failed, resulting in a false core. Manager Fan explained slowly. "Alchemist Shu's failure to form a core. What does that have to do with me?" Wei Tu frowned. "It has everything to do with you." Manager Fan seemed amused by something and couldn't help covering her mouth as she laughed softly. Still, that laughter carried a hint of coldness. Taoist Wei should know that the lifespan of a false core cultivator is no different from that of a foundation establishment cultivator. False core is simply a euphemism used after one fails to form a proper golden core. Of course, compared to high-level foundation establishment cultivators, those with false cores are indeed stronger. At this point, Wei Tu had already begun to guess where this was going, but he wasn't yet sure if his speculation was correct. So, he continued listening patiently. After Alchemist Shu failed to form a core, he had less than 10 years of life left, practically on death's doorstep. At that point, the Hashan Huang clan's attitude toward him took a sharp turn, and even his benefits were cut in half. There are even rumors that the Huang clan planned to send Alchemist Shu to the front lines as cannon fodder, a substitute to die in place of their own disciples. Manager Fan said each word slowly and clearly. Then she looked at Wei Tu with a half-smile. The reason Taoist Wei left the Hashan Huang clan likely wasn't so simple. Was it Just look at what happened to Alchemist Shu, and everything becomes clear. Wei Tu said nothing. Just as he had suspected, Alchemist Shu had been discarded by the Huang clan after being used up, ending up just like him. Back when he was still at the Huang clan, he had already thought that taking an Alchemist Shu and Yang Xiang as guest elders was inviting wolves into the house. Sooner or later, the clan would suffer for it. However, during the underground auction, Alchemist Shu had given him a subtle warning out of goodwill that had made Wei Tu reevaluate his judgment. Maybe Alchemist Shu wasn't a good person, but he wasn't some irredeemable villain either. Now, Alchemist Shu and Yang Xiang had spent 10 years with the Hashan Huang clan, and all that time, there hadn't been any major incidents. Maybe the two of them had their own plans brewing in secret, schemes that Wei Tu couldn't possibly know about. But the fact that the Huang clan treated them this poorly without understanding the full picture just proved one thing. They were even more loathsome than Alchemist Shu. After leaving the Huang clan, Wei Tu had exchanged letters with Zhao Qingluo. Through her, he learned that the Huang clan's ally, the Qihua Zhao clan, had never told him about Shuyun Alliance's previous dealings with the Qisong Jia clan. Zhao Qingluo had written, the Qisong Jia clan was one of the 7 great golden core families in Zheng Kingdom. They had countless ties with many forces. If the Zhao clan had warned the Huang clan, not only would they have gone unappreciated, but they might have been accused of sowing discord. After a brief silence, Wei Tu signaled for Manager Fan to continue explaining what Alchemist Shu's failed core formation had to do with the golden core opportunity. Alchemist Shu didn't just refine 1 Azure Flame pill. He made 3 in total. He took 1 himself and still has 2 left. And right now, the Huang clan's patriarch Huang Xinglia is on the front lines. Manager Fan said with deep implication. By this point, it was obvious what she meant. If Wei Tu didn't express a stance, this conversation couldn't go any further. The Huang clan and I already have our differences. If Alchemist Shu is offering Azure Flame pills as his wager, I'd be willing to lend a hand, Wei Tu said with a faint smile. He didn't care about Alchemist Shu's personal feud with the Huang clan and had no intention of getting involved. But there was no harm in understanding the situation better. And besides, Manager Fan had already led the conversation this far. If he outright refused now, it would only cause unnecessary complications. Refusing flat out would only make Alchemist Shu see him as an obstacle and act against him first. After all, going up against the Huang clan meant risking their lives. It wasn't a request one could easily walk away from. This time, in addition to those 2 Azure Flame pills, Alchemist Shu is also offering his years of accumulated wealth and his second-rank alchemist inheritance. Manager Fan smiled. Wei Tu hadn't mentioned anything about Shuyun Alliance's ties to the Qisong Jia clan, and he certainly wasn't about to spill Alchemist Shu's secrets for the sake of the Huang clan. Right now, he and Alchemist Shu naturally stood on the same side. This is Shuyun Alliance's communication talisman. As she spoke, Manager Fan took out a talisman and handed it to Wei Tu. Sometime within this year, Shuyun Alliance is expected to make a move against the Huang clan. When the time comes, this talisman will notify Daoist Wei of the precise timing and location of the operation. Her tone grew serious. Manager Fan seems to know a great deal about Shuyun Alliance, even has one of their communication talismans. Don't tell me, you're part of the alliance yourself? Wei Tu took the talisman and raised an eyebrow, asking with deliberate casualness. Hearing this, a flicker of displeasure passed across Manager Fan's face. But she didn't lash out at him for the impertinent question. I'm merely a friend of Alchemist Shu's. I bought pills from him in the past, but I'm not a member of Shuyun Alliance. Then why is Manager Fan so intent on bringing me in? If all the other participants are Shuyun Alliance members, what use would an outsider like me have? Wei Tu pressed on. Hearing this, Manager Fan's expression softened. His questions showed he was seriously considering the matter, not just brushing her off. There are 4 other invitees besides Daoist Wei, and none of them are from Shuyun Alliance either, she revealed. The reason we want Daoist Wei involved isn't just to add another fighter, but also because you're familiar with Yunhe Mountain and the Huang clan's cultivators. She added this explanation. Having asked all he needed to, Wei Tu stood and prepared to leave. "Allow me to walk you out," Manager Fan offered politely. "That won't be necessary." Wei Tu waved her off. As he reached the door of the private room, he gave his sleeve a subtle flick, and a thumb-sized moth flew out. As soon as the words fell, all the cultivators within Cloud Crane Mountain were in an uproar, their expressions filled with shock as they watched the Huang clan's Foundation establishment cultivators chase after Alchemist Shu. Many of the unaffiliated cultivators even revealed looks of contempt. Even among the Huang clan cultivators themselves, many felt ashamed by the leadership's betrayal. After all, the contributions Alchemist Shu had made to the Huang clan over the past dozen or so years were widely known. A few years ago, when Alchemist Shu failed his attempt to break through to the Golden Core realm, rumors had already begun circulating that the clan's leadership planned to send him to the righteous demonic battlefield as cannon fodder in place of their own Foundation establishment cultivators. Now, with Alchemist Shu being hunted by the clan's higher-ups, it only confirmed the truth behind those old rumors. Witnessing this scene, Huang Changshun grew increasingly anxious. If the clan's unity faltered, it would spell disaster for the family. He immediately activated his spiritual power and shouted, "Alchemist Shu, cease your slander. Your secret dealings with the Heavenly Maiden sect have already been exposed. Colluding with demonic forces, such acts must be purged by all righteous cultivators." However, to the cultivators of Cloud Crane Mountain, Huang Changshun's declaration lacked conviction. In recent years, with the ongoing demonic incursions, blaming someone for consorting with demonic cultivators had become the most convenient excuse for internal conflict among righteous sects. And Alchemist Shu, whether among rogue cultivators or within Cloud Crane Mountain, had built a solid reputation over the years. A few mere words from clan leader Huang Changshun weren't enough to condemn him. Of course, this was also partly because Huang Changshun's own prestige had been waning for years. It was under his leadership that the Huang clan had declined, and after the fall, he continued prioritizing core lineage members by giving them first pick of Foundation establishment pills and other crucial resources. Such favoritism had long stirred resentment among the collateral branches. All these factors had built up to the current chaos within the Huang clan, where even their own people publicly questioned the leadership's actions. Colluding with the Heavenly Maiden sect? Alchemist Shu narrowed his eyes slightly at the accusation, already trying to deduce who could have leaked the information. Notably, he didn't suspect Wei Tu. To Alchemist Shu, there was no reason for Wei Tu to know anything about the connection between Lu Left Emissary and the Shuyun Alliance. As far as he knew, the information Manager Fan had revealed to Wei Tu was limited to Shuyun Alliance's plan against the Huang clan. There had been no mention of the Heavenly Maiden sect. On top of that, Wei Tu already had long-standing grievances with the Huang clan. Among those invited by Shuyun Alliance, he was the one with the most serious conflict with the Huang clan. If Wei Tu had betrayed them, he wouldn't have stood to gain anything at all. Of course, if Alchemist Shu had known that Si Qing, a Heavenly Maiden sect cultivator, was killed by Wei Tu, he wouldn't have reached such a hasty conclusion. As for Wei Tu's warning, that, too, was a calculated gamble. He was betting that the Shuyun Alliance, being a loosely organized group of rogue cultivators, didn't have tight enough internal control to immediately identify the source of the leak. Wei Tu was confident that unlike established clans or sects, trust within Shuyun Alliance's ranks would be minimal. Faced with two threats, he had chosen the lesser evil. If he didn't throw the Hashan Huang clan under the bus and divert Shuyun Alliance's attention, he might end up becoming the next target of Lu Left Emissary from the Heavenly Maiden sect. Alchemist Shu's mind raced as he swiftly narrowed down a list of suspects. With a sneer, he pulled a small handful of brown powder from his robes and flung it at the pursuing Huang clan cultivators before dashing out of Cloud Crane Mountain and fleeing southwest. A skilled alchemist was often also a master of poisons. As soon as the powder scattered, Huang Changshun and the others panicked and threw up their defensive barriers to block it. However, To their surprise, the powder bypassed their protective shields entirely and clung directly to their bodies. In an instant, their complexions turned an unnatural shade of black. Moreover, the flow of spiritual power within their bodies became sluggish and erratic. "No need to give chase," Huang Changshun said, waving off a clan member who tried to pursue after Alchemist Shu. His face was somber. Even after neutralizing the poison, Alchemist Shu had already vanished over 10 li away. Fighting him in the vicinity of Cloud Crane Mountain, under the support of their protective formation, hadn't yielded any advantage. Now that he was beyond its range, facing this pseudo-golden core cultivator in open ground would only end worse. What a pity! If only the Huang clan were at full strength. How could he possibly escape? Huang Changshun cursed silently. Over the past dozen years, thanks to Alchemist Shu's assistance with pills, the Huang clan had added 6 new Foundation establishment cultivators, bringing the total up to 9. But these new cultivators were all early-stage Foundation establishment, and their strength couldn't compare to the clan's former elite. The elites of old had relied largely on their own efforts to reach Foundation establishment, receiving only minimal support from the clan. By contrast, these new additions had advanced mostly due to Alchemist Shu's pills. In terms of temperament, combat ability, and potential, they were inferior in every way to the clan's former elite. Given the current strength of the clan, Huang Changshun dared not pursue Alchemist Shu beyond the mountain. Even if the Huang clan had the ability to kill him, Huang Changshun wouldn't take that gamble. If they failed, they wouldn't have the means to raise another 6 Foundation establishment cultivators again. As Alchemist Shu disappeared into the distance, Huang Changshun turned back toward Cloud Crane Mountain. But when his gaze met the fog-covered landscape of the mountain itself, a complex emotion welled up inside him. He suddenly recalled a decision he had made 20 years ago, one that was exactly like today's. "I don't dare bet. Once again, I don't dare bet." Huang Changshun chuckled bitterly, his eyes slightly reddened. Will the clan's legacy truly end in my hands? And yet, I made the right decision, didn't I? Secret Realm Expedition. He had foreseen that the Huang clan might face danger within the Secret Realm, so he reduced the number of participants by half, sending only the 7 strongest Foundation establishment cultivators from the Huang clan. But when the expedition ended, all Huang clan cultivators perished. None survived. Driving Wei Tu away had served 2 purposes. First, it was to welcome Alchemist Shu as their honored guest and revive the clan's strength using his pill-making skills. Second, it was to maximize benefits for the clan. Wei Tu had wide connections, which made him unsuitable as a scapegoat. And with Wei Tu's heart clearly not in the Huang clan, it was best to wring the last bit of value from him and then discard him. As for mistreating Alchemist Shu, sure, it gave off a sense of flattery followed by betrayal. But if they didn't send Alchemist Shu to the front lines to take the place of a Huang clan cultivator, were they supposed to just sit and watch their own clan members die on the battlefield? Personal sentiment could never outweigh clan interests. Everything he did was for the Huang clan. Even the clan's golden core patriarch, Huang Xinglia, had supported his decisions and never objected. And yet, now in this moment, Huang Changshun suddenly felt powerless. The Hashan Huang clan, under his string of correct decisions, was slowly walking toward decline. It felt as though some invisible hand of fate was guiding everything behind the scenes, and no matter how much effort he put forth, it was all in vain. Clans can't compare to rogue cultivators. Huang Changshun muttered to himself with a sigh. Rogues dared to gamble, dared to fight, while clan cultivators lacked both. In the name of preserving their legacy, they stuck to old methods and refused to adapt. In times of peace, cultivation clans could easily dominate rogue cultivators. But now, in this era of chaos, they were far inferior. And that was precisely why he believed the Hashan Huang clan was heading for ruin. That sense of helplessness, no matter how many corrective measures he tried, couldn't reverse the downward trend. In other words, this was the fate of the Hashan Huang clan. What if I had gambled? Huang Changshun wondered silently, but he quickly shook his head. It wasn't just that he didn't dare gamble. Even their patriarch Huang Xinglia was the same, never once daring to take a chance. Before the Secret Realm expedition, if Huang Xinglia had resisted the pressure from true monarch Wanhai and refused to let the Jia clan's cultivators enter, then the chain of events that followed wouldn't have happened. This was a common flaw among all clan cultivators. Of course, all these thoughts never reached Wei Tu, who was hiding outside Cloud Crane Mountain. Seeing Alchemist Shu escape so easily from within the mountain, Wei Tu was speechless at Huang Changshuan's indecisiveness. He had already sent the secret message, and yet the Heshan Huang clan had still let Alchemist Shu, a major threat, slip through their fingers. Aren't they the clan known for their mastery of formations? And yet they can't even trap one man. Wei Tu sighed in frustration. If the Huang clan had managed to capture and kill Alchemist Shu within Cloud Crane Mountain, and then had Huang Xinglia, their Golden Core ancestor, search his soul for secrets, things would be much easier for Wei Tu from here on. Even if Huang Xinglia chose not to retaliate against Shuyun Alliance and Lu left emissary afterward, simply using Alchemist Shu's memories as evidence to report them to the sects would have been a massive blow to both. And yet, they let Alchemist Shu get away. Letting Alchemist Shu go, the Huang clan is going to have serious trouble in the future, Wei Tu thought to himself as he gazed at Cloud Crane Mountain. Failing to kill Alchemist Shu, even while holding home advantage, would make others see the Huang clan as weak. It meant that anyone with pseudo-golden core strength could enter Cloud Crane Mountain as they pleased and leave just as easily. That message would bring far more disaster than losing a few Foundation establishment cultivators. In preserving their strength, the Huang clan had inadvertently revealed something else. This was all the power they had, and they didn't dare risk it all in one go. Looks like the heavens have decided the Huang clan's fate, Wei Tu said as he flicked his sleeves and flew off in the direction Alchemist Shu had escaped. This time, although his reason for giving the Huang clan intelligence was partially selfish, if they'd made proper use of it, it could have helped them greatly. Not only could they have dealt with an internal threat, but they could have eased external pressures too. However, things had turned out differently than Wei Tu expected. Not only had the Huang clan failed to seize this chance to eliminate Alchemist Shu and the Shuyun Alliance as a threat, they'd exposed their internal weaknesses, creating even more risk for themselves. There's blood in the air. Looks like Alchemist Shu was wounded pretty badly in that fight. Several days later, Wei Tu arrived at a desolate plain. He sniffed the air gently with his fragrant silk nose, confirmed a direction, and flew after it. Before Alchemist Shu and the Huang clan cultivators clashed, Wei Tu had already released a wind-cleaving eagle to monitor Cloud Crane Mountain from high above. Once Alchemist Shu fled, the eagle had followed him at a distance. But after reaching this plain, Alchemist Shu had suddenly vanished without a trace. So Wei Tu came personally, using the fragrant silk nose to carefully track down Alchemist Shu's hiding place. He began searching the area step by step. With his current strength, Wei Tu didn't fear a wounded Alchemist Shu. Even if the Huang clan couldn't kill him, if Wei Tu took down the isolated and injured Alchemist Shu, the result would be just as effective. Alchemist Shu was a core figure in the Shuyun Alliance and a crucial link in their collusion with the demonic sect, the Heavenly Maiden sect. The intel he held was too sensitive and too critical. Any one of those pieces of information would be enough for the three great immortal sects to sentence Shuyun Alliance cultivators to death. Alchemist Shu was a pseudo-golden core cultivator. Anyone capable of killing him would likely be a true golden core expert, someone who would naturally have access to soul-searching techniques. So long as Alchemist Shu died, panic would ripple through the Shuyun Alliance. At that point, forget about destroying the Huang clan. Just avoiding collapse would be a testament to their organizational strength. As long as the Shuyun Alliance was out of the picture, even if Lu left emissary still held a grudge against him, Wei Tu wouldn't worry. After all, The Heavenly Maiden sect didn't have the strength to send forces deep into Orthodox territory just to hunt him down. Of course, all of this depended on one thing. Wei Tu had to kill Alchemist Shu. He couldn't afford to repeat the Huang clan's mistake and let him escape again. Soon, an hour passed. There it is. Wei Tu fixed his gaze on a patch of wild grass several li ahead. The geomagnetic yuan light had pinpointed Alchemist Shu's hiding place even before his divine sense caught on. Under the watch of his divine sense, Wei Tu clearly saw Alchemist Shu cloaked in a faint golden glow, lying still beneath the grass. If it weren't for the fragrant silk nose narrowing the search range and the geomagnetic yuan light sweeping the area, his divine sense alone would never have uncovered this hiding spot. Wei Tu remained silent, casually glancing toward another direction, deliberately bypassing the actual location where Alchemist Shu lay hidden. No one noticed as his sleeve fluttered slightly, releasing several thumb-sized transparent moths. He's leaving. Hidden underground, Alchemist Shu let out a quiet sigh of relief. Staring at Wei Tu's appearance, he began wondering who exactly Wei Tu was within the Shuyun alliance. First, he had betrayed them to the Huang clan, and now he had disguised himself and come to finish the job. At this point, Alchemist Shu hated Wei Tu to the bone. While fleeing, he hadn't noticed the wind-cleaving eagle in the sky. His divine sense and vision weren't sharp enough to detect flying spirit beasts from such a distance. He had chosen this plane merely to heal, not specifically to avoid the eagle's surveillance. Otherwise, at the first sight of that eagle, Alchemist Shu would have immediately known Wei Tu was the one pursuing him. 15 minutes later, Wei Tu returned. He glanced playfully at the hidden spot and chuckled to himself. Almost had me, Taoist friend. If I hadn't sent something off and doubled back, I really would have missed this great opportunity. Alchemist Shu didn't respond. He stayed perfectly still, suppressing his breath. As a veteran of the cultivation world, he'd seen this trick before, bandits faking departures to lure people out. He wasn't falling for it. But then, when he saw two icy swords darting toward him, his expression changed. The golden glow around his body instantly withdrew as he pulled out a 5-colored copper ring and threw it forward. That ring, engraved with swirling runes, gleamed brightly and expanded into a giant hoop that blocked the incoming ice jiao swords. Then something strange happened. Just as Wei Tu attempted to recall the swords, the 5-colored ring emitted a suction force, locking them in place. So this is why the Huang clan failed despite having the intel. Wei Tu thought to himself, his wariness of Alchemist Shu deepening. Still, he didn't panic. Without hesitation, he slapped his storage pouch and summoned 2 more ice jiao swords, launching them forward with a spell. This guy has that many flying swords. Alchemist Shu gritted his teeth in frustration. With a quick chant, swift, the 5-colored copper ring flashed again, firmly anchoring the 2 new swords as well. For a moment, sword light and 5-colored brilliance clashed, locked in a stalemate. At this moment, Alchemist Shu calmly opened his mouth and spat out a pitch-black banner. The banner, about 7 feet long, had a purple ring embroidered on its surface. As he waved the black banner, thick black mist poured out, quickly spreading around him. In just a few breaths, the mist shrouded Alchemist Shu's figure and began creeping toward Wei Tu as well. Wei Tu couldn't tell what exactly the banner did. Fearing that Alchemist Shu had laced the mist with poison, he immediately tossed out several talismans and leapt into the air. The talismans exploded, holding the mist at bay. But now that he had taken to the sky, his defensive artifacts could no longer fully shield him. A vulnerability appeared. Go! Alchemist Shu seized the opportunity, sneering as he flung a slender green needle from his sleeve straight at Wei Tu. That needle, thinner than a strand of hair, was nearly invisible. If Wei Tu hadn't been so alert from the start, he might not have noticed it at all. Wei Tu immediately realized this was likely Alchemist Shu's killing move. With no better option, he summoned the small turtle shell shield he had obtained from Si Qing. This little turtle shell shield was a second-rank defensive artifact, the highest-level defensive item on Wei Tu's person. Chi. The green needle shot forward and pierced the defensive barrier formed by the turtle shell shield, locking into a stalemate. The two forces were evenly matched. You think a mere artifact can block my emerald cloud needle? Alchemist Shu sneered. He didn't recognize that the artifact had once belonged to Si Qing. He chanted a spell. The seemingly spent needle suddenly trembled and emitted a sharp hum. A surge of power burst forth, breaking a small hole in the barrier and spiraling viciously toward Wei Tu behind it. But just then, beneath Alchemist Shu's feet, an almost invisible hair-thin thread suddenly appeared. That transparent thread, just as Alchemist Shu was gloating, flared into a streak of green light and stabbed toward his dantian. You actually laid a trap? Alchemist Shu's expression changed. Earlier, he had mistakenly believed Wei Tu's only methods were the 4 flying swords. Thinking he could end it all in one blow with the Emerald Cloud Needle, he had funneled most of his power into that one attack. As for his own defenses, he had merely activated a basic protective barrier, saving his strength and refraining from summoning any additional defensive artifacts. After all, he was still wounded from the earlier battle with the Huang clan cultivators. Now in this critical moment, Alchemist Shu had no choice but to abandon control over the Emerald Cloud Needle, withdraw his divine sense, and quickly activate another artifact to defend himself against Wei Tu's ambush. That green thread of light was no ordinary attack. It was Shadow Thread, a trap Wei Tu had crafted with help from Mei Lang. After confirming Alchemist Shu's hiding spot, he had secretly planted it in the area using a 7-colored phantom moth, predicting where their fight would take place. Originally, Wei Tu had planned to trigger it when Alchemist Shu dropped his guard, hoping to finish him in one blow. However, the Emerald Cloud Needle proved so dangerous that Wei Tu had to activate the Shadow Thread early to turn the tide. As Alchemist Shu pulled his divine sense back, the Emerald Cloud Needle hovering before Wei Tu immediately faltered. Its sharpness dulled significantly. Wei Tu didn't hesitate. With divine sense and the Yuan gravity law seal working in tandem, he quickly suppressed Alchemist Shu's lingering consciousness within the needle, temporarily taking control of it. Go! Gritting his teeth, Wei Tu summoned the incomplete treasure, the demonic Buddha bell. In an instant, 60% of his spiritual energy was drained. Hovering in the air, the bell flared with bloody radiance and conjured 3 crimson Buddhas. The Buddha phantoms glared with wrathful faces. Wei Tu formed a seal, and he shook the bell forcefully. Clang! 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 The demonic Buddha bell rang out with a solemn chime. A wave of tremendous sound pressure crashed down on Alchemist Shu. At that moment, Alchemist Shu had just evaded the ambush of the Shadow Thread. He never expected Wei Tu to immediately unleash yet another killing move. How does he have so many tricks? Alchemist Shu's face twisted in shock. He hastily summoned his defensive artifact to withstand the blow. But it was too late. The bell's sonic wave struck. His protective barrier instantly shattered. The artifact shielding him dimmed and dropped to the ground. Pooh! 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 Alchemist Shu spat out several mouthfuls of blood. His body flew like a rag doll and slammed into the earth, embedding deeply into the dirt. His flesh was mangled beyond recognition, barely human. Spare me. Daoist friend, please. I have azure flame pills hidden away somewhere. Don't you want to form your core? His throat was already crushed. With no other choice, Alchemist Shu sent a desperate divine sense transmission, trying to plead for his life. He had less than 10 years left to live, but even ants cling to life, let alone a high-ranked second-grade alchemist like him. But before he could say more, what answered him wasn't a question. It was a sword light. The next instant, Alchemist Shu's vision went black. His consciousness was gone. If not for this demonic Buddha bell, I really might not have one. Wei Tu gasped as he retrieved the bell and stuffed it back into his storage pouch. In terms of regular strength, he and the wounded Alchemist Shu were about evenly matched, maybe even slightly in Shu's favor. If it hadn't been for the early setup of the Shadow Thread disrupting Shu's focus, That emerald cloud needle alone would have been a huge headache. But when it came to unconventional strength, Alchemist Shu was simply outmatched. Then again, maybe Shu had already exhausted many of his trump cards escaping from Cloud Crane Mountain. This moment might have been when he was at his weakest. Shriek, shriek! The wind-cleaving eagle swooped down from above, trying to snatch the storage pouch from Alchemist Shu's corpse as an offering to Wei Tu. "Hold it!" Wei Tu shouted, halting the eagle in its tracks. He wasn't sure whether Alchemist Shu had poisoned the pouch or its contents in his dying breath. If the wind-cleaving eagle rushed in now, it might just drop dead on the spot. "Go! Catch a few wild beasts. Let's test it first," Wei Tu instructed the wind-cleaving eagle. Alchemist Shu's remains were right there. He wasn't going anywhere. There was no reason to be reckless now. Testing with beasts, taking things cautiously, that was the smart way. While the wind-cleaving eagle flew off to capture beasts, Wei Tu wandered over to the nearby area and started retrieving the trapped talismans and arrays he'd set before the battle. Even though killing Alchemist Shu had been a spur-of-the-moment decision, during the ambush, Wei Tu hadn't dared to relax even for a second. Just as I suspected, both the corpse and storage pouch are laced with poison. As the wind-cleaving eagle brought in beasts that dropped dead the moment they neared Alchemist Shu's body or storage pouch, Wei Tu's expression turned grim. That was because even he couldn't gauge just how lethal the poison Alchemist Shu had used before dying was, or if it might still affect someone like him, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. After all, when Shu fled Cloud Crane Mountain, the brown powder he threw out had completely bypassed the Huang clan cultivators' protective shields and poisoned them all. Water gathering technique. Wei Tu gave a soft shout and cast a water-type spell, summoning water to dilute the poison clinging to the pouch. Once the poison had thinned out a bit, he used a few more beasts to test again. Seeing them hop around without keeling over, he finally took an antidote and stepped forward. There's still some poison left, but it's not a threat anymore. Wei Tu could feel it trying to erode the spiritual energy wrapping around his palm. But it was so faint it would take at least 10 days or half a month to actually reach his core. He erased the spiritual imprint from Alchemist Shu and opened the storage pouch. As he sorted through the loot inside, a smile slowly crept across Wei Tu's lips, his mood improving. This was, without a doubt, the most valuable storage pouch he'd ever looted in his cultivation life, second only to that treasure-hoarding Sea Ching. Just the spirit stones, easily totaled over 10,000. And aside from over 1,000 low-grade stones, the rest were all mid and high-grade. Besides the Emerald Cloud Needle and Black Banner, both top-tier second-rank artifacts, there were also 2 upper-grade treasures on par with Sea Ching's blood-colored sword and turtle shell shield. But the true highlight was in the pills section, bottles of second-rank pills arranged in neat rows. Shame I can't take any of these. Wei Tu let out a sigh. He was fairly certain Alchemist Shu hadn't poisoned all of them. But if even one was tainted and he happened to pick the wrong one, no amount of cultivation or antidotes could save him. He'd rather spend spirit stones on clean, traceable pills than take that risk. Which meant, for him, the most valuable things in this pouch were essentially useless. No Azure Flame pills. After checking every pill label, Wei Tu's brows furrowed in confusion. According to Manager Fan, when Alchemist Shu had refined those Azure Flame pills, he'd made 3 in one batch, took 1 himself, and the other 2 were supposed to be the incentive in the plan to take down the Huang clan. And yet, there wasn't a single trace of them in the pouch. Manager Fan must have been bluffing. Azure Flame pills aren't that easy to make. Even getting 1 in a batch is rare, let alone 3. Wei Tu shook his head. If Alchemist Shu had really been that skilled in alchemy, the Huang clan probably wouldn't have discarded him like trash. They might have even helped him form a core. Any alchemist capable of producing 3 Azure Flame pills in one batch would be a prize anywhere. A letter. After sorting through the pills section, Wei Tu turned to the miscellaneous section and quickly spotted a sealed letter tucked among the clutter. Alchemist Shu's final letter. He picked it up. The title written on the envelope made him pause. This was the first time he'd seen a cultivator write a farewell letter for themselves before death. Then again, remembering that Shu didn't have long to live anyway, it made sense. Wei Tu opened the letter and began reading. There were 5 pages in total. The first 3 pages were all about Shu's life story. Like many rogue cultivators, he had stumbled upon a cultivation method while still immortal, and from there, stepped onto the path of immortality. But unlike most others, alchemist Shu had once taken on a mercenary job and ended up mistakenly entering an ancient cave dwelling. That lucky accident changed his life. Inside that ancient dwelling, Shu found a 3rd-rank alchemist's legacy, along with the 5 elements ring and some other relics. Thanks to those, he left other rogue cultivators in the dust and steadily climbed to the peak of foundation establishment, just one step away from shedding his mortal shell and becoming a true golden core cultivator. To rise from a nobody to a top-tier 2nd-rank alchemist and a pseudo-golden core cultivator. Yeah, you don't get that far without some serious fortune. Wei Tu felt a twinge of emotion reading this. Unlike sect or clan cultivators, every step a rogue took was harsh and full of setbacks. Without a lucky break, 9 out of 10 never even reached foundation establishment. And that last one, if they made it, still ended up like a walking corpse, stuck at the early stage for life, unable to move forward. After finishing Alchemist Shu's life story, Wei Tu turned to the last 2 pages of the letter, his final will. In those 2 pages, aside from matters of inheritance, Alchemist Shu mostly offered advice to his grandson, Shu Zonghe, on how to avoid disaster after his death. In the will, Alchemist Shu urged Shu Zonghe to do good deeds, accumulate virtue, and never bully others just because he had ancestral protection. That part didn't really surprise Wei Tu. No matter how wicked an ancestor might be, they almost always tell their descendants to be good people and avoid going down the wrong path. Shu Zonghe. Wei Tu silently repeated the name 3 times, committing it to memory. Alchemist Shu had always operated alone. Aside from a few apprentices, Wei Tu had never heard of him having any descendants. Of course, the reason Wei Tu remembered Shu Zonghe's name wasn't because he planned to wipe out the bloodline and eliminate future threats. After all, this assassination had been done in secret. No one knew. There was no need to kill Shu Zonghe and draw attention to himself for no reason. Besides, Wei Tu wasn't bloodthirsty. He'd been forced into this situation. If he hadn't struck first, he would have been the one to suffer. And Alchemist Shu, during that plot to destroy the Huang clan, hadn't harbored any goodwill toward him either. Guess you can say I repaid that one favor from the underground auction years ago. Wei Tu shook his head, tossed a few talismans onto Alchemist Shu's corpse, and flew off. As the talismans landed, flames erupted, consuming the body. After about half an hour, the fire died down, leaving only a thin layer of ash. A gust of wind blew past, and even that vanished without a trace. After Alchemist Shu's death, Wei Tu's life returned to normal. He didn't go looking for Manager Fan. As usual, he waited 2 to 3 months before approaching her to sell talismans. But this time, it wasn't Manager Fan who received him. It was another member of the Jiu Yun Merchant Guild. This one was a consecrated cultivator with the surname Wan, given name Run. When Wei Tu casually asked where Manager Fan had gone, Wan Run let out a sigh and looked confused himself. I don't understand either. Manager Fan volunteered to go to the righteous versus demonic frontline and kill demon cultivators. She wasn't due for duty for another 2 cycles. Wanren shook his head. The 3 great immortal sects didn't conscript cultivators from the Zheng Kingdom all at once. Instead, each sect, clan, or merchant guild sent members on rotation to staff checkpoints and marketplaces near the front lines. Within each power, it became a rotation system. Maybe Manager Fan had something to take care of in the next decade or so. So she went early, Wei Tu said with a chuckle. Wanner might have found it confusing, but Wei Tu didn't. Her early departure was proof that his plan had worked. Now that Alchemist Shu was dead, the secret alliance between the Shuyun Alliance and the Heavenly Maiden sect risked exposure. To save themselves, Manager Fan and the other Alliance cultivators had no choice but to flee. Unfortunately, luck didn't quite fall into Wei Tu's lap. News of Alchemist Shu's betrayal and escape from the Huang clan had spread far and wide, stirring up the entire Zheng Kingdom cultivation world. At the same time, the incident made it clear to many watching Wei Tu that he was no longer affiliated with the Huang clan. And so, 3 months later, a temporary enforcement team formed by the 3 great immortal sects arrived at the Mei clan of Xia Cliff and issued Wei Tu a military summons. The summons ordered Wei Tu to serve 10 years stationed at Cicada Cry Cliff. And if he wanted to leave early, he'd have to earn 3 major merits on the battlefield. One major merit meant killing a late-stage Foundation establishment demonic cultivator. Wei Talisman Master, if you'd gone to the Immortal sect to register earlier, with your talisman skills, you might have avoided the front lines entirely and just focused on crafting. But you tried to avoid the war and hid out at Xia Cliff's Mei clan. That's a major taboo in the Immortal sect's eyes. The leader of the enforcement squad looked at Wei Tu with a hint of mockery. When rogue cultivators refused to go to war, it meant more disciples from the Immortal sects would have to die in their place. In that light, Wei Tu stood in natural opposition to the sect's disciples. "I understand," Wei Tu said calmly, glancing at the leader's face and committing it firmly to memory. Then he cupped his hands and gave a respectful bow. As a rogue cultivator, he had never enjoyed the benefits that came with being part of an immortal sect. Now that they were ordering him to guard Cicada Cry Cliff, it was nothing more than treating him like a conscripted grunt. If the leader of the enforcement team had tried persuasion with kind words, Wei Tu wouldn't have taken it personally. But instead, this enforcement captain not only failed to offer any courtesy, he even mocked him repeatedly with a tone full of ridicule and disdain. Naturally, Wei Tu took note of that in his heart. After that, the enforcement team issued a punishment to the Mei clan of Xia Cliff for harboring Wei Tu. The penalty was 3 mid-grade second-tier magic tools, 1,000 spirit stones, and a number of additional resources. That punishment instantly wiped out over half of the Mei clan's foundation, which had taken hundreds of years to accumulate. Mei Yuanfeng's face turned pale on the spot. If not for Mei Zhan supporting him, he might have collapsed on the spot. "Qingzhou Mountain, Sun Yu," the captain said arrogantly before leaving, casting a final look at Wei Tu as he revealed his name. Even though Wei Tu hadn't shown a trace of dissatisfaction throughout the whole exchange, Sun Yu knew well enough. Every rogue cultivator conscripted like this hated him to the bone. Revealing his name and watching those rogue cultivators seethe with hatred, that was part of the satisfaction Sun Yu enjoyed as an enforcement officer. And the rest of the squad didn't even react to it anymore. They'd clearly seen Sun Yu pull this stunt many times. Even if it had been his first time, no one would have found it strange. After all, most rogue cultivators sent to the front lines ended up dead. Very few ever made it back. A second-tier talisman master like Wei Tu might rank high among rogue Foundation establishment cultivators, but when compared to the demon cultivators of the 5 great demon sects, it meant nothing. Even if Wei Tu managed to survive, none of them would care. The cultivators assigned to enforcement teams all came from elite immortal sect families. Who would fear a rogue Foundation establishment cultivator with no background? Still, Sun Yu was slightly disappointed. Even after hearing his name, Wei Tu's face remained calm, as if that little provocation didn't matter at all. "Let's go," Sun Yu said, not bothering to say more. In all the years he'd been delivering summons, he'd seen plenty of rogue cultivators like Wei Tu's day. By now, most of them were long dead. After the enforcement team left, Mei Yuanfeng clutched his chest and wailed in grief. "It's over. All the clan's savings are gone. These damned sect cultivators. My Mei clan also had ancestors who died on the front lines, and they still show no mercy." He gritted his teeth, his face twisted with anger. "Father, we can earn spirit stones again. The most important thing is that they didn't discover Xiuan's Foundation establishment." Mei Zhan held her father upright and tried to console him. Unlike Wei Tu, both Wei Yin and Wei Xiuan had broken through to the Foundation establishment realm in secret during wartime. The outside world still thought they were just ordinary cultivators. Compared to a few lost resources, Wei Shuan was far more valuable to the Mei clan now. That's true. That's true. They didn't discover Xiuan. Mei Yuanfeng finally let out a breath of relief and nodded in gratitude. A few months ago, their clan's last foundation establishment elder, Mei Lang, had also been summoned by the Immortal sect and sent to the front lines. If Wei Shuan had been taken away too, the Mei clan's entire foundation might have collapsed. These are 1,000 spirit stones and 3 mid-grade magic tools. It won't cover all of the Mei clan's losses, but it's Wei's token of gratitude. Wei Tu pulled out a storage pouch from his sleeve and handed it to Mei Yuanfeng. Even though it was technically his fault that the Mei clan got fined, the excessive amount they were squeezed for was clearly due to Sun Yu and the others' greed. His presence was just an excuse, so he didn't need to cover the entire fine. Covering part of it was already a generous gesture. 500 spirit stones was the usual penalty for harboring rogue cultivators. But after killing alchemist Shu, Wei Tu was now wealthy. Reimbursing the Mei clan for most of their losses wasn't difficult for him. After all, the Mei clan's misfortune was connected to him. And with Wei Shuan currently the clan's only foundation establishment cultivator, this gift would also indirectly strengthen his son's standing in the clan. There was nothing to hesitate about. Many thanks, in-law. Mei Yuanfeng's sorrow eased the moment he saw the storage pouch. He quickly bowed in gratitude. Times had changed. Just like the elder of the Xianhou Qi clan, Mei clan's 2 ancestors had taken most of the clan's wealth with them when they left for the front lines, hoping to secure their own survival. Compared to decades ago, the Mei clan's current resources were nothing. 100 years ago, he could casually pay 200 spirit stones just for a crafting method like the Qi pouch. But now, he would never be so generous again. Father, when you go to Cicada Cry Cliff, you must be careful. Please, don't take unnecessary risks. At this moment, Wei Yin and Wei Shuan came out from the depths of the clan residence. Wei Yin had learned of her father's new assignment from Mei Zhan. She wrung her hands around her sleeves, her eyes filled with worry as she looked at Wei Tu. If nothing went wrong, this might very well be the last time she saw her father. It wasn't pessimism, it was reality. Rogue cultivators sent to the front lines had a mortality rate over 50%, and Wei Tu's assignment was even longer than usual. He was being sent for 10 full years. His chances of coming back alive were extremely slim. Father, if something happens to the family while you're at Cicada Cry Cliff, don't try to come back. Xiuan and I will take care of ourselves. Wei Yan's voice trembled with sadness as she spoke. Most rogue cultivators had no chance of surviving fatal encounters. But Wei Tu was different. As a top-grade second-tier talisman master, he had real skills. If he surrendered to the demon cultivators, there was a high chance he could survive. So while her words seemed like she was telling her father not to worry about home, what she truly meant was, if surrendering to the demons would keep him alive, then don't hesitate, just do it. The Mei clan cultivators nearby turned pale when they heard her. After all, if Wei Tu surrendered, it could implicate them as well. Seeing this, the others immediately realized they had neither the authority nor the standing to speak on the matter and had no choice but to keep their mouths shut and remain silent. Witnessing this, Wei Shuan also made his stance clear. My foundation establishment owes much to Father's support. If anything we do puts Father's life at risk, I would no longer have the face to live in this world. Normally, Wei Shuan might lean toward the Mei family side, but when it came to Wei Tu's life and death, he knew exactly which side to choose. I understand. Wei Tu nodded slightly at those words, a faint trace of sorrow flashing through his eyes. If things truly came to that, he wasn't sure what he would choose either. Surrendering to the demonic cultivators might spare his life, but the price would be far too steep. Not only would Wei Yin and Yin Yin lose their lives, but his own freedom would forever be in someone else's hands. If I really must defect, I'll make sure no one finds out, Wei Tu thought to himself. Although the demonic path was ruthless, he didn't feel much moral resistance toward the idea of surrendering to them. Everything was about survival. Compared to the demonic cultivators, He, a rogue cultivator, was even more oppressed by the immortal sex. The conscription order required Wei Tu to arrive at the front lines of Cicada Cry Cliff within 2 months. Not wanting to risk punishment for being late, Wei Tu quickly packed up his belongings after Sun Yu and the others left and set off on the Huangyan boat towards Cicada Cry Cliff. The conscription order wasn't just a mission issued by the immortal sex. It also served as a battlefield spiritual contract signed with the sect. This spiritual contract wasn't the simple type he had encountered during the Qi refinement stage. It was far more binding. If Wei Tu breached the contract, failing to arrive at the designated garrison location on time or abandoning his post during his term of duty, the magic imprint embedded in the conscription order would immediately backlash against his spiritual power and report his current position directly to the immortal sex. Thus, Wei Tu had only 2 paths before him. First, obey the rules, go to Cicada Cry Cliff as ordered, and after 10 years, or by completing 3 major merits, seek to have the conscription order revoked by the sect. Second, abandon his kin and friends, defect to the demonic path, and use their power to nullify the conscription order. But just thinking about it made the second option seem nearly impossible. Just because the immortal sects were harsh didn't mean demonic cultivators were any kinder. If he defected like this, chances were high the demonic path would also force him to sign a spiritual contract, and theirs would no doubt be even more stringent than those of the righteous path. Of course, there was still a third option. That was to break through to the Golden Core stage within the 10-year term, becoming a Golden Core True Lord. The conscription order only targeted Foundation establishment cultivators. If he became a Golden Core cultivator, the order would effectively become void. On the way to Cicada Cry Cliff, Wei Tu decided to make a stop at the Chiyue Zhao clan. Due to his limited cultivation level and connections, he knew very little about the cultivators stationed near Cicada Cry Cliff and the local demonic forces. But the Chiyue Zhao clan was different. As the leading clan among Golden Core families, half dependent on the 3 great sects, they were bound to have far better intel than he did. Also, he genuinely wanted to visit Fu Zhizhou and Wei Fei. Since parting with Fu Zhizhou before the Secret Realm expedition, he hadn't seen him in over 20 years. And Wei Fei had just recently established his foundation. No matter the circumstances, he should go congratulate him properly. Over 10 days later, Wei Tu arrived at Mount Chiyue. It's been years, but Princess Qingluo has already reached the peak of Foundation establishment. Wei Tu couldn't help but feel surprised upon seeing Zhao Qingluo step out of the clan grounds to greet him. Back during the Secret Realm trip over 20 years ago, Zhao Qingluo was only at the mid-Foundation establishment stage, all thanks to the clan patriarch's favor. Zhao Qingluo wore a flowing white dress and stood beneath the mist-shrouded peaks of Mount Chiyue, looking like an ethereal fairy. She stared at Wei Tu for a moment, then quietly looked away. Hearing this, Wei Tu suddenly understood. Years ago, when they had exchanged letters, he had predicted that Zhao Qingluo might one day be valued by her family and chosen as a Golden Core seed. Otherwise, based on her previous status, she would never have had the power to gift him the 100 Veins blood tempering art for free, and with her clan's full support. It made perfect sense that Zhao Qingluo's cultivation had soared to the peak of Foundation establishment in just 2 decades. Thank you again, Princess Qingluo, for gifting me that body cultivation technique, Wei Tu said, expressing his gratitude. You saved me more than once. A single 100 Veins blood tempering art is nothing in comparison. Zhao Qingluo replied with a gentle smile and a slight bow. Seeing her like this, Wei Tu was slightly taken aback. This was far removed from the domineering princess he had first met in that small courtyard on Lark Street 100 years ago. A once headstrong girl had, after 100 years, turned into a gentle and graceful woman. This time, I've come to the Zhao clan to request a favor from you, princess. Getting to the point, Wei Tu explained how he had been conscripted by the Immortal sect. What? You were conscripted by the sect? Zhao Qingluo was visibly startled. She clearly understood that once rogue cultivators were conscripted, it often spelled death. Still, Zhao Qingluo didn't linger on that topic. This wasn't something she could help much with. Even a Golden Core clan wouldn't dare go against the will of the Immortal sex. Even if they wanted to help, the Chiyu Zhao clan would never sacrifice too much for an outsider like Wei Tu. I'll first ask my father about intel on Cicada Cry Cliff. If that doesn't work, I'll ask the patriarch, Zhao Qingluo said. Thank you for your help, princess. Wei Tu cupped his fists in gratitude. There's no need for such formalities between us. Zhao Qingluo sighed softly. If this were under normal circumstances, she could pretend they were just friends. But now that Wei Tu was about to head into danger, some of her emotions became hard to suppress. Wei Tu pretended not to notice. He gave Zhao Qingluo a deep bow, avoiding her probing gaze. Seeing this, how could Zhao Qingluo not understand his thoughts? But she wasn't too disappointed. After all, back at the Stone Hall, Wei Tu had already told her bluntly he didn't wish to bring up the past. Fu Zhizhou is stationed at Greenwater Bay and isn't in the clan grounds. As for Wei Fei, he's currently in the western sector of the compound. This is my personal token. With it, you may move freely throughout the clan without being stopped. Zhao Qingluo flicked her cloud-like sleeve and stepped on her light, flying away. Before leaving, she removed the command token from her waist and placed it before Wei Tu. A quarter of an hour later, with Zhao Qingluo's token, Wei Tu arrived at the Western District where Wei Fei lived. Third brother. Second brother. This reunion was nothing like the past. Wei Fei no longer acted hesitant. The moment he saw Wei Tu, he rushed up and gave him a strong bear hug. If it weren't for your help again and again, I would never have had the fortune I do today, Wei Fei said, wiping away his tears. The first time he attempted Foundation establishment, Wei Tu had given him premium beast-taming talismans and the essence of a second-rank scarlet-eyed python free of charge. The second time, Wei Tu sold him a Foundation establishment spiritual item at a low price and even tucked several second-rank talismans into the hidden compartment of the jade box. But ever since stepping onto the path of cultivation, Wei Fei had barely been able to offer anything in return to Wei Tu. He wasn't as skilled in combat as Fu Zhizhou, who'd helped Wei Tu slay road-blocking bandits, nor was he as insightful as Ko Hongying, who had guided Wei Tu's cultivation. We're brothers. No need to bring up these things. Wei Tu patted Wei Fei on the shoulder and smiled. Back then, when you befriended me, you never looked down on me for being poor or abandoned by my family. There was one thing Wei Tu didn't say aloud. If he had abandoned Wei Fei back then, just because he fell behind, people like Fu Zhizhou and Ko Hongying wouldn't trust or respect him the way they did now. It was precisely because of these repeated acts of loyalty that everyone in the Yi society respected him deeply, so much so that they would risk their lives to support him. Xiener, come out and greet your Uncle Wei. Wei Fei wiped his tears and turned toward the house, calling inside. At his words, a delicate girl in yellow robes with bright eyes and graceful brows walked out. Uncle Wei, Wei Xiener called timidly, clearly nervous around Wei Tu. Xiener has pretty ordinary spiritual roots, same as me, all low grade, but she can sense a cultivator's strength, Wei Fei explained. Maybe she sensed how powerful you are and got scared. Don't mind her, third brother. Wei Fei looked apologetic. After all, the Wei family owed a great deal of their current fortune to Wei Tu, yet Xiener had behaved somewhat improperly upon seeing him. Sensing cultivation levels? Wei Tu wasn't too surprised upon hearing this. His fragrant silk nose had also initially been misunderstood by Ko Hongying and others as a rare physical constitution. These types of special physiques, while not helpful in cultivation itself, were uncommon, but not unheard of in the cultivation world. They showed up about as often as mid-grade spiritual roots. I'm sorry, Uncle Wei. Wei Xiener walked over and apologized for her earlier behavior. When I first saw you, it felt like looking at a spirit beast. Your blood energy was just too intense, and it scared me. She looked at Wei Tu nervously as she explained. With that, Wei Tu immediately understood. Wei Xiener had a rare physique that could perceive blood energy. He cultivated both body and energy. His body cultivation had already reached the mid-foundation establishment stage, and his method, 100 veins blood tempering art, was one that forged blood energy itself. Given the intensity of his blood vitality, it was no wonder Wei Tu was spooked. Even some golden core patriarchs might not possess such powerful blood energy. But this physique really is something. Even my aura concealing techniques couldn't hide from her eyes. Wei Tu was inwardly shocked. Even foundation establishment experts like alchemist Shu hadn't seen through his disguise or sensed his body cultivation. Now this girl, still only a chi refinement cultivator, had already perceived his blood energy. Her sensitivity was clearly extraordinary. Second brother, you must keep Xin'er's special constitution secret. Don't let anyone find out, not even the Qiyue Zhao clan. Wei Tu turned serious as he warned Wei Fei. Though her ability didn't aid her cultivation, to major factions, this kind of physique was a precious asset, much more useful than divine sense or common chi-watching arts. I know, Wei Fei smiled and said, you're the only one I've told. Anyone else, I'd keep it hidden. In that case, since Xin'er has this sensing ability, I'll gift her the heavenly fragrance silk technique as a meeting gift. Wei Tu thought for a moment, then retrieved a jade slip from his waist and handed it to Wei Fei. The heavenly fragrance silk technique was a method he had taken from the bandit cultivators Ruyan. Although it was a fairly common technique, when paired with someone with the right constitution, it could rival a divine art. Without his fragrant silk nose, Wei Tu's own path would not have gone so smoothly. Moreover, the version of heavenly fragrance silk technique he gave Wei Fei was not the original. It had been revised and improved by him. Thank you, Uncle Wei. Wei Tu lit up with joy at receiving the gift and happily thanked Wei Tu. After that, Wei Fei invited Wei Tu inside and had his partner, Zhao Ting, prepare a few trendy dishes and pour a pot of wine. During their conversation, Wei Tu learned that the funds for Wei Fei's foundation establishment items had been cobbled together by his father-in-law, who had borrowed from several relatives. To his father-in-law, a chi refinement 10th layer cultivator like Wei Fei had a better shot at success with the foundation establishment pill than others of the 9th layer. Plus, with Wei Fei's ties to Wei Tu, he had access to a rare foundation establishment spiritual item. Those 2 points were enough for his in-laws to make the investment. Compared to the Huang clan, the Zhao clan is much more humane. Years have passed, and they've never forced me to the front lines. Wei Fei sighed when he heard Wei Tu was heading to Cicada Cry Cliff. Maybe. Wei Tu nodded without saying more. In his view, it wasn't that the Zhao clan was especially kind-hearted. They simply didn't dare to send Wei Fei to die on the battlefield. First, Wei Fei had racked up a large debt. If he died, those Zhao cultivators would likely never see repayment. Second, weakness had its advantages. Wei Fei's strength was too low. His chances of dying in battle were far too high. Yes, many cultivators had a high risk of dying, but compared to Wei Fei, their odds were still much better. So rather than send him to the battlefield to die, the Zhao clan preferred to keep him in their compound as a kind of lucky mascot. In other words, compared to sending Wei Fei to die on the battlefield, keeping him within the clan compound brought greater value to the Qiyue Zhao clan. Of course, if Wei Fei had pledged allegiance to the Hashan Huang clan instead, it would have been a different story entirely. He likely would have ended up like Master Xia or Alchemist Shu, sacrificed without hesitation. After all, the Hashan Huang clan was already running short on foundation establishment cultivators. Sending outcasts to die was the most profitable approach for their interests. Despite the losses the Qiyue Zhao clan suffered in the Clouds, a secret realm, they still had close to 10 foundation establishment cultivators remaining. Drink! Drink! Wei Fei didn't say more. He threw his arm around Wei Tu's shoulder and kept refilling his cup. The two of them drank from midday all the way until the 5th watch of the night. It was as if they had endless stories to share, endless wine to pour. Mom, are Dad and Uncle Wei really that close? Wei Tu, standing in the kitchen with Zhao Ting while preparing snacks, watched the two drinking and looked puzzled. For as long as she could remember, She had never seen Wei Tu visit their home. She'd only ever heard her father mention a few tales about him. They've been through life and death together, Zhao Ting replied after glancing at Wei Xian'er. Her voice softened. When you're your father's age, you'll understand just how rare that kind of bond really is. If I get to Dad's age, won't I be an old spinster by then? Wei Xian'er pouted playfully. Zhao Ting laughed, tapped her lightly on the forehead, and said sternly, "You can joke like this with me, but never say things like that in front of your father. He'll smack you." Right now, the reason we can live so peacefully here in the Zhao clan's compound is all thanks to your Uncle Wei's help. Even the princess, she's friends with him. In fact, she might even feel something more than that for your Uncle Wei. The princess. Wei Xian'er blinked. There were many so-called princesses and noble ladies in the Zhao clan compound, but when any cultivator of the Zhao clan mentioned the princess, they referred to only one person, Zhao Qingluo, the pride of the Zhao clan. Zhao Qingluo and Uncle Wei have something special between them. Wei Xian'er caught on to that particular detail. She didn't know how Zhao Ting had come across such information, but she etched it firmly into her memory. But Uncle Wei doesn't look special at all. His appearance is totally plain. How did he win over Zhao Qingluo? A bit of confusion still lingered in Wei Xian'er's heart. The more she looked at this mysterious Uncle Wei, the more enigmatic he seemed. The next morning, after sobering up, Wei Tu glanced at Wei Fei, who was still slumped asleep beside him at the table, and a faint smile appeared on his face. By now, there were very few people in the world he could drink so freely with. Only Wei Fei and Fu Zhizhou remained. Ko Hongying, the Wei siblings, and the others were indeed important to him, but with them he had to take on the role of a senior. He couldn't let his guard down completely. "Uncle Wei, my mother brewed some hangover soup." Wei Xian'er walked over and handed him a bowl. "Thanks, Xian'er." Wei Tu nodded, accepted the bowl, and down in one go. Thank you." Wei Xian'er was caught off guard by his response. She quickly waved her hands, flustered. "Uncle Wei, there's no need to be so polite. This is just what a junior should do." This was the first time she'd ever met a Foundation establishment cultivator who was this polite. "Uncle Wei, it's morning now. This is when the scenery of Chiyua Mountain is at its best. How about I accompany you on a stroll?" Wei Xian'er had grown curious about him and wanted to learn more. His generosity the previous day had certainly left an impression. Sure. Wei Tu thought for a moment and agreed. Soon, he'd have to head to Cicada Cry Cliff. Who knew if he'd still have the leisure to enjoy mountain views after that? The two of them exited the Wei household, one after the other. With Zhao Qingluo's token in hand, none of the Zhao clan cultivators along the way dared to stop Wei Tu and Wei Xian'er. "Uncle Wei, look, that's the moon-watching pavilion of Chiyua Mountain." Wei Xian'er led Wei Tu to a pavilion. She had Wei Tu stand atop the moon-watching pavilion and gaze toward the southeast. Before long, a crescent moon sank behind the peak of Chiyua Mountain, joining seamlessly with the towers and pavilions perched atop. Then, silver, gauze-like moonlight flowed down, enveloping the entire mountain in a fairyland glow. This is where Chiyua Mountain gets its name. Wei Xian'er jumped onto the railing of the pavilion, stretching out her arms as she bathed in the moonlight, explaining enthusiastically like a cheerful girl next door. Wei Tu smiled faintly at her, the way one might smile at their own daughter. Wei Yin was too well-behaved, too proper and disciplined. Because of that, he rarely saw such unrestrained, girlish liveliness from her, unlike Wei Xian'er. With Wei Yan's temperament, even if the scenery was breathtaking, she would never squeal with excitement like this. This is Wei Daoist's daughter. She's got a delightful spirit. Just then, Zhao Qingluo appeared at Wei Tu's side. She gathered her skirt and sat down beside him, giving her thoughts on Wei Xian'er's behavior. The faint fragrance unique to young women lingered beneath Wei Tu's nose, stirring a strange sensation in his chest. "Forgive me for the embarrassment, Daoist Zhao." Wei Tu rose slightly and gave a polite bow. Seeing him avoid her so consciously, Zhao Qingluo didn't mind. She reached into her sleeve and pulled out a jade slip, handing it to him. "This contains all the intelligence the Zhao clan has gathered on Cicada Cry Cliff. After Wei Tu scanned the contents with his spiritual sense, Zhao Qingluo continued. Cicada Cry Cliff may not rank among the top 10 deadliest zones of the righteous versus demonic battlefield, but it's still in the top 20. It's one of the primary attack fronts for the Demon Fiend sect, one of the 5 major demonic sections. There's a chance that when Run is lurking there, you must be extremely cautious. Hearing this, a serious expression immediately came over Wei Tu's face. One Run was a brutal figure who rose through the ranks of the Demon Fiend sect after Zheng Kingdom became a main battlefield between righteous and demonic cultivators. He was spoken of in the same breath as Enai Shi Wang of the Heavenly Maiden sect and the Blood God Son of the Blood God sect. All of these so-called demonic prodigies were without exception near invincible within the Foundation establishment realm, with power rivaling that of pseudo-core true lords. Even though Wei Tu had killed alchemist Shu, a pseudo-core true lord, that had been under special circumstances, Shu was gravely injured and far from his peak. If he had to face a pseudo-core true lord at full strength, Wei Tu had no confidence in surviving. This is a minor shift talisman granted to me by the ancestor for life-saving use. Given your current danger, I'll lend it to you for now. Zhao Qingluo paused briefly, then pulled a jade talisman from her chest and stuffed it into Wei Tu's hand before he could protest. This jade talisman. Wei Tu hesitated, unsure whether he should return it or keep it. The minor shift talisman was renowned. He, as a talisman master, had certainly heard of it. It was a 3rd-rank talisman that could instantly teleport the user up to 20 li away. Incredibly rare. Even the descendants of Golden Core cultivators might not own such a life-saving treasure. And 20 li was beyond the divine sense range of a Golden Core true lord. That meant, to a certain extent, this talisman could allow someone to escape even a Golden Core level pursuit. However, when Wei Tu looked up, he realized Zhao Qingluo had already vanished, having flown off from the pavilion in just a few breaths. He placed the jade talisman into his storage pouch, then turned toward the direction she'd left and bowed deeply. He had indeed saved Zhao Qingluo a few times in the past, but each time it had been with personal gain in mind, not entirely out of goodwill. The first time, he'd taken a Foundation establishment pill from her storage pouch. The later occasions, Zhao Qingluo had returned the favor by giving him the 100 Veins blood-tempering art, a powerful body-refining technique. And now, she'd gifted him the minor shift talisman. Wei Tu couldn't help but feel a little undeserving. Wei Shu, was that really Princess Qingluo just now? Wei Xian'er approached curiously, covering her mouth in disbelief as she looked toward the direction Zhao Qingluo had disappeared. She had never truly grasped Wei Tu's position. But Zhao Qingluo's status, being born into the Zhao family, she knew that well. Zhao Qingluo wasn't just noble-born, the direct daughter of Zhao Tinghai, but also supremely talented, a true heir apparent among the Zhao clan's generation, a bona fide Golden Core seed. Even her father Wei Fei, a Foundation establishment cultivator, hadn't been able to meet Zhao Qingluo face-to-face. As for her, she had only ever glimpsed Zhao Qingluo from afar in a crowd. Yet now, her Wei Shu appeared to be on remarkably close terms with Zhao Qingluo. It was hard to believe. Mother was right. Wei Shu and Princess Qingluo do have an unusual relationship. As a young maiden herself, Wei Xian'er could clearly see the subtle affection Zhao Qingluo had shown earlier. "We're just old acquaintances," Wei Tu said casually after glancing at her. Wei Xian'er, feeling a mix of reverence and nervousness about Princess Qingluo, nodded like a pecking chick and didn't press further. 2 days later, Wei Tu departed from Mount Chiue and began his journey towards Cicada Cry Cliff. "Qingluo, aren't you going to see him off?" In the midst of drifting clouds, Zhao Tinghai stood beside Zhao Qingluo, gazing out at the departing figure, and softly asked his daughter. As someone who had lived through his own share of youth, he could easily see the feelings Zhao Qingluo had for Wei Tu. If not, he wouldn't have considered leveraging a marriage arrangement before the Cloud's a secret realm expedition to tie Wei Tu to the Zhao clan. He would never joke with his daughter's future. Besides, even if he wanted to, he no longer held that power. As Zhao Qingluo's cultivation grew, even as father and clan patriarch, he could no longer dictate her path. No need. Zhao Qingluo withdrew her gaze and shook her head. This time, I help him because he's saved me multiple times. That debt must be repaid. And besides, I'm about to form my core. Settling this karma is good for my state of mind. Her tone was calm and deliberate. However, Zhao Tinghai didn't let the matter drop. He hesitated, choosing his words carefully. Qingluo, I've seen how much you've changed over the years. I can more or less guess why. After all you've been through, you've grown more restrained and thoughtful. But at your core, you're still the same, unyielding, strong-willed. Zhao Tinghai, as the head of a golden core family, could see through her personality clearly. Being strong-willed is a good trait for a cultivator. That's why I've never intervened. Despite being a bit headstrong, you've always acted within reason and never brought disaster to the clan. As for offending a few rogue cultivators or minor figures, that's no big deal. But in relationships between men and women, being too headstrong can be a problem. Wei Tu may seem calm and steady, not at all like you on the surface, but deep down, he's just like you, a man with strong pride. If he weren't like that, he wouldn't have made it this far as a rogue cultivator. Zhao Tinghai stopped there, leaving the message implicit. As clan head, he hoped Zhao Qingluo would stay emotionally detached and put the clan first. But as her father, he didn't want her to live out her days alone on Mount Qiyue. His meaning was already very clear. In terms of personality, Wei Tu and Zhao Qingluo might seem different, but at their core, they were cut from the same cloth. Which meant, if they wanted to be together, one of them would have to change. Because two people like that wouldn't just naturally blend. The implication? If Zhao Qingluo really wanted to walk alongside Wei Tu, she needed to ease up a little. Stop being so unyielding. After all, they say a woman pursuing a man is like a layer of gauze. After listening, Zhao Qingluo's lips curled into a faint smile. Father, since you say Wei Tu and I are the same kind of person, then surely you know what someone like him values most, his path. Her words were calm, but Zhao Tinghai was momentarily stunned. He knew all too well, men like Wei Tu, rogue cultivators who made it this far, were the type who'd never let emotional entanglements get in the way of their Tao. They might cherish affection, but they'd never be bound by it. And now, Zhao Qingluo had used his own logic to counter him. She had made it clear. She too was that kind of person. You're about to go into seclusion to form your core. Looks like I really don't need to worry about you. Zhao Tinghai chuckled and stroked his beard. Just now, when he tried to nudge Zhao Qingluo towards saying goodbye to Wei Tu, it wasn't just about playing matchmaker. More importantly, he wanted her to resolve any lingering thoughts, so she could face the upcoming Golden Core tribulation with a clear heart. After all, the Golden Core realm tested not only cultivation, but the heart's resolve. Even more than foundation establishment, it was easy to encounter inner demons during this breakthrough. Zhao Tinghai's conversation with his daughter was something Wei Tu knew nothing about. After leaving the Qiyue Zhao clan, he didn't stop along the way and instead headed straight for Cicada Cry Cliff, where he had been assigned to garrison. Cicada Cry Cliff was right on the front line of the righteous demonic battlefield. So, once he was a little over 100 li away from the area, Wei Tu stopped using the Huangyan boat to travel. Instead, he disguised himself and traveled closer to the ground, cautiously making his way towards Cicada Cry Cliff. Along the way, just as he expected, he ran into several skirmishes between righteous cultivators and demonic cultivators. But Wei Tu didn't intervene. He simply stayed hidden until both sides had exhausted themselves in battle. Only then would he emerge and continue on his path. He didn't know any of those people, and he wasn't going to risk his life for strangers. In times like these, hot-blooded cultivators usually didn't live long. Those demonic cultivators might seem unremarkable on the surface, but who knew if some of them weren't second-gen demonic cultivators with powerful connections? for disciples of the immortal sex. Killing such people might count as a major merit. But for rogue cultivators like Wei Tu, it could mean nothing but trouble. So, Wei Tu had already made up his mind. Keep a low profile, avoid unnecessary fights, and endure the 10 years of conscription as uneventfully as possible. The journey remained uneventful until he was about 10 li from Cicada Cry Cliff. That's when he sensed a wave of combat fluctuations ripple toward him. He sent out the wind-cleaving eagle to investigate. Roughly 4 li ahead, in a mountain valley, 5 Foundation establishment demonic cultivators were attacking a colorfully dressed young woman and a man in Taoist robes. Wei Tu recognized the woman. He had seen her twice before. She was the same cultivator surnamed Guan from the Tai Xian sect. The first time was when she helped him redeem a Foundation establishment pill at Tai Xian sect and, on Ko Hongying's account, allowed him to rent a second-tier cave dwelling on Danqiu Mountain for free during his Foundation establishment. The second time had been in the Cloud Zay secret realm, at Dragonbone Forest, where she'd confronted 2 disciples from Green Bamboo Mountain. What a coincidence, Wei Tu muttered to himself. A thought of intervening arose in his heart. Unlike most strangers, this cultivator, surnamed Guan, had once shown him kindness. They could be considered acquaintances. Plus, this area was quite close to Cicada Cry Cliff. That meant this Guan cultivator was very likely another station garrison cultivator, just like him. Helping her now might bring him tangible benefits. The intelligence Zhao Qingluo had given him about Cicada Cry Cliff was already 2 years old and not up to date. At this moment, Wei Tu still didn't know who the current station cultivators at Cicada Cry Cliff were. And lastly, based on his current strength, combined with the power of the wind-cleaving eagle, he judged that he could definitely change the tide of battle. Not to mention his hidden strength. This area is already sealed with a barrier array. With Old Man Shi's divine sense, he won't be able to sense what's happening from Cicada Cry Cliff. Guan Jining, Shun Changfeng, stop wasting effort. Just surrender already. It'll be better for all of us. Join the demonic cult, and who knows, you two might even have a shot at forming your golden course. The lead demonic cultivator, clad in a blood-red robe and exuding mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivation, laughed coldly. His tone was both menacing and seductive. Shin Changfeng seemed a little tempted by the offer. But right then, Guan Jining spat on the ground and snapped, "Don't even think about it. We're not ignorant of your demonic tricks. Any cultivator who surrenders to you ends up as nothing more than alchemical fodder. If that's the case, we'd rather die fighting." That one sentence snapped Shun Changfeng back to clarity. He gritted his teeth and continued channeling his Sunwheel artifact, barely holding back the attacks from the surrounding demonic cultivators. But even with their determination, the two of them couldn't hold out much longer. They were badly wounded and falling back rapidly under the onslaught of the 5 demonic cultivators. "Fair Lady Guan, you're different from those useless traitors who joined us. You're young, beautiful, and curvaceous. If you surrender and become my concubine, serve me well, maybe I'll spare your life." The blood-robed demonic cultivator offered once more, trying both fear and desire. He could tell Shin Changfeng was wavering. As long as he could break Guan Jining's will, this ambush would be a perfect victory. After all, most female cultivators weren't above leveraging their looks to survive. But right at that moment, several beams of sword light shot out from beyond the valley, streaking toward the demonic cultivators like bolts of lightning. A voice followed in the wind. "Fair Lady Guan, I already sent a message to Senior Shi for help a quarter hour ago. He should be on his way right now. Won't be long at all." The moment the demonic cultivators heard that, their expressions changed. If Cicada Cry Cliff really had dispatched reinforcements, not only would they fail to kill Guan Jining and Shun Changfeng, but they might even get hunted down by righteous cultivators themselves. Still, the demonic cultivators weren't so easily rattled by Wei Tu's bluff. They didn't panic or flee. With that, the 3 of them headed towards Cicada Cry Cliff. A quarter hour later, the Cicada Cry Cliff's formation activated, allowing Wei Tu, Guan Zhenying and Shen Changfeng to enter. As expected of a naturally defensible stronghold. No wonder the Immortal sect chose this place for a forward post. Wei Tu mused as he observed the terrain of Cicada Cry Cliff. The cliff was located near the Demon Wolf mountain range, formed by a branch of the mountain range that jutted out of the earth into a towering escarpment over 1,000 zhang tall, piercing into the clouds. The cliff face itself was composed of a dense, blue spiritual stone, far different from any ordinary rock. Moreover, to reinforce it, the three great immortal sects had inscribed layers of restriction talismans across the cliff surface. Even a golden core cultivator wouldn't easily break through this place. Wei Tu felt a bit more at ease after seeing the formidable defenses of the cliff. There were no buildings constructed atop the cliff. Instead, utilizing the terrain, many caves had been carved directly into the stone face. When Wei Tu followed Guan Zhenying up to the cliff surface, he was stunned by the sheer number of densely packed cave dwellings dug into it. There are currently about 400 Qi refinement cultivators stationed at Cicada Cry Cliff. As for Foundation Establishment cultivators, including you, there are 11. These Foundation Establishment cultivators come from mixed backgrounds. Some are rogue cultivators like you, while others are from the three great immortal sects or even from Sky Dome City in the Jing Kingdom and the Beastmaster sect, Guan Zhenying explained while leading the way. Hearing this, Wei Tu instinctively glanced at his storage pouch. He hadn't forgotten. His wind-cleaving eagle was a spirit beast from the Beastmaster sect. Best not to summon the wind-cleaving eagle unless absolutely necessary, Wei Tu noted silently. As the saying goes, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. And conversely, in the eyes of others, if you're capable, you ought to shoulder more burdens. If the cultivator stationed at Cicada Cry Cliff found out he had a mid-stage Tier 2 flying beast at his command, they'd undoubtedly assign him to the most dangerous tasks. That old man those demonic cultivators mentioned earlier is our stationed Immortal Sect emissary, a false core cultivator. His name is Xiying. He's the highest-ranking cultivator at Cicada Cry Cliff and hails from Sky Dome City, Guan Zhenying added. Wei Tu was familiar with the term Immortal Sect emissary. It was equivalent to a military supervisor in the secular world. It wasn't until they'd taken a direct hit from Wei Tu's Ice Jiao sword and lost track of his location that the demonic cultivators began to consider retreat. After all, if they dragged things out much longer, once reinforcements from Cicada Cry Cliff arrived, they wouldn't be in such an advantageous position anymore. Retreat. The Blood God sect cultivators didn't hesitate. Seeing the tides turn, they immediately gave the order to fall back. Whoosh, whoosh. In less than a breath, all 5 demonic cultivators had withdrawn from the gorge, clean and swift. Wei Tu, who had been hiding nearby, didn't pursue them. He only revealed himself once he was sure they had completely left the area. Back when he served as a military commandant, Wei Tu had never considered himself much of a general. His grasp of battlefield tactics was basic at best, but even so, he knew how to apply simple strategy. This gorge was less than 10 li from Cicada Cry Cliff. The moment he spotted the demonic cultivators, he knew they wouldn't stick around long. All he had to do was create the illusion of strength. With their lives on the line, these demonic cultivators would retreat rather than risk death trying to finish off Guan Zhenying and Shen Changfeng. After all, their lives mattered too. Demonic cultivators might view life and death with more detachment than righteous cultivators, but that didn't mean they were idiots. I'm Guan Zhenying. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for saving our lives. As Wei Tu emerged, Guan Zhenying gave him a once-over. Seeing he was someone she didn't recognize, her tone became markedly more polite. I also thank you for your aid. Shen Changfeng finally came to his senses and stowed away his sun wheel artifact, quickly offering his thanks as well. Fairy Guan, don't tell me you don't recognize me? Wei Tu smiled and brushed his sleeve, removing the illusion that concealed his identity. Fellow Taoist Wei. Guan Zhenying's eyes widened. A moment later, her memory clicked into place. There weren't many rogue cultivators who had exchanged Foundation establishment pills with Tai sect through Dancho Mountain. Of course, that alone wouldn't have left much of an impression. What made Wei Tu truly memorable was that after the Cloud's A secret realm closed, he had emerged as the sole survivor from the Shan Huang clan side. That made him stand out. Over time, his name had become quite unforgettable. So, its talisman Master Wei. Xin Changfeng didn't know Wei Tu, but with a few whispered reminders from Guan Jinying, he quickly pieced it together. So, just a rogue cultivator. Xin Changfeng let out a silent breath of relief. If Wei Tu had been from an immortal sect, he'd have had to repay the favor with something valuable. But for a rogue cultivator, not worth the fuss. Wei Tu had no idea what Xin Changfeng was thinking. He hadn't saved them out of righteous ideals. He simply wanted a way to get his foot in the door at Cicada Cry Cliff. He had no expectations of them returning the favor. Still, between the two, Guan Jinying was clearly easier to work with. Wei Tu turned to her and introduced himself as one of the station cultivators of Cicada Cry Cliff. I happened to be heading to the front lines and noticed the two of you were in trouble, so I stepped in. That thing I said earlier about reinforcements coming, it was just a bluff to scare off the demonic cultivators. I don't really know the way around Cicada Cry Cliff. Fairy Guan, would you be willing to guide me there? Wei Tu clasped his hands in a respectful salute. On the surface, he was just asking for directions. But in truth, he hoped Guan Jinying would help him network, so he could secure a place for himself at Cicada Cry Cliff. For a Tai sect disciple like her, such a favor was nothing. Fellow Taoist Wei, no need to be so polite. I happen to be one of the station cultivators of Cicada Cry Cliff. Guiding you there is part of my duty. Guan Jinying smiled as she accepted. But inwardly, she felt a subtle bitterness. 60 years ago, Wei Tu had only been at the 9th level of Qi refinement, while she was already at early-stage Foundation establishment. Now, 6 decades later, they stood at the same level, and she had even been saved by him. Back then, she hadn't given him a second glance, focusing only on speaking with Ko Hongying, a fellow sect disciple. All right, junior sister Wan, let's not waste time. Those demonic cultivators might come back. Xin Changfeng suddenly cut in, interrupting their conversation. From their exchange, he'd picked up on something unsettling. This wasn't just paranoia. He knew exactly how things stood. Compared to the elite disciples of the immortal sects, a rogue cultivator like Wei Tu was far less prestigious. But precisely because he had risen from nothing and possessed a rare skill in talismans, his allure was far greater than that of a typical sect disciple like Xin Changfeng. Senior brother Shan is right. Guan Jinying didn't think too much about it and nodded in agreement. But as for Sky Dome City, he didn't know much about it. All he knew was that, unlike ordinary sects, Sky Dome City was jointly run by 5 major cultivation clans and typically did not accept disciples from outside. This is the assembly hall. If there's ever an emergency, when Senior Shi issues a command, all Foundation establishment cultivators must report here immediately. Guan Jinying brought Wei Tu to one of the larger cave halls and pointed to the inscription above the entrance. Your arrival at Cicada Cry Cliff, fellow Taoist Wei, is itself considered a military matter. You'll meet the other Foundation establishment cultivators here shortly. As Guan Jinying was speaking, a red-faced elder appeared at the cave entrance. The elder's expression was stern as he swept his gaze past Wei Tu, who stood a half-step behind Guan Jinying. He then looked directly at her and asked, "This is the rogue cultivator you and fellow Taoist Shun encountered?" Wei Tu frowned slightly at the tone. When addressing Guan Jinying and Shun Changfeng, the man's words were respectful. But toward him, the demeanor turned cold and dismissive. He'd heard of situations like this, even if he hadn't encountered many himself. Many immortal sect cultivators looked down on rogue cultivators, considering association with them beneath their dignity. Yes, Senior Shi. Guan Jinying quickly bowed and introduced Wei Tu. This is the rogue cultivator we encountered during our mission. She cast an apologetic glance at Wei Tu as she said the words, rogue cultivator, silently asking him not to take it personally. Guan Jining was frustrated herself. Senior, she had always treated her fairly. So why was he suddenly acting like this toward Wei Tu? Greetings, Senior Shi. Wei Tu cupped his hands in a polite salute, his tone calm and measured. He didn't lose composure despite the elder's arrogance. After all, he had slain a false core cultivator before. Wei Tu, when you encountered those demonic cultivators, why didn't you join Fairy Guan and fellow Taoist Shun in attacking them? Why did you hide instead? Shi Ying's tone was accusatory. Wei Tu didn't know how to respond. This was clearly an attempt to find fault. Given the circumstances when they were outnumbered, he had managed to scare off the enemy and rescue 2 allies. That was already an impressive feat. Where would he have found the strength to directly kill the enemy? Senior Shi, the situation was urgent. Fellow Taoist Wei's actions were less than ideal, but they are understandable. Guan Jining gritted her teeth and stepped forward to defend him. Xing was not only a false core cultivator, but also the Immortal sect emissary. Given her position, she couldn't directly contradict him. All she could do was try to soften the criticism and reduce the perceived offense. Is that really the case? Shi Ying's expression eased slightly when he saw Guan Jining pleading for mercy. After a moment of silence, he said, "Since there's a reason behind it, I won't punish you. Just mark this as one demerit. Not rewarding merit, but recording a fault instead." Wei Tu found it strange. He couldn't tell if Shi Ying looked down on rogue cultivators, had some old grudge against them, or if he had another agenda. Rewarding and punishing without distinction, whether in the mundane world or the cultivation world, was a huge taboo. After saying that, Shi Ying entered the council hall and sat at the main seat, ignoring Wei Tu, who was still outside. "Apologies, Taoist Wei. I didn't expect that saving us would bring you trouble." Guan Jining looked apologetic and transmitted his voice to Wei Tu. "Taoist Wei, I'll try to speak to Senior Shi later and see if I can help clear up his bias against you," Shen Changfeng also added. Although Shen Changfeng felt some sense of crisis, thinking Wei Tu's sudden interference had diminished his own standing in Guan Jining's eyes. He wasn't someone who ignored right and wrong. The trouble Wei Tu caused was, after all, due to saving them both. If word got out about Shi Ying's treatment, even Shen Changfeng would be seen as an ingrate. "Thank you, both of you," Wei Tu said politely. Half an hour later, Wei Tu sat in a secluded corner of the council hall, greeting the other Foundation establishment cultivators from Cicada Cry Cliff one by one. Including Wei Tu, there were 11 Foundation establishment cultivators gathered here. Excluding Shi Ying, Guan Jining, Shen Changfeng, and himself, 7 others remained. Among them, 2 were from the Beastmaster sect, 1 was from Azure Bamboo Mountain, and the remaining 4 were all rogue cultivators. That meant, including Wei Tu, nearly half of the Foundation establishment cultivators at Cicada Cry Cliff were rogue cultivators. During the meeting, what surprised Wei Tu a bit was that Shi Ying, despite being a false core true lord, showed no arrogance when addressing the 4 rogue cultivators sitting near Wei Tu's day. He treated them no differently than he treated sect cultivators like Guan Jining. Ahem, looks like Taoist Wei has noticed something strange. You're probably wondering why Xing doesn't dare act high and mighty around the 4 of us, huh? An elderly man in a gray robe seated closest to Wei Tu smiled and glanced at him, initiating conversation. Their seats were the most secluded, so even idle chat wouldn't be overheard or interrupted. "Is there a story behind this?" Wei Tu raised a brow and showed a look of curiosity. "Oh, there's definitely something behind it." The old man squinted slightly, looking extremely mysterious. Wei Tu responded by handing him a pouch of spirit stones. "Please enlighten me, Taoistly." When the man had entered earlier, he had followed etiquette and introduced himself. Wei Tu already knew the man's full name. This gray-robed elder was surnamed Li, given name Dao Yuan, and wasn't weak in standing within Cicada Cry Cliff. He and the red-robed woman beside him, Gung Qian, were known to be cultivation partners. After accepting the pouch, Li Daoyuan stroked his gray beard, coughed twice, and began to explain. "Us rogue cultivators aren't like sect cultivators. We don't have anyone to rely on. Even the lowest-ranking sect member has access to a golden core true lord or two they can plead with. So, naturally, Xing doesn't dare offend them. If these people get upset, the loose Immortal Alliance might just strip him of his Immortal Sect envoy position and give it to someone else. Taoist way, don't underestimate that position. Being Immortal Sect envoy at Cicada Cry Cliff for 20 or 30 years means collecting massive amounts of war merit. By then, Xing might get another shot at forming a core. Him scolding you and changing your merit into a fault? That's just him trying to steal credit for himself. After all, we rogue cultivators have no say in how the battle reports are written. With no backing, you wouldn't even know if your achievements were erased. Li Daoyuan spoke slowly. Wei Tu's expression turned contemplative. He'd heard of the loose Immortal Alliance. After the Beastmaster sect and Sky Dome City withdrew from Zheng Kingdom, the three major immortal sects here formed a temporary organization, the Loose Immortal Alliance. They were responsible for overseeing everything on the righteous versus demonic battlefield. Shi Ying's position as Immortal Sect envoy wasn't granted solely by Sky Dome City. It was appointed by the Loose Immortal Alliance. Still, even if the Alliance outranked individual sects, if the sect disciples under him stirred trouble, it'd be hard for the Alliance to suppress them. That explained why, as Li Daoyuan said, Xing didn't dare offend sect cultivators. In other words, compared to someone like Guan Jinying, he held far less political value. Taoistly, do you have any solutions for this? Wei Tu asked. He could tell from Li Daoyuan's words that there was a deeper meaning. I won't keep you guessing. Li Daoyuan gave a slight nod. The reason we four aren't bullied by Shi Ying is simple. We joined the Loose Immortal Alliance. The Loose Immortal Alliance is the only organization where rogue cultivators like us can stand equal to sect disciples. Li Daoyuan spoke each word with weight. Loose Immortal Alliance. Hearing those three words, the confusion in Wei Tu's heart was suddenly dispelled. No wonder Shi Ying treated Li Daoyuan and the others so politely and didn't dare offend them. It was because they had joined the Loose Immortal Alliance. As for this organization, Wei Tu had already heard its name countless times over the past few years. Back when Wei Fei had pooled funds for alchemy, the alchemist they contacted, Master Song, was also a member of the Loose Immortal Alliance. The Loose Immortal Alliance had 17 Golden Core True Lords. It wasn't some small-time loose rogue cultivator alliance like the Shuyan Alliance. It was a true behemoth. A behemoth capable of going toe-to-toe with the immortal sects. Still, it can't be that simple. First Shi Ying targets me, and now Li Daoyuan mentions the Loose Immortal Alliance. Wei Tu narrowed his eyes. He was beginning to piece together some ideas about why Shi Ying had made things difficult for him. Li Daoyuan clearly brought up the alliance to hint at recruiting him. After all, a Tier 2 high-grade talisman master like him would be treated as an honored guest wherever he went. Working backwards from this, if Shi Ying had known he might join the alliance, he wouldn't have provoked him at the start and made an enemy out of him. Wei Tu now suspected that both Shi Ying's pressure and Li Daoyuan's current olive branch were two sides of the same play, a well-planned tactic from the Loose Immortal Alliance to recruit him. It was clever. If he hadn't been through so much over the years, he might not have seen through it. Would Taoist Li be willing to give me an introduction? I come from humble roots and have no way of contacting the Loose Immortal Alliance myself. Wei Tu gave a well-timed, bitter smile. He wasn't opposed to joining. On the contrary, aligning with the Loose Immortal Alliance now would greatly increase his survival chances. At the very least, within Cicada Cry Cliff, Xing wouldn't dare push him into dangerous missions just because he had no backing. As for the tactics the Alliance used, Wei Tu didn't mind. If a force wanted to grow, sincerity alone wouldn't get them far. They needed methods. In fact, the very fact that the Alliance employed such refined tactics meant they had a strong foundation and bright prospects. Leave it to me, Li Daoyuan said with a smile. He didn't care whether Wei Tu had seen through their ploy. As long as Wei Tu was willing to join, it was a win for them. As someone who had lived as a rogue cultivator, Li Daoyuan understood better than anyone how hard it was to survive without backing in chaotic times. Once Wei Tu joined the alliance, Whatever minor grievances existed now would be easily forgotten. After leaving the council hall, Wei Tu headed to the cave dwelling Xing had assigned him. To his surprise, Xing hadn't made trouble for him regarding the accommodation. Besides being located in a slightly more remote area, the facilities were no different from those of the other Foundation establishment cultivators. The cave residence was built into a cliffside cavern. After settling in, Wei Tu picked a room and converted it into an insect chamber, where he placed the 7 colored phantom moths he had with him for raising. Nurtured by spiritual dew, Wei Tu found that his moths seemed to be on the verge of evolving into Tier 2 spirit insects. That was surprising. The mother of the 7 colored phantom moths he'd killed before had only been Tier 1. If they really advanced, Wei Tu had high hopes. Even at Tier 1, the 7 colored phantom moths could slip past the spiritual sense of Foundation establishment cultivators. Once they reached Tier 2, they might not only gather intelligence, but be used to assassinate enemy cultivators. Master Shu's Tier 2 pills, I don't dare take them myself. But they're made from the essence of heaven and earth. Letting the moths take them should be fine. Standing in the insect chamber, Wei Tu watched dozens of colorful moths fluttering in the air. After a moment of thought, he took out a bottle of Tier 2 pills, diluted them, and fed them to the moths. To be cautious, Wei Tu didn't let all the moths take the same batch of pills. He split them into 2 groups, one to take the pills and one not to. This way, even if the pills were laced with poison, half the moths would still survive. Time passed quietly. In a blink, 2 years went by. During this time, Li Daoyuan had visited once to introduce Wei Tu to a false core, true lord named Gao Chun. With Gao Chun's approval, Wei Tu formally joined the loose Immortal alliance and became one of their Foundation establishment cultivators. After joining, the alliance didn't impose many strict conditions. The only request was, if alliance members came to purchase talismans from him, he was not to reject them, and he must sell at 70% of market price. To Wei Tu, this was actually a good deal. It gave him a new platform to sell his talismans. The Jillian Merchant Guild only operated in the interior of Zheng Kingdom. They had no branches on the front lines. A message talisman from Taoist Chu. That day, Wei Tu had just finished cultivating and was about to feed his wind-cleaving eagle when he noticed a message talisman placed at his cave entrance. The Taoist Chu he referred to was another rogue cultivator stationed at Cicada Cry Cliff. This cultivator was named Chu Huan, and like Wei Tu, she had also joined the loose Immortal alliance. However, unlike Li Daoyuan and the others, Chu Huan had a daughter who had entered Mirror Water Pavilion as a disciple. Somehow, Chu Huan had learned that Wei Tu had some background within Mirror Water Pavilion. Because of this connection, she had made frequent efforts to curry favor with Wei Tu over the past year. Wei Tu accepted the message talisman and gave a glance. 5 Peak Gathering. He raised his brows slightly in surprise after reading its contents. The message only mentioned one thing. In 7 days, the rogue cultivator station at Cicada Cry Cliff and neighboring posts will be holding a gathering for mutual exchange and benefit. It was hosted jointly by rogue cultivators from 5 different frontier outposts, and thus was named the 5 Peak Gathering. In the letter, Chu Huan asked if Wei Tu intended to participate. Defending Zheng Kingdom's borders was hard work, but danger also came with opportunity. Those who survived these postings were often much wealthier than their counterparts in the interior. Every cultivator who had attended previous 5 Peak gatherings came away with substantial gains. Some had even acquired powerful magic treasures that saved their lives on the battlefield. I'm not going. Wei Tu replied with a clear refusal to Chu Huan's invitation. In terms of magical treasures and defensive means, Wei Tu was already far ahead of 90% of Rogue Foundation establishment cultivators. There wasn't much he could gain from attending. Worse yet, leaving Cicada Cry Cliff might expose him to ambushes from demonic cultivators. Not worth the risk. After turning down Chu Huan's invitation, Wei Tu returned to his residence and stepped into his closed-door cultivation chamber. From his storage pouch, he retrieved a jet-black jade slip. Now that the 100 Veins blood-tempering art has refined 2 blood pellets, my foundation is firm. It's time to cultivate this demonic art. His gaze flickered. Back when he learned the demon path was invading Zheng Kingdom, he had made a decisive move, entering Cloud's secret realm to avoid being conscripted by the immortal sects and becoming cannon fodder. Once he left the secret realm, he prepared 2 backup plans for survival. First, he forged a connection with Qin Jinren, hoping that once Qin Jinren formed his core, he could rely on his influence within Mirror Water Pavilion for protection. Second, he decided to secretly cultivate a demonic art as a contingency. Unfortunately, heaven often plays tricks. Qin Jinren did succeed in forming a golden core, but he grew greedy and harbored ill intentions toward Wei Tu's day. That route had to be scrapped for now. Better to rely on himself than others. At this point, cultivating the true demonic refinement art had become his only path forward. My body cultivation is already at Tier 2, mid-stage. Transitioning into this true demonic refinement art won't be too hard. Wei Tu sat cross-legged and began to comprehend the true essence within the true demonic refinement art. Unlike the 100 Veins blood-tempering art, which focused on tempering blood and qi, the true demonic refinement art improved the physical body by refining demonic qi of slaughter. Still, all body-refining methods shared some similarities. With his prior foundation, Wei Tu's cultivation process would be far smoother than a complete beginner's. Perhaps luck was on his side. This time, his closed-door cultivation coincided with a rare, peaceful stretch. No demonic cultivators invaded Cicada Cry Cliff during this period. Time passed quietly. Before he knew it, 1 year had gone by. In the cultivation chamber, eerie sounds of weeping ghosts and howling demons echoed. In the nearby beast chamber, even the fierce wind-cleaving eagle curled its wings and trembled in fear. At this moment, seated on his mat, Wei Tu's chest bore the phantom image of a ram-horned demonic head. It looked eerily alive. As his abdomen expanded and contracted, the demonic head opened its mouth and exhaled streams of black demonic qi. The demonic qi swirled wildly, devouring all the surrounding spiritual energy and rapidly growing stronger. As the demonic qi poured forth, the sharp and shrill cries of spectral wails also echoed from the horned demonic head's mouth. At that moment, Wei Tu, seated cross-legged, began forming a hand seal. The dozens of strands of demonic qi swirling through the chamber instantly surged back toward him, drilling into his limbs and meridians. Surrounded by demonic qi, a flicker of pain crossed his face. Fine beads of sweat covered his forehead, and his tightly clenched lips began to bleed. The pain caused his body to tremble involuntarily. Each tremble was like a heavy hammer striking the cave walls, producing deep, rumbling echoes. After several hours had passed, only then did the swirling demonic qi in the chamber fully merge into Wei Tu's body, integrating into his skin and meridians. It's finally done. Wei Tu looked down at the phantom image of the horned demon head on his chest and let out a long breath. The horned demon head, now faintly visible on his chest, was the Sha demon, described in the true demonic refinement art. The first step of cultivating this body-tempering demonic technique was to successfully condense this horned demon head using both mana and spiritual sense, imprinting it onto one's flesh. In the true demonic refinement art, this Sha demon was also known as a true seal of mana. Condensing the true seal of mana was the prerequisite for cultivating most Tier 3 and higher body-refining techniques. During the cultivation process, Wei Tu had carefully sensed the Sha demon on his chest. Once he confirmed that it was entirely under his control, akin to a projection of his own spiritual sense, he felt reassured. Otherwise, he never would have dared to imprint such a demonic phantom onto his own body. True demonic refinement art, 12 out of 100 train once every 10 days, completion in 270 years. After entering the introductory stage of the true demonic refinement art, Wei Tu focused inward and saw this new line of text inscribed on his golden-purple destiny script. This takes even longer than the 100 veins blood tempering art, as expected of a Tier 3 technique. Wei Tu muttered inwardly. Back when he first began cultivating the 100 veins blood tempering art, the same destiny script had told him it would take 150 years to reach perfection. But things were different now. His body cultivation had reached Tier 2, mid-stage. His physical body was now countless times stronger than when he first started refining blood and marrow. More than a year of quiet. The demonic cultivators must be preparing something big. Wei Tu formed a seal, suppressing the demonic head phantom on his chest. With a flick of his sleeve, he opened the door to his cultivation chamber. This year-long period of peace. In his view, it was only the calm before the storm. After exiting the chamber and spending a few days recuperating, a message talisman arrived from Immortal envoy, Xiying, summoning him to the main discussion hall. Flying out from his cave residence, Wei Tu encountered Li Daoyuan and his wife along the way. Wei Daoyu, if Xiying assigns us a mission later, don't rush to decline, just accept it. The tasks given to us are usually far less dangerous than those assigned to the cultivators from the sections. Xiying is one of ours. He's with the loose Immortal Alliance. Li Daoyuan spoke in a low voice. Hearing this, Wei Tu thought to himself, Li Daoyuan's finally dropped the act. But before he could finish the thought, Wei Tu suddenly caught the deeper meaning behind what Li had just said, and his eyes narrowed with a hint of awe. Who would have guessed that the same Xiying who publicly acted arrogant and harsh toward rogue cultivators had already secretly pledged allegiance to the loose Immortal Alliance? No one would have guessed. Those sect cultivators who'd been sent to die by Xiying likely died without ever realizing why they were chosen, and that rogue cultivators like Wei Tu actually had a higher chance of survival. Such maneuvering, even if the upper echelons of the Immortal sects were shrewd, would be nearly impossible to detect. After all, there were only 6 sect cultivators stationed at Cicada Cry Cliff. Even if the casualty rate among them was slightly higher than that of the rogue cultivators, it didn't mean much. At the Foundation establishment stage, rogue cultivators and sect cultivators diverged dramatically in ability. In the Chi refinement stage, rogue cultivators were far inferior to sect cultivators. But by the time one reached Foundation establishment, those rogue cultivators who had made it that far were not necessarily weaker than their sect counterparts. They might lack potential, but when it came to actual combat power and survival tactics, most rogue Foundation establishment cultivators were stronger than ordinary sect cultivators. After all, the difficulty of reaching Foundation establishment as a rogue cultivator was many times higher than for a sect disciple. They were only inferior in spiritual root quality, but in every other aspect, these cultivators were essentially elites. Thus, rogue cultivators who reached Foundation establishment were all veterans of the cultivation world. These seasoned veterans naturally had a lower mortality rate when executing missions. No one could find fault with that. And the Immortal sects couldn't very well say, rogue cultivators are supposed to die more than sect cultivators. Entering the discussion hall, Wei Tu took his usual seat in a secluded corner and waited for Xiying to make his announcement. Not long after, Xiying entered and explained the reason for the summons. In the past year or so, there's been little activity from demonic cultivators around Cicada Cry Cliff. According to intel from the Righteous Alliance, we've uncovered some inside information. The demonic Elder Yin of Demon Fiend sect will be celebrating his 660-year birthday in 2 months. His disciples and underlings are all busy gathering birthday tributes. After the banquet, Elder Yin will mobilize the entire strength of Demon Fiend sect to launch a full-scale assault on Nanzhuang Pass, aiming to crush the righteous forces nearby and advance the front lines. Xing spoke slowly. Nanzhuang Pass was a key fortress in the western part of the righteous, demonic war front, a true strategic stronghold. Cicada Cry Cliff, by comparison, was a small outpost embedded into the front line ahead of Nanzhuang Pass. Together, the two positions created a pincer formation. If Nanzhuang Pass fell, Cicada Cry Cliff would be surrounded by demonic cultivators and completely cut off, isolated and without support. This is intelligence regarding one of the tribute-gathering teams. The higher-ups want us to ambush and eliminate this squad before they return. Xing pulled a jade slip shaped like a command token from his sleeve and placed it on the long table in front of him. Then he turned his gaze toward the rogue cultivators in the corner. His eyes swept across Wei Tu, Li Daoyuan, and his wife, Chu Huan, and then paused. Li Daoyuan, Wei Tu, Chu Huan, and you, Daoiswa. The four of you will carry out the ambush on this demonic squad. Daoiswa, you're in command. The Daoist Zwa, Xing referred to as Zhuke, a yellow-faced man from the Jinghua Beastmaster sect, currently in the late Foundation establishment stage. Wei Tu recalled what Li Daoyuan had told him before. He didn't refuse the mission. Along with the others, he accepted what seemed to be a very dangerous task. After that, Xing assigned duties to the sect cultivators as well. He kept 3 of them behind to help guard Cicada Cry Cliff, while sending the others on missions. For example, Guan Jinying and Xin Changfeng were assigned to Tongma City in the Mortal Realm to escort an injured cultivator back to Nanzhuang Pass. Compared to Wei Tu's ambush assignment, this mission sounded far less risky. But based on what Li Daoyuan said, the missions given to rogue cultivators are usually less dangerous than those given to sect cultivators. Seems like there might be hidden danger in Tongma City. Wei Tu thought to himself. An ambush on demonic cultivators seemed dangerous, but the risk was clear and on the surface. With accurate intel and caution, they could survive. In contrast, escorting an injured cultivator seemed easy, but with vague information, any unexpected situation could make the danger skyrocket. Still, if nothing went wrong, escorting a fellow cultivator was easy and smooth, and Shi Ying's arrangements would appear fair to the higher-ups. After all, on the surface, it was rogue cultivators like Wei Tu who were taking the biggest risks by ambushing demonic forces. After leaving the discussion hall, Wei Tu returned to his cave residence. He placed the wind-cleaving eagle, his vital combat companion, and the 7-colored phantom moths, his intel-gathering insects, into their respective spirit beast and insect pouches. Then he went to the cliffside to meet up with Zhuke and the others. Here's the intel. Copy it. Zhuke's expression was calm. When he saw Wei Tu arrive, he gave a nod, then handed the command slip that Xi Ying had displayed earlier to Li Daoyuan. Li Daoyuan was the most senior rogue cultivator at Cicada Cry Cliff. He'd been stationed there for 4 years, and he had the highest cultivation among the rogue cultivators. Foundation Establishment Mid-Stage, Peak. Li Daoyuan copied the information and passed the jade slip to Wei Tu without hesitation. Although Chu Huan had more seniority, cultivation reigned supreme in the cultivation world. She was only at early Foundation Establishment, and thus ranked beneath Wei Tu in status. Wei Tu glanced at the command slip and breathed a little easier. According to the intel, the demonic squad they were targeting consisted of only 2 Foundation Establishment demonic cultivators. 1 late stage, 1 mid-stage. For Versus 2, they held the advantage. Once Chu Huan had finished copying the intel, Zhuke led the other 3 off the cliff, heading straight to the ambush site. Since the location was deep in demonic territory, near the border between Zheng Kingdom and Jing Kingdom, they traveled at low altitude, moving slowly to avoid attention. Unlike righteous territory, where nearly all cultivators followed orthodox paths, demonic territory was a chaotic mess. Within its borders were not only true demonic cultivators, but also righteous cultivators and rogue cultivators who had defected to the demonic side. These surrendered cultivators were called meat sheep in demonic territory. Over 90% of them were raised as slaves or blood food for the demonic sects. Every time the world falls into chaos, there are rogue cultivators who rise to power, founding sects and claiming Tao ancestor titles. Even ascending to the nascent soul stage isn't unheard of in ancient records. But most of them end up as nothing more than bones, fuel for others' cultivation paths. Along the way, Li Daoyuan watched as a demonic cultivator bit into a surrendered cultivator alive, then sighed. Immortal sects might be overbearing, but they at least left rogue cultivators a sliver of hope, they didn't drive them all to extinction. But the demonic sects weren't like that. Other than those rogue cultivators deemed useful, the rest were just blood offerings. After that, Li Daoyuan spoke with great interest to Wei Tu about the notorious actions of the 5 major demonic sects. The Blood God sect feeds on cultivators' blood essence. Myriad Spirits sect extracts their soul force. Demon Fiend sect refines corpses into zombies. And Hahuan sect steals cultivators' vital energy. Only the Heavenly Maiden sect is slightly better. But even that one is a righteous sect that defected to the demonic path. Not even worth mentioning. The Heavenly Maiden sect was once a righteous sect? That was something Wei Tu was hearing for the first time. No wonder Si Qing was able to infiltrate the Huang clan for so many years without being discovered, Wei Tu realized. Besides her demonic background, Si Qing's spiritual power was nearly indistinguishable from that of righteous cultivators. That subtle difference, no matter how sharp-eyed the Huang clan cultivators were, was hard to detect. From their conversation, Wei Tu also learned that Li Daoyuan wasn't originally from Zheng Kingdom, but a rogue cultivator from Jing Kingdom who had migrated here along with the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. The Rogue Cultivator Alliance was originally formed in Jing Kingdom, a group forged out of necessity by rogue cultivators who were being oppressed by the Immortal sects. But after the demonic invasion, in that crisis, more and more rogue cultivators joined the alliance. It grew like a snowball, eventually reaching a size capable of challenging the Immortal sects themselves. In the beginning, the alliance in Jing Kingdom only had 9 golden core cultivators. After arriving in Zheng Kingdom, they recruited 8 more golden core cultivators. That's how they ended up with the current 17. To prevent Wei Tu from developing bias against the foreign Rogue Cultivator Alliance, Li Daoyuan added this comment immediately. After hearing all this, Wei Tu could tell Li Daoyuan deeply admired the alliance. But he wasn't surprised. After all, if not for the alliance, there was no guarantee Li Daoyuan and his wife could have escaped the chaos of Jing Kingdom and made it to Zheng Kingdom safely. In other words, the Rogue Cultivator Alliance had saved their lives. In that context, it would be more surprising if Li Daoyuan didn't support the alliance wholeheartedly. If Wei Tu didn't have such confidence in his own strength, and if he weren't so wary of getting entangled, just seeing how the alliance had forced Xiying to change his attitude might have been enough to make him feel a sense of allegiance too. A few days later, Wei Tu and the others arrived at the ambush site and concealed their auras, quietly lying in wait. This was a path the demonic convoy had to take on their way to Elder Yan's lair. What Li Daoyuan and the others didn't notice was that while hiding, Wei Tu had secretly released his 7-colored phantom moths ahead of the ambush point. After 2 days, a group of several dozen demonic cultivators appeared on the road. In the middle of the group were 2 carriages, each several zhang tall, slowly rolling forward. These 2 carriages were pulled by tiger-headed oxen, first-tier spirit beasts. As they moved, Wei Tu noticed something. The last carriage seemed especially heavy. The tracks it left in the dirt were more than half a foot deep. Wei Tu commanded a 7-colored phantom moth to flutter near the last carriage. Peeking through a gap in the side, he took a look inside. One glance, and everything clicked. Now he understood why these demonic cultivators hadn't used storage pouches to carry this item, but instead transported it like mortals. Inside the rear carriage sat a massive golden, or several zhang in size. It shimmered with light, one solid piece, radiating an oppressive spiritual pressure. A storage pouch suitable for Foundation establishment cultivators couldn't possibly hold something that large. It was basically a small mountain. If it's a birthday tribute for Elder Yin, then that golden, or must be at least 2nd-tier, high-grade, maybe even 3rd-tier spirit material, Wei Tu guessed. After confirming the tribute, Wei Tu directed his phantom moth toward the first carriage, trying to see what was inside. If his guess was right, that's where the 2 Foundation establishment demonic cultivators would be. However, what he saw surprised him. There were indeed 2 demonic cultivators inside, but they didn't seem like Foundation establishment cultivators at all. Both looked nervous, gripping their sleeves with anxious expressions. "What do we do?" That senior Ian clearly dragged us along as bait. If things go south, we'll be the first to die, muttered the thin, tall one in a low voice, his face filled with discontent. Watch your mouth. If Senior Ian hears you, we're both dead. The black-robed man beside him warned sharply. What's there to be afraid of? To hide his trail, he already placed a soundproof formation around this carriage. He can't hear us talking in here, the tall one replied indifferently. Hearing that, the black-robed man glanced outside nervously. Seeing that Senior Ian walking ahead looked perfectly calm, he finally relaxed a little, his expression easing. Still, we should speak through sound transmission, just in case. Who knows if Senior Ian added other restrictions besides the soundproofing? The black-robed man suggested, his lips barely moving as he transmitted his voice. But those words weren't hidden from Wei Tu's 7-colored phantom moths. Each of the phantom moths he had released carried a fragment of his divine sense, and his divine sense far surpassed that of the two chi refinement stage demonic cultivators in the carriage. So everything the two were discussing, Wei Tu overheard in full. However, after a while, the conversation between those two became rather meaningless. Just trivial nonsense. From the earlier actions of the black-robe cultivator, Wei Tu had already figured out which of the demonic cultivators outside the carriage was the so-called Senior Ian. He no longer felt like wasting divine sense spying on idle talk, and was just about to withdraw his phantom moth from the carriage. After all, his divine sense was limited. In the battle to come, being short, even a portion could be a disadvantage. But right then, a sentence from the tall, skinny demonic cultivator caught his attention. The two chi refinement demonic cultivators sitting inside the carriage had shifted their conversation from Senior Ian to other people. Senior Ian gave such a big gift to Elder Yin this time. I bet he's hoping Elder Yin will say a few good words to Ancestor Ninian, so he can marry Fairy Lung. Fairy Lung is Elder Ninian's niece, a prodigy among this generation of the Heavenly Maiden sect. Just based on Senior Ian alone, not likely. At this, the black-robed man laughed a few times, a trace of scorn flashing in his eyes. Clearly, he didn't have any real respect for this Senior Ian. But I've heard that Fairy Lung isn't exactly chaste. Seems she's kept male pets before. Her Yuan Ian has probably long been lost. Even if Senior Ian wins over Elder Yin and becomes her Tao companion, it'll still be a waste of effort. The tall, skinny demonic cultivator spoke with a sneer. What? Her Yuan Ian is gone? Such a beautiful woman. Who took it? The black-robed cultivator's expression immediately turned ugly, gritting his teeth. It wasn't someone else who took it. Fairy Lung loves dual cultivation. She's the one who harvested someone. You've heard of the 3 demons of the Fu clan, right? That Fu eldest brother from the Myriad Spirits sect? Word is, he's already in her skirts. The tall one chuckled as he spoke, clearly enjoying watching his companion get riled up. Could that Fu eldest brother be Fu Lin? Wei Tu narrowed his eyes at the mention, forming a guess. Besides Fu Lin, he couldn't think of another Foundation establishment demonic cultivator in the Myriad Spirits sect known as Fu eldest brother. 100 years ago, when Fu Lin fled Baishur Lake Marketplace, he hadn't gone alone. He took along his younger brother and sister. Now, hearing the term 3 demons of the Fu clan from this tall cultivator only confirmed Wei Tu's guess. This Fu eldest brother really was Fu Lin. Fu Lin ended up under the skirt of a demonic beauty from the Heavenly Maiden sect? Could this be why Fu Lin broke his promise? Why he never returned to Zheng Kingdom or wrote to Yenner again? Wei Tu frowned deeply. Even if they had once been childhood sweethearts, 100 years apart would dull those feelings. Wei Tu had never seen this Fairy Lung, but he could easily imagine her beauty, absolutely stunning, a realm-toppling beauty. Far more beautiful than Wei Yan. After all, Wei Yan took after her mother Xinghua in looks, delicate, sweet, and charming, but hardly a peerless beauty. It's just personal choice. Nothing for me to get involved in. Wei Tu shook his head and reined his thoughts. 100 years ago, Fu Lin had confessed to Wei Yan, but she turned him down. So from that standpoint, Fu Lin finding someone more suited to him now was only natural. That debt of 10 spirit stones from long ago, Fu Lin has already repaid it tenfold. Besides, those spirit stones were borrowed by my fourth brother. Had nothing to do with me. The 2 letters I sent, they were enough to settle the past. Wei Tu sighed, no longer fixated on Fu Lin breaking his promise. Still, he did feel a bit of regret. After all, Fu Lin cutting contact now meant his heart and path were fully immersed in the demonic way, to the point that he'd severed all ties with his former family and friends, becoming a stranger. If it were me, I might have made the same choice. The path of immortality is hard. If Fu Lin hadn't defected to the demonic path, he'd likely have had no chance at foundation establishment in Zheng Kingdom. Wei Tu reflected quietly. Fu Lin was much like Fu Zhizhou, like father, like son, possessing a determined Dao heart. But Fu Lin wasn't as lucky as his father. If Fu Zhizhou hadn't backed Ko Hongying, hadn't received a premium beast control talisman from him, he too might have never reached foundation establishment. About the time it takes to brew a cup of tea later, the 2 carriages escorted by demonic cultivators finally enter the ambush zone set up by Wei Tu and his team. Be cautious. Watch that 4th person from the left. He's not simple. Wei Tu turned and transmitted a message to Chu Huan beside him. Among the 4 of them lying in wait, Chu Huan was the weakest in cultivation and the most likely to fall. So, for the sake of how courteous she'd been to him over the past 2 years, Wei Tu kindly gave her a warning. He wasn't worried that leaking this info would bring him trouble. First, Chu Huan wasn't the type to repay kindness with betrayal. Second, even if others found out he had foreseen the identity of Signorine, he wouldn't be afraid. As a foundation establishment cultivator who didn't have a few secrets or trump cards, there were countless excuses he could use. No need to mention the phantom moths at all. Thank you, Taoist Wei. Chu Huan's face flushed slightly, gratitude flickering in her eyes. Since her husband died, Wei Tu was the only male cultivator who had shown her this much consideration. Right after Wei Tu finished warning Chu Huan, the battle erupted. As the highest cultivation realm among them, Zhuokui took the lead. With a single motion, he summoned 2 silver curved blade magical weapons, hurling them straight at the first carriage. At the same time, Wei Tu and the other 2 each unleashed their own magical weapons. In an instant, azure light, black mist, golden glow, various magical weapon auras lit up above the group of demonic cultivators. Enemy attack. Upon seeing the magical weapons roaring toward them, this group of demonic cultivators fell into panic. Many Qi refinement realm cultivators screamed and scattered like birds and beasts, using their escape techniques to flee on the spot. However, under the assault of Foundation Establishment realm magical weapons, these low-level demonic cultivators had no power to fight back. The lights of the hovering magical weapons flashed. Heads rolled one after another. It was a one-sided slaughter. In less than 2 breaths' time, among the several dozen demonic cultivators, aside from over 20 who had banded together to resist the magical weapon onslaught with formations, the rest who tried to flee were all killed by Wei Tu and the others' magical weapons. At this point, Zhuokui's 2 curved blade magical weapons finally blasted a hole in the defense barrier of the first carriage. Inside the carriage, the thin, tall demonic cultivator and the man in black robes appeared, just as Wei Tu had seen earlier through the 7-colored phantom moth. What? The ones in the carriage were fake. Just Qi refinement realm. Zhuokui's face filled with shock. He seemed genuinely surprised by the bait-and-switch strategy employed by these demonic cultivators. After all, that strike just now had been one of his full-powered blows. It had consumed quite a bit of his spiritual power. Where are the 2 Foundation Establishment demonic cultivators? Zhuokui and Li Daoyuan exchanged glances, wariness flickering in their eyes as they scanned their surroundings. Chu Huan, remembering Wei Tu's warning, had noticed that during the commotion just now, the 4th demonic cultivator on the left had suddenly vanished. Seeing this, Chu Huan's heart skipped a beat. She shifted closer to Wei Tu's position. Just then, a black flying zombie suddenly burst from beneath Zhuokui's feet, claws shrouded in gray mist stabbing viciously towards Kuei's back. Zhudaoist, watch out. Li Daoyuan quickly called out a warning. But it was too late. This black flying zombie was not only frighteningly fast, but its strength was also overwhelming. The defensive aura formed by Kuei's spiritual power and several talismans was instantly shredded by its claws. In the blink of an eye, the zombie closed in on Kuei's back. It was less than half a foot away from piercing his body. Yet, no one noticed that Kuei's expression remained calm. Not the slightest hint of panic showed on his face. In fact, a slight smile even curled at the corner of his lips, as if the ambush by the black zombie was entirely within his expectations. Roar, roar, roar. Several beastly howls suddenly erupted from Kuei's body. His robe ripped apart behind him as two muscular, yellow-furred arms burst out. These arms resembled those of a giant ape, shimmering gold, muscles knotted with power. With a stretch, the ape arms grabbed the black flying zombie's wrists, locking into a struggle. After a few exchanges, the flying zombie, now sluggish, had one arm torn off by the ape limbs. Then, with a sharp motion, Kuei slammed it over his shoulder and smashed it into the ground. As the dust settled, Wei Tu and the others looked over. They saw the black zombie embedded deep into the earth, sunk several zhang below the surface, its body riddled with fine cracks like broken porcelain. Black, foul-smelling pus oozed slowly from its wounds. That's the beast transformation art from the Beastmaster sect. I didn't expect Zhudaoist to have mastered this secret technique. So the opening just now was intentional. Li Daoyuan, seeing Kuei unharmed, breathed a long sigh of relief and spoke. Among the four in the ambush party, Kuei was the only one at the late Foundation establishment realm. If Kuei had died, the remaining three of them would have stood no chance against the two demonic Foundation establishment cultivators. Cultivators of the Demon Fiend sect all raise a fiend corpse to use in battle. Now that this one is half crippled, the rest of the fight just got a lot easier. Chu Huan said, elated. This failed ambush had not only cost the Demon Fiend sect's Foundation establishment cultivator his fiend corpse, the black flying zombie, but also revealed his position. That cultivator was none other than the senior Wei Tu had spotted earlier, a late Foundation establishment cultivator. With that, after a brief discussion, Wei Tu and the others exchanged glances and began executing their original plan. Kuei and Li Daoyuan would target the named demonic cultivator. Wei Tu and Chu Huan, the weaker two, would go after the other mid-stage Foundation establishment demonic cultivator. Though that mid-stage demonic cultivator had yet to show himself, based on their speculation, he was likely hiding among the group of Qi refinement demonic cultivators. To avoid any delay, Wei Tu didn't hesitate. He immediately summoned 3 ice jiao swords and, coordinating with Shadow Thread, began hunting down the mid-stage Foundation establishment demonic cultivator. Forced by the magical weapons closing in, that demonic cultivator finally revealed himself. He had been disguised among the other demonic cultivators as a long-haired man. Now, he activated a gray bead to temporarily block Wei Tu's assault. His eyes darkened with murderous intent as he locked a venomous glare on Wei Tu. But soon, the sinister expression on that long-haired man's face turned into terror. Half a breath earlier, the shadow thread that Wei Tu had hidden in the dark suddenly shot forth with a sharp screech. The long-haired man, caught completely off guard, had his left leg cleanly severed. It wasn't that Wei Tu hadn't wanted to end the battle in one blow. It was just that the long-haired man had long since prepared defensive measures while hiding among the Qi refinement demonic cultivators. So the shadow thread couldn't deliver a fatal strike. Damn it! Do you know how much it'll cost me to reattach this leg? The long-haired man, regaining composure from his initial panic, retrieved his severed leg and glared at Wei Tu with venomous eyes, as if he wanted to tear him to pieces. Then he pulled out 3 small crimson flags from his robes. With a flick of his sleeve, he thrust them into the ground near the group of demonic cultivators. Immediately, crimson runes lit up on the flags, and a blood-red cocoon of light formed out of thin air, covering him and the surrounding chi refinement cultivators tightly. At that moment, one of Wei Tu's ice jiao swords broke away from attacking the gray bead and shot directly toward the crimson light cocoon. But surprisingly, when the sword struck the blood cocoon, it didn't budge in the slightest. No visible damage at all. The flame demon banner. A protective treasure from my grandfather. Don't talk about your talisman sword. Even the beast transformation art from the Beastmaster sect couldn't leave a scratch on it. The long-haired man sat cross-legged, bleeding staunched, and sneered. Grandfather? Hearing this, Wei Tu raised an eyebrow. It was clear this man held an unusual position within the Demon Fiend sect. Most likely, he had a golden core elder backing him. Originally, Wei Tu's approach had been to avoid offending these second-generation demonic cultivators, if possible. But now, the arrow had been knocked and had to be released. This mission to ambush the demonic cultivators was a direct order from the Righteous Alliance. If he failed and returned to Cicada Cry Cliff, there'd be consequences. Besides, during the earlier fight, he'd already severed the long-haired man's leg using the shadow thread. That man now bore deep hatred toward him. Letting such a dangerous enemy escape would only bring disaster later. This guy suddenly bringing up his grandfather is probably trying to scare me off, Wei Tu thought to himself. But how could I fall for that? He sneered inwardly. Among the Foundation establishment, demonic cultivators at the front lines, which one didn't have some relation to a Golden Core True Lord? Most were their direct descendants or nephews. That named demonic cultivator wasn't also the disciple of the old devil Yin? Taoist way, this crimson cocoon is too strong. What should we do now? Chu Huan hurried over to Wei Tu's side, clearly anxious. She had just launched an attack on the crimson cocoon with her magical weapon, and like Wei Tu, hadn't even left a scratch. If we don't take him out quickly, Zhuo Daoist and Li Daoist may not be able to finish their fight anytime soon, she added. Even though Zhuo Kuei and Li Daoyuan had the advantage over the named demonic cultivator, killing him swiftly was still extremely difficult. Just like Guan Jinying and Shun Changfeng in their earlier battle. Facing 5 Foundation establishment demonic cultivators, they had managed to hold out until Wei Tu arrived for support. According to the plan, once she and Wei Tu took down the mid-stage Foundation establishment long-haired cultivator, the 4 of them would join forces to eliminate the last one, the named cultivator. But who would have thought this long-haired man would suddenly use the flame demon banner? Like a tortoise shell, it had left her in Wei Tu without a point of attack. How about we call Li Daoist over to help us take care of him first? Chu Huan looked toward the other battlefield and suggested. Not yet. Wei Tu shook his head. Right now, Zhuo Kuei and Li Daoyuan working together had just barely suppressed the named cultivator. If they changed the plan and gave that enemy a breather, who knew what would happen next? Wei Tu still remembered that scene more than 10 years ago when the Jia clan cultivator used the blood ignition technique. When it came to strange and deadly tactics, demonic cultivators were far more dangerous than righteous ones. Hearing this, Chu Huan, although uneasy, chose to trust Wei Tuesday. She didn't call Li Daoyuan over. May I ask who your grandfather is? After some thought, Wei Tu turned his gaze to the long-haired man inside the crimson cocoon and asked. The long-haired man looked at Wei Tu in surprise, not sure why he was suddenly asking this. But since he'd brought up his grandfather to begin with to intimidate Wei Tu, he didn't mind saying the name now. My grandfather is the Golden Core True Lord Lu Xiuxian of the Demon Fiend sect. I am his direct grandson, Lu Yuanli, the long-haired man said. After stating his background, he tried to win Wei Tu over with a casual tone. As long as you switch sides now and join the Demon Fiend sect, I, Lu, swear not to hold a grudge about what happened earlier. I'll even have my grandfather teach you supreme demonic techniques and make you my junior apprentice brother. Jing Kingdom has already fallen. The immortal cultivation world of Zheng Kingdom won't last long either. Join the demonic path. Only then will you have a future, he said earnestly. Golden Core true Lord Lu Xiuxian. Wei Tu silently memorized the name. Then, he retracted his spiritual sense, formed a hand seal, and summoned a 5-colored copper ring. This wasn't just any item. It was the 5 Elements ring, a high-grade magical weapon he had obtained from Alchemist Shu. Unlike other magical weapons, the 5 Elements ring had the unique ability to immobilize enemies. Back when he fought Alchemist Shu, this 5 Elements ring had given Wei Tu a lot of trouble. If not for his many techniques, that single magical weapon would have put him in a tight spot. Go! Wei Tu uttered the command. The 5 Elements ring burst forth in brilliant light, charging directly at Lu Yuanli's flame demon banner. Under the glow of the 5-colored light, the blood-red cocoon conjured by the flame demon banner trembled faintly. At that moment, a flash of green shot through the air and pierced straight into the cocoon, stabbing directly into Lu Yuanli's forehead. You tricked me. You're not just mid-stage foundation stable. Lu Yuanli's lips turned black, and before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed and dissolved into a puddle of dark blood. Chu Huan, standing nearby, was stunned. She couldn't understand how the crimson cocoon that had just seemed unbreakable was suddenly shattered so easily by Wei Tu's strike. Wei Tu raised a hand, and the emerald cloud needle flew back into his sleeve and disappeared. The emerald cloud needle was a supreme-grade magical weapon he had seized from Alchemist Shu, deadly and laced with venom. This time, if Lu Yuanli hadn't underestimated his strength, thinking Wei Tu was only mid-stage foundation establishment with limited means and not worth wasting more spiritual power to fully empower the flame demon banner. This sneak attack would not have succeeded so easily. Late-stage foundation establishment spiritual power paired with the supreme-grade emerald cloud needle and high-grade 5 Elements ring. That combo, even a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator would struggle to survive it, let alone a mid-stage cultivator like Lu Yuanli. And now that Lu Yuanli was dead, the flame demon banner was no longer able to resist the pull of the 5 Elements ring. With a flash of light, the 3 crimson flags he had planted in the ground were sucked into the ring. Wei Tu, calm as ever, stored both the 5 Elements ring and the flame demon banner into his storage pouch. The whole process flowed seamlessly, finished in the span of a single breath. Not only was Chu Huan completely stunned, even the Qi refinement demonic cultivators who had been hiding behind the crimson cocoon were paralyzed with fear by Wei Tu's devastating strike. Of course, there were still a few who reacted quickly. The thin, tall demonic cultivator Wei Tu had noticed earlier snatched Lu Yuanli's storage pouch the moment he died and tried to flee. But the gap in cultivation was just too wide. One of the ice jiao swords still circling from earlier let out a piercing screech as it sliced through the air. In the blink of an eye, the fleeing cultivator's head was separated from his shoulders. Just like before, Wei Tu didn't bother consulting Chu Huan. He reached out and took Lu Yuanli's storage pouch for himself. In the Immortal cultivation world, there was a rule. The more you contribute, the more you earn. During the battle against Lu Yuanli, Chu Huan had contributed very little. Naturally, there was no reason she'd receive a share of the loot. Of course, Chu Huan had no complaints about Wei Tu claiming all the spoils. At this point, in her heart, she already regarded Wei Tu's strength as equivalent to a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. So rather than objecting, she was more in awe of him. She wouldn't dare to overstep her place. Even most late-stage foundation establishment cultivators wouldn't have killed a mid-stage one as swiftly as Wei Tu had. Could it be a gift from true Lord Qin? Chu Huan wondered silently, thinking about the green needle strike Wei Tu had used. Only a treasure bestowed by a golden core true lord could explain such a sudden and powerful attack. After all, no one would imagine Wei Tu had killed a false core cultivator and inherited 400 years of accumulated resources and knowledge. Daoist Chu, still spacing out? Come help me take care of these remaining demonic cultivators. Wei Tu called out, snapping Chu Huan from her daze. Yes, Daoist Wei. she quickly responded, summoning her magical weapon to join him in eliminating the remaining Qi refinement demonic cultivators. Without Lu Yuanli's support, these low-level cultivators were completely helpless. The only trouble was that they scattered in all directions trying to save their own lives, forcing Wei Tu and Chu Huan to hunt them down one by one. After a quarter of an hour, the fleeing demonic cultivators had all been slain. Then, Wei Tu and Chu Huan turned their gaze to the other battlefield a few li away. The named demonic cultivator wasn't foolish. After realizing Lu Yuanli was dead, he immediately tried to escape. But Zhuo Ke and Li Daoyuan had blocked his path, forcing him to fight while retreating. That was exactly why Wei Tu hadn't allowed Chu Huan to go call Li Daoyuan for backup earlier. If Zhuo Ke lost Li Daoyuan's help, he wouldn't have been able to stop the named demonic cultivator from fleeing. Now, with Wei Tu and Chu Huan joining in, 4 against 1, the named cultivator was overwhelmed, barely keeping up with the combined attacks of Zhuo Ke and Li Daoyuan. After dozens of exchanges, he finally showed a weakness. Zhuo Ke seized the moment. The 2 ape arms sprouting from his back lunged forward and grabbed the named cultivator by the head, then tore his body into 4 bloody pieces. With that, the ambush mission carried out by Wei Tu and the other 3 was a complete success, with not a single casualty. There had been close calls during the battle, but in the end, everyone made it through safely. I didn't contribute much to the killing of the named demonic cultivator, so I won't take a share of the loot from his storage pouch, Wei Tu said, voluntarily stepping back and giving up his claim on that portion of spoils. After all, he had already gained a great deal from taking Lu Yuanli's storage pouch. If he continued pushing for a share of the named cultivator's possessions, it would surely make Zhuo Ke and the others resent him. Hearing this, Zhuo Ke and Li Daoyuan exchanged satisfied looks. In their eyes, Wei Tu was someone worth befriending. First, they now recognized Wei Tu's strength after what they'd witnessed in battle. Second, he wasn't greedy and knew how to keep things fair when dividing spoils. Especially that second point. It was rare. Among rogue cultivators, few had the sense of propriety and generosity that Wei Tu showed. Once the loot had been divided, Zhuo Ke turned his attention to the golden ore in the second carriage and furrowed his brow. This golden ore is a third-tier spiritual material, Gangjin stone. It's extremely valuable and can be used to forge magical treasures, he said. Leaving it behind like this is such a waste. Truly a shame. Gangjin stone, as a third-tier spiritual material, was incredibly tough. With the magical weapons they currently had, cutting and dividing it into transportable pieces wasn't easy. Otherwise, Lu Yuanli and the named cultivator wouldn't have resorted to using a mortal carriage to move the massive stone. Let's go. After trying several methods and still failing to break apart the Gangjin stone, Zhuo Ke shook his head in frustration and reluctantly gave the order to retreat. Unlike the journey from Cicada Cry Cliff to the ambush site, this time, Wei Tu and the others split up to return separately, each taking a different route back to Cicada Cry Cliff. Killing Lu Yuanli and the named demonic cultivator was only one dangerous part of this ambush. The second danger would come during the escape through demonic territory. The pursuit was inevitable. Lu Yuanli and the named cultivator weren't rogue cultivators. They were from the Demon Fiend sect, and their life tokens were stored there. Now that the tokens had shattered, the Demon Fiend sect would surely send out pursuit squads to hunt them down. Something's off. Her cultivation doesn't match. This female cultivator's cultivation is only at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. That's not the level Yi Hong should be at. Wei Tu probed her aura and shook his head. Yi Hong was the former wife of Immortal Master Wu, the master of Wei Fei. If she were still alive now, she'd be at least 250 years old. Qi refinement cultivators live up to 200 years. Foundation establishment cultivators live up to 400. There were life-extending pills in the cultivation world, but such elixirs were extremely expensive, not something an ordinary Qi refinement cultivator could afford. Moreover, life extension pills that could prolong life by over 50 years were incredibly rare. Just like other pills, once taken repeatedly, the body would develop resistance, and their effects would gradually weaken. So logically, Wei Tu judged that the woman who resembled Yi Hong couldn't be her. She was most likely another cultivator, maybe a descendant of Yi Hong. Wei Tu made a guess and decided to investigate further. According to Wei Fei, Yi Hong, Immortal Master Wu's former wife, might still hold a legacy from the Hongri sect. Wei Tu remained interested in the Hongri sect's body-tempering heritage. At the moment, Wei Tu was in a border city of Jing Kingdom called Fragmented Star City. Fragmented Star City was an immortal settlement. It was a small city where both cultivators and mortals lived together. Despite the wars between righteous and demonic cultivators, this city at Jing Kingdom's border hadn't fallen into ruin. Instead, its unique geography helped it grow even more prosperous. Earlier, Wei Tu had spotted the woman who looked like Yi Hong, a beautiful matron in her early 30s. She wore a pink daffodil gown, her figure curvaceous, exuding the grace of a noble lady. Several young, pretty maidservants followed at her side. Even though this beautiful matron only had cultivation at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, Wei Tu didn't approach her rashly. He simply passed by, pretending to be a passerby heading in the opposite direction. A while later, snippets of conversation between the matron, her maidservants, and some family members were overheard by Wei Tu. From their exchange, he learned that this woman's married family bore the surname Zhu, one of the foundation establishment families in Fragmented Star City. And this Madame Zhu was the wife of the Zhu family's third young master. She was quite favored. Half a day later, back in the Zhu household, Madame Zhu had a conversation with her husband, Zhu Ruishan, which made Wei Tu perk up. He sensed an opening. The demonic cultivators are pressing harder and harder. I said it before, didn't I? Rather than stubbornly clinging to the old ways, we should have abandoned our family foundation and moved to Zheng Kingdom to start over, Madame Zhu muttered bitterly, twisting her handkerchief in frustration. She plopped onto the canopied bed with a deeply unhappy expression. My dear, there's nothing we can do about it, Zhu Ruishan said, walking over to comfort her with a bitter smile. We're just a foundation establishment family. There's only one foundation establishment elder above us. If we give up our foundation and flee to Zheng Kingdom, we'll be left with absolutely nothing. Zheng Kingdom is just one region. The Beastmaster sect and Skyvault City have already gone there. There's also the loose Immortal Alliance. Resources are stretched thin. There's no room for families like ours. Zhu Ruishan sighed repeatedly. But you can't expect me to serve that old freak Jiao Qiji. You have no idea what he's done to me. At this, Madame Zhu's almond-shaped eyes glistened with tears. Tears streamed down her cheeks and soaked into the collar of her gown, leaving a large wet patch. That bastard Jiao Qiji. Zhu Ruishan jumped up in anger. Once I establish my foundation, I'll be the first to skin him alive and cut off his filthy manhood. No, Madame Zhu panicked, quickly covering his mouth. Do you want to die? Jiao Qiji is a foundation establishment cultivator from the Xincha sect. If he hears of this, it'll be the end of you. The fact that you would say that for me, I'm already grateful enough, she sobbed as she leaned against his chest. Sigh, I'm just too weak, Zhu Ruishan muttered with a heavy sigh. If not for the sake of their family, who would endure such shame? Offering his own wife to be humiliated by a cultivator from the Xincha sect? All right, dear. Why did you return so early this time? Did you fail to please Jiao Qiji? Suddenly, Zhu Ruishan thought of this and anxiously pulled Madame Zhu from his arms to ask. Right now, the entire Zhu family's fate rested on Madame Zhu alone. If she lost Jiao Qiji's favor, he couldn't imagine how the Zhu family would survive. I went to look for Jiao Qiji. He wasn't there today. Madame Zhu shook her head. Could it be that Jiao Qiji's grown tired of her? Or has he already drained her essence through dual cultivation? Zhu Ruishan paced anxiously in the room, flustered and unsure what to do. Without the protection of Jiao Qiji, the foundation establishment cultivator from the Xincha sect, not only would the Zhu family's foundation be hard to maintain, but even their lives might be forfeit. Hearing this, Madame Zhu's expression also became panicked. She turned toward Zhu Ruishan with a nervous look, hoping he would offer a solution. We need to find another female cultivator for Jiao Qiji. That way, first, you'll be freed from this misery, and second, we can stabilize Jiao Qiji's attitude toward our Zhu family again. After much thought, Zhu Ruishan finally voiced this plan. But what if the newly chosen female cultivator isn't willing to give herself to Jiao Qiji? What if she turns around and blames our Zhu family? Madame Zhu immediately voiced her concern. Even she had struggled to endure Jiao Qiji's cruel methods and had considered taking her own life more than once. How could any other female cultivator be expected to tolerate him? If that happens, we'll be raising a tiger to bring about our own destruction. And we can't go on like this forever, either. Madame Zhu sighed deeply a few times. This is like fighting fire with fire. As long as the fuel remains, the fire won't go out. Relying on one or two women alone is not enough to fend off demonic cultivators coveting the Zhu family's foundation. Zhu Ruishan's expression shifted several times, uncertain. Clearly, he understood that the Zhu family could at most satisfy Jiao Qiji's momentary lust, not his long-term desires. After pacing a few steps in the room, Zhu Ruishan glanced at his charming wife sitting by the bedside, then looked at himself, and finally made up his mind. Jiao Qiji, that elder from the Xianxia sect, is infamous for his depravity. He doesn't seem like someone who keeps his word. We'll have to split into 3 paths. Zhu Ruishan spoke with a low voice. First path, find a suitable woman to please Jiao Qiji. Second path, look for a new backer, someone who can rival Jiao Qiji. Let the two of them check each other's power, giving our Zhu family room to breathe. And the third path. At this point, Zhu Ruishan's tone turned solemn. The third path is for you, my wife. You'll take our child and the family's legacy and flee to Zheng Kingdom, living under a new identity. My husband, what about you? Madame Zhu was startled. She grasped Zhu Ruishan's hand tightly, tears in her voice. My father is gravely injured and no longer cares about worldly affairs. Right now, I'm the acting head of the Zhu family. Everyone is watching me. I can't leave. Zhu Ruishan shook his head firmly. Hearing this, Madame Zhu said nothing more. She just lay on the bed and cried quietly. The Zhu family's plight was only the tip of the iceberg of the tragedies many cultivation clans faced after Jing Kingdom's fall. Wei Tu wasn't surprised by the Zhu family's predicament. After thinking for a bit, he headed to the Zhu family's pharmacy. The Zhu clan was known in fragmented Star City as an apothecary family. Their ancestors had been herbalists and alchemists for generations. Apothecaries were similar to pill refiners and also specialized in crafting medicinal pills, but they typically focused more on healing medicines. In essence, apothecaries were a sub-branch of the broader alchemist profession. An hour later, after Wei Tu deliberately stirred up trouble, Zhu Ruishan hurried to the Zhu family pharmacy to apologize to this Foundation establishment-level demonic cultivator. Ever since Jing Kingdom fell, it wasn't the first or second time the Zhu pharmacy had encountered troublesome cultivators like Wei Tu. Most of these cultivators were just looking for a quick profit. A few spirit stones were usually enough to make them leave. Zhu Ruishan was skilled at handling such matters. He politely apologized to Wei Tu, then brought up Elder Jiao Qiji of the Xianxia sect to subtly warn him not to stir up trouble. Xianxia sect. Wei Tu, disguised as a rugged, broad-shouldered man, let out a cold laugh. Xianxia sect is nothing more than a lapdog of the Hahuan sect, and they dare act arrogant in front of me. In the past few days wandering through demonic territory, Wei Tu had gained a lot of insight. He now had a general understanding of the factions within the demonic cultivators, not like before when he only vaguely knew about the so-called 5 major demonic sects. Among these, the Xianxia sect was the one he had heard mentioned most frequently outside the core 5. This sect was a subsidiary of the Hahuan sect, one of the 5 major demonic sects. Its strength rested at the golden core level. Not afraid of the Xianxia sect, Zhu Ruishan was shocked by Wei Tu's brazen words. At first, he was furious, but then he remembered the plan he and his wife had discussed earlier, and his anger turned into joy. Not fearing the Xianxia sect meant that this foundation establishment cultivator, Gu Jin, was a potential new backer for the Zhu family, someone who could counterbalance elder Jiao Qiji of the Xianxia sect. As for compensation, may I invite Senior Gu to step inside, so we can discuss it in detail? Zhu Ruishan bowed and welcomed Wei Tu into a private room. This time, Wei Tu was using the alias Gu Jin. Once Wei Tu was seated, Zhu Ruishan clapped his hands, and two puppet servants, crafted to look lifelike, walked over. Each puppet held a redwood tray. On the left puppet's tray were rows of top-grade spirit stones, exactly 36 in total. On the right puppet's tray was a 7-inch-long pill bottle. What's the meaning of this, young Master Zhu? Wei Tu's eyes gleamed with greed when he saw the trays of spirit stones and the pill bottle. At this moment, he was quite impressed by the Zhu family's background. After all, for an ordinary Foundation establishment clan to casually take out 36 top-grade spirit stones to win someone over was no small feat. To be frank, fellow Taoist Gu, our Zhu family has long harbored resentment toward Jiao Qiji of the Xianxia sect. It's only because of our lack of strength that we haven't dared to break ties with him, Zhu Ruishan said with a bitter smile, hope glimmering in his eyes. If Senior would be willing to lend our Zhu family a helping hand, then these spirit stones and this heavenly spirit water on the tray shall be our humble offering. And if Senior Gu could go so far as to drive off Jiao Qiji, Zhu Ruishan added with solemnity, then our Zhu family would be honored to invite you as a family retainer. Your annual offerings will be of the highest standard. After speaking, Zhu Ruishan looked toward Wei Tu anxiously, afraid that his plan to drive out the wolf only to invite the tiger would be seen through. Jiao Qi, Wei Tu didn't agree right away. His expression lost the arrogance it had earlier in the shop and instead turned thoughtful. Young Master Zhu, I doubt your intentions are as simple as just driving away Jiao Qiji. Is it really only about that? Wei Tu smirked faintly. Hearing this, Zhu Ruishan could only sigh inwardly. All Foundation establishment demonic cultivators were truly cunning, veterans forged through countless deceptions. One glance, and he'd seen through him. Still, Zhu Ruishan didn't expose his deeper plan. Instead, he played the pitiful card and explained how his wife had been taken and violated by Jiao Qiji. This humiliation, Zhu has been suffering daily. I wish I could tear Jiao Qiji to pieces and eat his flesh, where his skin, Zhu Ruishan said through gritted teeth. When he finished speaking, Wei Tu gave a small nod, seemingly buying the story. He muttered, with Gu's strength alone, it would be hard to kill Jiao Qiji and avenge such a deep grudge for young Master Zhu. However, the faction behind Gu might be able to help your Zhu family stand against the Xianxia sect's power. What faction? Zhu Ruishan was thrilled and quickly asked. Not all demonic sects were purely destructive. Otherwise, the Zhu family wouldn't have pinned their hopes on the arrival of such forces, choosing to stay in fragmented Star City rather than flee. Of course, their inability to escape also had to do with the Zhu family's limited strength. When they received the news that Jing Kingdom had fully fallen, the Beastmaster sect and Sky Vault City had long since fled. By then, there was no room for the Zhu clan to choose to leave and head to Zheng Kingdom. Fleeing blindly would have only led to disaster. They would have all become enslaved cultivators, blood and flesh fodder for the demonic armies. So, considering everything, the Zhu family had actually been relatively fortunate among Jing Kingdom's cultivation clans. My desolate mountain sect fears not the likes of a Xianxia sect, Wei Tu said with a chuckle, feigning pride. Desolate mountain sect? Zhu Ruishan's expression changed instantly. His gaze toward Wei Tu became completely different. Though not part of the 5 major demonic sects, the Desolate Mountain sect was still a nascent soul-tier faction with power on par with any of the big 5. Its reputation suffered only because it lacked a large number of disciples, so its presence wasn't as overwhelming. Does Senior Gu have a sect token from the Desolate Mountain sect? Zhu Ruishan quickly asked. As if afraid of offending him, he added, Zhu doesn't mean to doubt you, Senior Gu. It's just that this matter involves the very survival of our family. I forgot the sect token when I left the mountain. But Gu's body refining technique speaks for itself. Wei Tu frowned, visibly displeased. As he spoke, he activated his body cultivation and crushed a teapot magic artifact on the table into scrap metal with one hand before tossing it onto the floor. Madame is wise, truly the virtuous wife of our Zhu family. Hearing Madame Zhu's sharp and clear analysis, Zhu Ruishan was overjoyed. He couldn't help but pull her into his arms and kiss her several times. Madame Zhu's cheeks flushed when she was held, a trace of hidden longing surfacing. Ever since being taken by Jiao Qiji, she had rarely shared any intimacy with her husband. A short while later, the two undressed and embraced. At the Zhu family medicine shop, now that Wei Tu had grasped Zhu Ruishan's situation, with just a little pressure in his tone, Zhu Ruishan obediently handed over the 3 jade slips that he had received from Madame Zhu. Wei Tu took only what he needed and didn't push further to demand the Zhu family's second-rank pharmacist inheritance. He already had in hand the third-rank alchemist inheritance from alchemist Xu, which he hadn't even begun to study. Compared to that, the Zhu family's second-rank pharmacist inheritance held little value. The two of them then signed a spirit contract. Zhu Ruishan carefully observed Wei Tu's every move, worried he might pull some trick during the signing. However, Zhu Ruishan's cultivation was ultimately too low. He couldn't see through Wei Tu's sleight of hand. Wei Tu had prepared in advance for this spirit contract. While Zhu Ruishan had stepped away, Wei Tu had concealed a drop of Lu Yuanli's blood essence on his fingertip. When it came time to inscribe his name, he used that blood instead. Back during the ambush, Wei Tu had used shadow thread to sever one of Lu Yuanli's legs. When retreating, he didn't discard the severed limb, but kept it sealed in his storage pouch. In the cultivation world, there were methods to track someone using their blood relative's blood. Wei Tu had kept the limb as a safeguard against the golden core true lord of the Masha sect, Lu Xiuxian. As it turned out, Lu Yuanli's blood was now proving useful. Farewell. Once the contract was signed, Wei Tu stood up, cupped his hands toward Zhu Ruishan, and prepared to leave. From the contents of the 3 jade slips, Wei Tu had mostly confirmed that Madame Zhu was indeed a descendant of the Immortal Master Wu's former wife. In his will, the Immortal Master Wu had instructed Wei Fei to seek revenge after reaching the Foundation establishment stage, to kill that adulterous couple and resolve his lingering hatred. Previously, when Wei Tu had spoken with Wei Fei at the Mei family on Mist Cliff and learned of this matter, he had felt no particular obligation to avenge the Immortal Master Wu. Their friendship hadn't reached that level, but now that the matter had landed in his lap, Wei Tu certainly wasn't going to help the wicked by actually fulfilling the agreement with Zhu Ruishan to drive away Jiao Qiji. Taking money and doing the job, that was one thing. But the jade slips in Madame Zhu's possession were originally heirlooms of the Immortal Master Wu, passed down from the Hongri sect. They were things Wei Fei should have inherited. Wei Tu had already shown mercy by not killing Madame Zhu to avenge the old grudge. This alone was the Zhu family's good fortune. Moreover, Zhu Ruishan had misled him. His true goal wasn't to drive away Jiao Qiji, but something else entirely. Wei Tu wasn't about to let himself be played like a pawn by the Zhu family. Zhu will see Senior Gu out. Zhu Ruishan smiled as he escorted Wei Tu out of the medicine shop. Once Wei Tu had left, Zhu Ruishan's expression immediately turned cold. He waved to summon the shopkeeper. Has someone already been sent to inform Jiao Qiji? The shopkeeper was his cousin, also one of his most trusted confidants. Third brother, already done. The shopkeeper nodded with a grin. When Jiao Qiji heard that Gu Jin dared to talk big and planned to bypass him and seize the Zhu family's assets, he flew into a rage. He's now looking for this Gu Jin to teach him a lesson and drive him out of fragmented Star City. This is all thanks to Gu Jin making such bold claims in the main hall of the shop, saying he wasn't afraid of the Xincha sect. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to provoke Jiao Qiji. The shopkeeper said slowly. However, what Zhu Ruishan and the shopkeeper had expected never came to pass. By the time Jiao Qiji, elder of the Xincha sect, came looking for Wei Tu, The latter had already left Fragmented Star City and was well on his way back to Cicada Cry Cliff. Still, Wei Tu's brief appearance had given the Zhu family a much-needed window to breathe. Shortly after Wei Tu's departure, Madame Zhu quietly slipped out of Fragmented Star City, disguised as a slave cultivator, taking her 2 daughters with her. It's worth noting, because Wei Tu and Madame Zhu followed roughly the same route, Madame Zhu didn't run into any real danger along the way. Even the threats she might have faced were all cleared out beforehand by Wei Tu, viewed as mere stepping stones for him to rack up battle merits. Halfway through the journey, Wei Tu became aware of this coincidence. But seeing that Madame Zhu was just a helpless woman with 2 young girls, he didn't pursue the matter or go out of his way to eliminate them. After all, he had no deep-seated grudge against her family. If not for the Immortal Master Wu's old grudge, Wei Tu's deception of the Zhu family this time would have seemed rather unscrupulous. But in the world of cultivation, schemes and deceit were par for the course. Had he truly kept his word, he would have fallen into Zhu Ruishan's trap and found it hard to leave Fragmented Star City. As for the treasures Madame Zhu carried, Wei Tu didn't care. He wasn't a robber cultivator who killed for treasure. Besides, with how wealthy he was now, he hardly lacked for whatever little valuables Madame Zhu had on her. Wei Tu paid her no mind. But Madame Zhu had taken a liking to this Clearing the Path Foundation establishment senior. When she first left Fragmented Star City, she didn't know Wei Tu's whereabouts. It was only later on the road that she heard word of a righteous cultivator slaying demonic cultivators ahead of them. Realizing the direction matched Wei Tu's, she immediately followed. To keep pace with Wei Tu, Madame Zhu didn't hesitate. She burned through several second-rank Swift Stride talismans, treasures from her clan's reserves. What she hadn't expected was that not only would she catch up with this righteous cultivator, but she would even meet him face to face. When they met, Madame Zhu was initially worried. She feared Wei Tu might see her as a target, assume she was aligned with demonic cultivators, and try to kill her for loot. But upon seeing how indifferent Wei Tu was to her presence, that fear quickly turned into pleasant surprise. After all, such upright and noble cultivators were rare even in the righteous sects. In that moment, Madame Zhu suddenly wanted to befriend Wei Tu. "Senior, please wait." Madame Zhu activated another Swift Stride talisman, chasing after Wei Tu from a distance and shouting out to him. After calling out several times, Wei Tu's light stopped in midair. He turned around, his expression slightly puzzled, and glanced at Madame Zhu. "What does Madame need?" Wei Tu acted as though he didn't recognize her. After offering a courteous nod, he asked calmly. At that moment, Wei Tu had already mostly guessed her intentions. He thought to himself, if she finds out I'm the one who posed as Gujin, would she feel like she's just escaped a tiger's den only to fall into a wolf's lair? "Senior, this humble woman is a clan cultivator from Jing Kingdom. After Jing Kingdom's fall, my children and I were captured and made into slaves by demonic cultivators. A few days ago, it was you, Senior, who slew the demon named Li Dao who enslaved me. Only then was I able to escape. I followed Senior this far to thank you, to repay your life-saving grace." Madame Zhu's face was full of gratitude. She gave a graceful salute, then took out 2 jade slips and held them out as a gift. But as she handed over the jade slips, Madame Zhu played a little trick. She bent slightly, revealing a glimpse of her soft, fair chest. She was already a stunning beauty, and after marriage, had acquired a mature, sultry charm. If not for this, Jiao Qiji wouldn't have kept her to himself for so long. Wei Tu glanced once at her exposed chest, but quickly withdrew his gaze, focusing his divine sense on the 2 jade slips. These are identical to 2 of the 3 slips from before, only missing the body refinement secret technique. Wei Tu felt a pang of disappointment. Still, he kept his expression neutral. He furrowed his brow slightly, accepted the gift, gave a small nod, and without saying more, summoned his escape light and continued on his way. He just left. Madame Zhu froze for a moment. She hadn't expected Wei Tu to be so cold and indifferent. Her so-called thanks had merely been an excuse, The real purpose had been to find a reason to stay close and build a connection. Could it be this senior has been in seclusion too long and doesn't understand worldly ways? Madame Zhu tried to explain it to herself, gradually coming to an understanding. Some cultivators might have high realms and long lifespans, but when it came to social interaction, they were less adept than mortals. It wasn't that they were stupid. It was just that most of their years were spent immersed in cultivation. And those with great talent didn't need to deal with the kinds of petty dealings common among lower-tier cultivators or mortals. This also explained why Wei Tu, despite her revealing gesture, didn't show any greed. This is an opportunity. I must seize it. Madame Zhu made up her mind and resumed her pursuit of Wei Tu. Senior, please wait, she called again. Madame calls for Zhou. What is the matter? Wei Tu casually made up another identity for himself. Senior, I and my children wish to go to the Zheng Kingdom's cultivation territory, but the three of us were just a mother and 2 children. Please allow us to travel with you. I will surely repay your kindness in the future. This time, Madame Zhu didn't beat around the bush. She directly stated her need, her tone straightforward and sincere. What kind of reward are you offering? Wei Tu paused, gave Madame Zhu a serious look, and asked in a raspy voice. This is a spirit item that assists cultivators in forming their golden core, heavenly spirit water. Madame Zhu didn't waste words. She slapped her storage pouch and took out a pill bottle with a flip of her palm. She gave the bottle a gentle shake, and instantly, a crisp sound like jade beads falling into a tray echoed from within. At the same time, a mist of spiritual energy gathered above the bottle, lingering for several breaths before gradually dispersing. These signs confirmed that the bottle indeed contained the golden core, aiding spirit item, heavenly spirit water. Didn't expect that Zhu Ruishan actually gave the heavenly spirit water to Madame Zhu. Wei Tu raised his brows slightly. With one glance, he recognized it was the very same bottle of heavenly spirit water Zhu Ruishan had shown him earlier. The bottle hadn't even been changed. It wasn't that Wei Tu hadn't anticipated this possibility. It was just that, since the heavenly spirit water had been promised as compensation to Gu Jin, if it suddenly went missing, it would make no sense. Gu Jin wouldn't have let Zhu Ruishan or the Zhu family off easily. But after thinking a bit, Wei Tu found it understandable. Once Zhu Ruishan's scheme was exposed, he'd face the wrath of the Xianshan sect and Jiao Qiji. Very likely, everyone in the family except Madame Zhu and the 2 children who fled would be killed. By then, there'd be no point worrying about Gu Jin's opinion. So rather than let the heavenly spirit water fall into enemy hands, he might as well entrust it to Madame Zhu to take away. Zhu Ruishan's resolved to face death, but make sure Madame Zhu and the children escape the demon's pit. Wei Tu was moved by Zhu Ruishan's resolve to do this much for his family. Zhu Ruishan could be considered a man of responsibility. Then again, from another angle, he was also supremely selfish. In the end, he only saved his wife and children, while the rest of the clan would be left to suffer the consequences. If there's heavenly spirit water, then this Zhou might be willing to escort you and your children to Zheng Kingdom, Wei Tu said, his expression showing slight interest. Many thanks, Senior Zhou. Hearing Wei Tu's agreement, Madame Zhu let out a breath of relief. She used her spiritual power to float the bottle toward Wei Tu. At this point, she had already exposed the fact that she possessed heavenly spirit water, which made her a target. Given her cultivation, there was no way she could resist a foundation establishment cultivator like Wei Tu. So, after weighing the risks, Madame Zhu made her decision. She offered the heavenly spirit water up front to curry Wei Tu's favor. After Wei Tu accepted the bottle, Madame Zhu's face turned rosy. She lowered her head shyly and said, "My husband passed away long ago. I've been alone ever since. Today, seeing Senior Zhou's noble character, I am willing to offer myself in gratitude for your life-saving grace. I also wish to find a man who could be a pillar for my 2 children." Wei Tu was taken back. He had just finished admiring Zhu Ruishan's courage. And here Madame Zhu was claiming her husband had died long ago. Even for someone as experienced as him, the scene was downright absurd. Still, thinking of the earlier conversation he had eavesdropped on between the Zhu couple, Wei Tu wasn't too surprised by her calculating behavior. Charm technique. Just as Wei Tu was about to refuse directly, Madame Zhu suddenly cast him a flirtatious look, secretly activating a seduction technique she had learned from Jiao Qiji. After being around a Foundation establishment demonic cultivator for so long, Madame Zhu had long lost any fear of those in the same realm. Besides, judging from Wei Tu's earlier behavior, even if he noticed her tricks, he wouldn't punish her harshly. A gentleman could be taken advantage of by appearing righteous. It's all for the children, Madame Zhu told herself. She knew that with her current strength and foundation, once she reached Zheng Kingdom, she would be just another rogue cultivator, with no hope of ever reaching Foundation establishment. As for her 2 children, if they didn't have the support of someone at Foundation establishment, their chances of advancing were slim to none. So from any angle, she had to cling to Wei Tu. However, things didn't go as Madame Zhu expected. Wei Tu wasn't as gentlemanly as she assumed. The moment he sensed the charm technique, the warmth in his expression completely vanished. It was replaced with a chilling coldness. What do I do? Madame Zhu panicked at the icy expression on Wei Tu's face. Her mind went blank with fear. She tried to withdraw the charm, but found to her horror, Wei Tu's spiritual sense was far superior to Jiao Qiji's. She couldn't move at all. The chill in her heart spread downward until it soaked the soft, white hem of her dress. Mother, what's wrong? At that moment, Madame Zhu's 2 children rushed over. Seeing her trembling and frozen in place, both asked anxiously. The older one, a boy around 15 or 16 years old, and the younger, a girl about 13 or 14, still in her tender bloom, bore strong resemblance to Madame Zhu, 8 parts alike. Having investigated the Zhu family for some time, Wei Tu already knew the names of Madame Zhu's children. The boy was called Zhu Pailan. The girl was named Zhu Yunxiu. After asking a few questions, even though Madame Zhu was unable to speak due to backlash from her failed charm technique and Wei Tu's spiritual pressure, her children could roughly guess what had happened. Zhu Pailan cautiously looked up at Wei Tu, then quickly looked away, not daring to say more. After all these years of seeing his mother being dominated by Jiao Qiji, his courage had long been worn down. Zhu Yunxiu, on the other hand, was still young and hadn't yet been crushed by reality. She still had some courage. In a soft and respectful tone, she bowed to Wei Tu and pleaded, "If my mother has offended Senior in any way, I beg your forgiveness. As a righteous cultivator, a light punishment would suffice. That way, my mother learns her lesson. Senior maintains your authority and gains a reputation for compassion." Her words were tactful and well-considered. Wei Tu gave a faint nod and withdrew the pressure he'd placed on Madame Zhu. The coldness in his expression gradually faded. With Wei Tu's suppression lifted, Madame Zhu, soaked in cold sweat, finally managed to move again. She collapsed to the ground, clutching her chest as she gasped heavily for breath. At that moment, the aftereffects of her charm technique also surfaced. A trace of bright red blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. "Senior Zhou, I was deluded. I offended you. But my children are innocent. You can abandon me here in this wasteland, but please, I beg you to uphold your promise and take my 2 children to Zheng Kingdom," Madame Zhu said with fearful eyes, gasping for air between words. "Mother! Mother!" Zhu Pailan and Zhu Yunxiu rushed to support their mother. Hearing her words, their eyes turned red and welled up with tears. "Don't mind me. Go beg Senior Zhou." Madame Zhu shoved them away with force and barked sternly. Seeing this display of a mother's love and sacrifice, Wei Tu couldn't help but feel a headache. Logically, it would be entirely reasonable for him to abandon the Zhu family then and there. Madame Zhu was already guilty by association and had deeply offended him just now. "I'm still not a true villain." Wei Tu sighed softly. Since entering the cultivation world, after years of trials and hardships, he had slowly transformed into a proper cultivator. Cold, cautious, and devoid of the righteous fervor he once had as a martial artist. If Master were still alive, he would probably support this decision. At this moment, the image of Dan Wu Ju surfaced in Wei Tu's mind. Compared to him, his master Dan Wu Ju had been a true man of martial virtue. The rent he charged villagers in Sanyuan Township was the lowest. If the locals were sick or in trouble, he always lent a hand, without asking for anything in return. Wei Tu then looked coldly at Madame Zhu and said with a flat voice, "This time, for the sake of your daughter's plea, I'll spare your life. If as the next time, I won't show mercy." As his voice fell, Madame Zhu let out a long breath of relief. She carefully asked, "Then, about the promise Senior Zhou made earlier, does it still stand?" "It does." Wei Tu's tone was indifferent. By now, they were already near the border of Zheng Kingdom. Just a few hundred li ahead, they'd arrive. Escorting Madame Zhu and her children the rest of the way was a trivial matter. Even earlier, when Madame Zhu hadn't yet offered the heavenly spirit water, Wei Tu hadn't interfered with them following him. Now, with the heavenly spirit water in hand, that was profit. The 3 jade slips belonged to Immortal Master Wu, so taking them didn't trouble his conscience. But the heavenly spirit water was Zhu family property. If he broke his word and kept it without honoring his agreement, Wei Tu feared his own moral bottom line would continue to slip, and one day he'd become a true demonic cultivator. 1 month later, Zheng Kingdom, Mortal Realm, Jinliang City. Wei Tu suppressed his aura and walked up to a courtyard wall. Using his spiritual sense, he observed Madame Zhu and her children from afar, then raised his right hand. Moments later, a translucent moth flapped down from the sky and landed in his palm. The Zhu family mother and children would never have guessed that the senior Zhou, who had parted with them more than 10 days ago near the border, was now right by their side, separated by just one wall. Nor would they expect that all 3 of them had been monitored by Wei Tu through special means for days. Not bad. No signs of resentment toward me. And they haven't figured out my other identity. After reviewing the memory from the 7-colored phantom moth, a faint smile appeared on Wei Tu's lips as he exhaled in relief. Zhu family, and he didn't share any deep-seated grudge. To truly eliminate them all, to completely wipe them out, even he couldn't bring himself to strike such a ruthless blow, especially against a mother and her children. That was why, after parting ways with Madame Zhu and her children at the border, he secretly used a 7-colored phantom moth to monitor their every move, to see whether they held any resentment toward him. After all, though he'd escorted them safely into Zheng Kingdom and done them a favor, in the eyes of narrow-minded people, such a favor could easily become a grudge. Fortunately, while Madame Zhu was shrewd, she wasn't someone who couldn't tell good from bad. She didn't harbor any hatred over the charm technique incident or plot revenge. Otherwise, for the sake of his own safety, Wei Tu wouldn't have let Madame Zhu off so easily. Sure, he was a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. By the time Madame Zhu's children grew and possibly reached Foundation establishment, he might have already stepped into the Golden Core realm, no longer fearing a mere Foundation establishment level threat. Even his own children might be able to handle such danger. But even ants can kill an elephant. In the cultivation world, anything was possible. Just like more than 100 years ago, when he made his first windfall. With only a mid-stage Qi refinement cultivation, he had killed Gung when a peak-stage Qi refinement first-rank alchemist, and taken 3 late-stage Qi refinement inheritances, soaring from there and enjoying the benefits of that victory to this very day. This time, for Madame Zhu and her children, Wei Tu had spent nearly a month. But Wei Tu believed it was worthwhile. If he'd killed indiscriminately like a demonic cultivator, he didn't think his Tao heart could remain unblemished. The goal of a cultivator was, of course, longevity, but if, for the sake of longevity, one abandoned everything else, then they were no more than a cultivation tool obsessed with life. 3 days later, Wei Tu returned to Cicada Cry Cliff. But just as he arrived at his cave dwelling, he noticed that the entrance to the adjacent Chu Huan's cave had gathered a thick layer of dust. The formation stone disk, embedded with several spirit stones, glowed faintly, like dying candles, on the verge of extinguishing. Fellow Taoist, Chu didn't make it back. Wei Tu paused, a bad feeling rising in his heart. He sent a communication talisman to inquire with Li Daoyuan. Li Daoyuan emerged from his own cave dwelling, gave Wei Tu a glance, then sighed and said, "Half a month ago, fellow Taoist Chu's sex-summoning spirit contract turned dim. She must have fallen, likely died on the way back from the ambush site. The death of a fellow evokes grief in one's heart." Chu Huan, like him, had been one of the rogue cultivators who joined the ambush and later joined the loose Immortal alliance. Now, on the road back to Cicada Cry Cliff, she had died in action. Li Daoyuan saw his own possible fate in hers. Fellow Taoist Chu is gone. Wei Tu sighed inwardly. He had helped Chu Huan during the ambush, increasing her chances of survival. But he could only save her for the moment, not for a lifetime. Among the ambushers, Chu Huan's cultivation had been the weakest. She had no way to contend with Foundation establishment demonic cultivators of the same level, let alone those of higher realms. Once, luck may favor you, but not every time. Fellow Taoist Wei and fellow Taoist Chu were acquainted. "I'll ask Senior Shi to open her cave." "Fellow Taoist Wei, would you take care of gathering her belongings and writing a mourning letter to her kin?" Li Daoyuan said with a sorrowful look. This was the very reason he had befriended Wei Tu earlier, so that if he ever died in action, someone trustworthy could write a mourning letter for him. "This is something I should do." Wei Tu nodded. Chu Huan's daughter was a cultivator of Mirror Water Pavilion, and among all at Cicada Cry Cliff, he was the only one acquainted with Chu Huan and also had some contacts within Mirror Water Pavilion. So the task of writing her mourning letter naturally fell to him. Chu Huan didn't leave behind much. Only a few robes and daily use items. None were of significant value. Even so, Wei Tu carefully gathered them into a storage pouch, intending to deliver them to her daughter when the time was right. To Chu Huan's daughter, these were priceless mementos. However, when it came time to write the mourning letter, Wei Tu picked up the brush and, on the recipient's line, wrote only 2 characters, Chu Qin. But when it came to the body of the letter, he didn't know how to begin. He paused for half a day. Finally, Wei Tu sighed and started to write. The letter mostly recounted things Chu Huan had said about Chu Qin during her time at Cicada Cry Cliff. Only toward the end did he mention details about the ambush mission. "Do not let hatred cloud your heart." Wei Tu ended the letter with that line. After sending off the mourning letter, Wei Tu took out the 3 jade slips obtained from Madame Zhu. Skipping the other 2, his gaze fell directly on the one that recorded the body-tempering secret art. The technique recorded in this jade slip was called the ninefold golden lock art, which refined golden locks within the meridians to reduce the difficulty of progressing in physical cultivation. Ninefold golden lock art. Wei Tu silently recited the name a few times. This body-tempering technique is quite similar to the chi pouch technique, perhaps even derived from the same lineage. After studying the ninefold golden lock art for several months, Wei Tu reflected inwardly.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.